hello. I would like to play some healer. This is going to be an interesting day. Today is the healer day. Healer day indeed. I wanted to start testing healer in the new dungeon, and then tomorrow we have all of the returning dungeons to test, which will be fun. Otherwise, today, I got to set up my Resto Shaman. I logged in, saw a friend of mine in a key, was like, oh, yo, that's Arson. And I wanted to play with Arson. But then I joined the key, and my Resto Shaman is the opposite of prepared and set up. So hopefully I will set this character up before they actually need to do the dungeon. That is the plan. Otherwise, we're going to hang out today. I went and got a foot massage earlier this morning, but I still feel kind of bleh. Still feel kind of bleh, just a little bit bleh, a little bit bleh, a little bit bleh. No problem. Is what it is. All right. We do some stream setup stuff. I hit this button. I hit this button. So we can hit the other button. And let's go. Let's hang out. I know I'm a little later than normal today. But I enjoyed my morning, which is nice. I woke up. I felt a little bit better. And I was like, sweet. And then I didn't feel a little better. I enjoyed the few hours. I'll take that as progress. It'd be like that. All right, let's go. Let's roll. I'm going to hit this. Hopefully my computer does not crash like it did yesterday. All right, healing. I'll just say, come say hello. Come say hi. Hang out. Yo, what's up, bro? Good morning. I was wondering if you would steal first today. This makes sense. You're too good at it. Too good at it. Ain't nobody able to compete with you. Ain't nobody able to compete with you. All right. Hopefully this works. It didn't work yesterday, but hopefully this is just easy. Level up your collaboration. All right. Looks like it works. Perfect. Cool. Let's see if that keeps working. Yep. Too swift with it. Too swift with it. Lightweight, baby. Good reference. Good reference. You know what I miss, Road? Because I have been feeling ill. I really miss going to the gym properly. Like, I'm not able to eat quite enough right now. And I'm starting to feel the emotional weight of not being able to go to the gym and push myself. Because I think that to each their own, right? But for me personally, oh, no, not like this. No. It's happening. Wait, it's going to load. Okay, so this is what happened last time as I tabbed back in. Did my computer shut down or is it going to load? Oh, okay, I got to figure this out. That's not good. That's not good. Damn, it happened again. Oh, it happened again. It's the same thing. Damn. That's not good. Less than ideal. Okay, so it's something with PTR. I might be able to save this one. Wait a second. Can you hear me, Road? It's something with PTR. Can you hear me? I'm on my phone right now typing. Okay, so let me look at I can open Task Manager. It looks like it's settled. Oh, you can. Okay, so my computer almost crashed. Let's see, 80% memory usage. 40% CPU usage. What is causing that? Oh, you can hear me. Oh, okay. It looks like it almost did the thing from yesterday. I don't know what that is. That's scary, man. That's very interesting. As I tab back into the game, it like kaploots itself. Okay, so now it's settling down. What was that? Battle.net is taking 40% of CPU usage? How? Is it like an update since I'm on PT? Okay, let me see if this works. You can hear me now, right? Everything good? It looks like I can cast, sort of. That's so interesting. Battle.net is taking a lot. Might need an update. Okay, I'm going to close out Battle.net. I don't even need it open. Okay, that's good. That's good. It looks rough times. I need an update. Yeah, okay, wait. I can cast. That's okay. It almost completed itself, but it looks to be kind of okay. All right, that's good. All right. That's good. Whew, scary. All right, now we go set up this character while I wait. We still haven't found that last DPS, which is perfect because I need more time anyways. Whew, scary. All right, let me see if I can open the YouTube chat. Hello. Is my Baron title range this season? Oh, no, Grams. I stopped. I hit Resil 21 early. I was like 100 points above title for a while and then decided that I didn't. I got the flu the beginning of May, had to take like an entire month off of stream. On top of that, I just didn't play very much. For me, ultimately, my happiness matters more than my score in game, which sucks because it means that I will not put the effort in to get title. You know, actually, the problem is I don't care enough to try to get it. Therefore, I won't suffer for it. And I am too okay with being 4K IO. I got 4K. I got my Resil 21. I was missing one key for a few weeks, like 4 weeks. I was missing my last 21. Logged in, got it at the end of May or something like that. Done. The idea of pushing 22s as the folio came out and then maybe some 23s. I would so much rather learn how to play Resto Shaman better on the PTR. Like, this is going to be more fun for me. And ultimately, I value fun. You know, it's just one of those things. Off Resil 21, yeah. I think that Resil 21, surprisingly, Grams, is going to be 1%. I actually think that 1% will get pretty close, if not actually Resil 20. I think 1% will be about 4K. On NA. EU will be higher than that. It's kind of crazy, though. Has maybe less impact to low ID bass players. What are we doing after they pull Berserkers? Yeah. Cheeky. It is what it is. What's up, Zeralian? The Prot Pally builds have been kind of going crazy. I've seen so many different opinions on what that is. I think it's very interesting. What's up, Role Plays? I see what happened there. That's a good name. All right, let's go Elemental and just see what happens. There's like a few trinkets that I want to get. I need to set this character up, and then I need to set everything up. What are people using? It's like there was a special trinket that people were just doing. It was this one. This trinket right there, and these are from the raid, so I don't want to use those. I want to use a passive trinket other than this. They need to revert the talent tree change. I don't think anybody's happy about it, for sure. Equip. Your harmful spells have a chance to do damage. What about the Ruby Whelp Shell? I don't really care about testing like the best trinkets for healer. I just need a healer trinket that is passive. So this is pretty passive. Here, let's use the Ruby Whelp Shell for fun. This is a trinket right here. What do they do? Did you not see? Okay, so I made a video yesterday. Ignore my gear. It's really bad. I made a video yesterday talking about it. They gave Prot Pally an entire rework, which is really cool. Every time a spec gets reworked in WoW, you should be excited. Because normally, you know, I don't know if you guys have been following, but if they revamp something, it means it's going to be really good, right? This was the first time I've ever seen a revamp like this that was just actively worse. Actually, that's not true. They did it for Guardian once. One time, they changed a bunch of talents for Guardian, and it ended up being worse. I remember that. People were like super excited, as I was reading it, and then it ended up being worse. So that's not true. All right, I need this. I need a shield. No cantrip items here, and just this. Where's your morning flex? Oh, hold up.
Flexing. Ooh, flexing. 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 Doing my best.
I don't got it in me today, Road. I don't got it in me. You got to make me make sure that by the way, today, it's important, make sure I hydrate and take care of myself. Proper breaks and stuff. These are strength-only shields. Held and offhand. Can I not equip a shield? They don't have a PvP intellect. Does it not change? Weird. Okay. I might have to, I guess, wear this, though. What's up, Smooth? Smooth, I was going to ask you questions from yesterday. I was kind of curious. You had mentioned something that was interesting to me, and I didn't know if I was allowed to ask questions about it or, like, pursue it. All right, I need to not use my Void Class Chris. This is an intellect weapon. There you go. Not surprised to play D4 in a Blizzard. So, how do you plan to approach choosing your main next season? Fun. Pure fun. What's the safest class to run for meta next season? For what role? What's up, Okie Dokie the Dude? Gonna have a bow wow. A bow wow. You know, I love coming up with creative names for activities, but I ain't never heard of a bow wow. That's a new one. I like it. I like it. I'm going to tell you that any role, something with a group buff, but tuning recently has been so volatile. that I actually think it's pretty hard to answer what like the safest thing will be. If you're looking for something that will be meta, the only thing I can tell you is you probably need a group buff. Past that, it's like such a toss-up. There are some considerations like the amount of poison dispels, so it would probably be a good idea to choose something that has a poison dispel. But really, we don't know. The actual answer is we don't know. Technically, if you wanted me to guess, I could, but just know that it would be a guess. Alternatively, I could spin the wheel and tell you what to play. But it's actually not a terrible idea to just decide that's how you should do it. AUG? I don't think so. I think that even this season, AUG was tough. I think that AUG was already kind of like a cooked thing for this season because it wasn't as good as it seemed. Who knows what will be meta? Blizzard just told him he's just gatekeeping. It's true. I'm an official WoW partner now. I'm in the super secret Discord, which I'm not allowed to tell you about. So I'm not in that actually. That's true. No, we haven't. Should we spin? Should we want to know what's meta? Yeah, I'll tell you what's meta. That's a good point. I'll tell you only for tank though. I can tell you what's going to be meta for tank. 1 second. It's a good point. This is, if you are curious, llamas, let me tell you what will be. Ultimately, this is going to be the meta tank. I can't tell you for healer or DPS, but if we take a look here, we can clearly identify that the meta tank is going to be. It's not rigged. This isn't rigged, by the way, but it is going to be Guardian Druid once again. I think that Druid right here, as you can see, is going to be the safest pick. If you were going to reroll and you wanted to make sure that you were meta, got invited to all the keys that you wanted to do, that's the spec for you right there. You got to play Druid. Again, it's not rigged. I don't make the rules, but you have a slightly less than 20% chance of being correct no matter what you pick here. So it's around that. Druid seems to be the meta tank. Makes sense. It's clean. It's good. That's the one. That's the one. Yep. Gotta play Druid. There is no other option. If you're not playing Druid, you basically won't be able to play the game. All right. I need to literally set up my Shaman because I have 0 things bound right now. Don't look. I apparently have a lot of time. That's the one. All right. Healing Wave. Left click. Right click. No. Right click. Add binding. Riptide. Left click. All right. Add binding. You guys want to know how many buttons Resto Shaman has? Dispel. Alt left click. Add binding. Earth Shield. Shift right click. Add binding. Shift left click. Cool. That's it. Those are all my spells. And that's it. I have set up my Resto Shaman. Great. And then this is like control left, control right. Done. All right, cool. So this is going to be like a boom, bam, and we're all good to go. Cool. Ready. All good. Oh, wait. I want my talents here. Here we go. I appreciate what you do. Thank you. Chris, I hope that I can continue to be a positive force in the WoW community, and I hope I can help people. Like, I genuinely hope that I can continue to just make the game a little bit of a friendlier place. Do you know what I mean? I think that it's interesting to me how many people have commented on some of my recent videos just really upset. And very, very, very positive that the changes are bad. Like, I think that that's interesting. The changes are good, sorry. Like, there's so many people who... I've made some videos recently about how I'm not sold and I'm not so sure that the raid changes and that forcing people to do these things that they don't want to do is going to be healthy for the game. And there's a ton of people, and I appreciate the different perspectives because my perspective is simply one of many, but God, there's a lot of people who are like, Awoo, I normally like your videos, but this is wrong. Raiding is the hardest content in World of Warcraft, and it has to reward the best gear. In fact, they should go even further. And I was like, but I understand that point, and I do want people to be rewarded for their time. I just think it's important to understand that it doesn't... The point doesn't change that a lot of people can't raid. And it doesn't matter how cool you make it. But it's really just not something that is... It's surprisingly divisive. I would almost imagine... I thought more people would agree. If anything, I thought there would be more of a consensus. But it turns out that there's a lot of people. I kind of agree with you, Jader. I think that early raiding is really hard. I am not sold... that late CE is harder than like pushing for the title. Wow, there's a lot of warlocks in here. What's up, Jadery? I think there's a conversation, but I also think that it's just not as important. I still think that that's not important. Like, I actually think that when you consider the behind the scenes conversation it's a point of access way more than it is a point of anything else. All right, here we go. I haven't healed this dungeon before, by the way, but it looks like everything is good to me. So we're going to go boom and then bam like this, and here we go. It depends. I also think it just depends. Like, finding a group is harder than a lot of people might imagine it is. All right, here we go. Right now, so many people don't even try to do it. Yeah, it's the 20 man is really tough. It's also just hard to find people you like. Ready. I think that that's kind of an underrated part of it too, is just like, you know how hard it is for me to find 5 people I like to do keys with? Like, that I get along with and that get along with me and that we all like each other? Like, that's actually not so easy. Imagine finding 20 people, because like you are going to be in Discord. You can't really competitively raid without being in Discord. Like, part of the whole thing is that you're going to be in comms, and that implies that you enjoy the time you're spending in this. My UI is the opposite of setup here, by the way. I know hundreds of people that don't play retail because they can, so this won't, but they would if they were 10 man. 10 man or at least flex would be interesting. This is my first key on the Shaman. I have done 0 keys on Shaman. I don't know what I'm doing. Well, I mean, I kind of know what I'm doing, but like, I wouldn't say I super know what I'm doing. Okay, we're going to go right. He's going to pull this. Ooh, this is his first pull. Okay, all right. I'm going to put my totem down. I'm going to find my bloodlust button. It's going to be right here. Bam, I'm the lust. I put my totem down. I hit unleash life. I hit the other button, and then I'm playing Shaman. Watch this. Bam. Boom. Totem. Bam. Right click. Stormstream proc. Oh, big proc, bigger proc. Holy fuck. Ghost Wolf. Get out of the root. Okay, big proc. Other big proc. Riptide. Big proc. Put my totem down. Spearwalker's Grace. Other big totem. Nice. Unleash life. Big proc. I don't have Windrush totem. Big proc. Spirit Link. Because that's a big pull. Big proc. Riptide. Big totem. I don't have my meters up, but I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Nobody's dead. Nobody's dead. 0 people are dead. I'm doing good. All right, Dispel. Big totem. God, Resto Shaman is a vibe. I haven't played Resto Shaman in so long because I don't have it geared. You can't play a character right now if it's not geared. And so I haven't actually been able to play my Resto Shaman in like a long time. Is he going to pull up? Bigger proc. Earth Ellie. Riptide. Big totem. Sad totem. Relocate totem. Nice. Unleash life. Big proc. Healing absorb. Stormstream totem. Bigger proc. This is kind of a vibe. I actually kind of miss this healer, to be honest with you. I like it. It's chill. This is like one of the most chill healer experiences, actually, aside from Mistweaver. Because I like Resto Shaman. Resto Shaman is a sort of a vibe healer, and I do appreciate Resto Shaman. But I should also turn on my meters. And I have a kick. Look at that. Oh, wait. Defensive. Heal the rogue. Ah, scary healing. Totem. Heal the rogue. Riptide. Ascendance proc. Nice. I don't know what any of my abilities do, by the way. This is my first time healing the dungeon, so we're going to see how it works. But I will continue to narrate my decision making. Here we go. No. The rogue is fine. But did he die? That's the thing. I know it looks like it's not going well, but did he die? The answer is no. Nobody died. It seems to me like everything is going flawlessly. It seems to me that we have had 0 deaths. Look at that. Am I a good Resto Shaman? He was 3%. I was planned. I strategically calculated that he would be at 3%. We're doing big pulls here, man. These are not easy pulls. Big totem. Yeah, this is much bigger than I was pulling. This is what you're supposed to do in this dungeon? All right, hold on. Wait. Bigger totem. Is this? Yeah, this is the big totem here. Big totem, Stormstream totem, Apex Talent. Watch the tank. Cap totem for the tank. Where's my cap totem? Cap totem for the tank to reset the stacks. Tank diff? You know what? Maybe. You know what, SCL? Listen, you're not wrong. It's interesting you say that. A sentence. I gotta turn on my meters though. This is also just. Is that Nerf? What do you mean? Is that Nerf? This is Nerf? No, he just. His name is Nerf IO. It's not Nerf Tank. There's no way. I don't believe he is actually doing very well right now. Like I will tell you, he is surprisingly tanky. He's doing great. The tank is not giving me a lot of problems healing him right now, so he is making my life pretty easy. So maybe. I don't know. He is doing pretty good. He knows the mechanics clearly because he's kiting. He's doing everything pretty well. And then I can cap totem for him because I have also tanked this dungeon. I think this is actually going to be kind of an interesting dungeon because it is going to be one where, just like the Skyreach bleeds, people can help your tank if they're aware of how to help the tank. So with stuns and being able to just like reset this, bubble weirdly doesn't work against resetting this. Okay, Unleashed Life. This is going to be a Spirit Link right there. That's a Spirit Link. And then we need to taunt people in the Spirit Link. That Healing Absorb is pretty nasty. Oh, I'm a little off my cooldowns. Earth Ellie. Dispel. Does that Dispel do damage too? That's tough. What is this dungeon? I am not healing it fantastically, I will say. I guess I'll make a Resto Shaman. Mistweaver is still... I still think that Mistweaver is going to be very good. But I have to test the changes to Spin to Win. But I was going to make a video soon explaining why people... Like, why Mistweaver is one of the meta healers right now. I think that it's a misunderstood concept. People don't understand how smart healing works and just how friendly it is for pugs when you basically don't have to direct heal. And you can rely on your smart healing cleave in general, right? Comparing difficulty in WoW is weird. All right. I've got to cook, but I kind of don't want to make enemies. This is a cook that is not well established. But it is true. It's just hard to have this conversation. So if I decide to tell you, wow, I'm doing a lot of damage, holy. If I choose to have this conversation, I think this is going to be very important everybody understands. I'm telling you right now that it will be controversial. So I would ask politely for a little bit of grace. Would you be willing to give me a bit of grace if I were to make a controversial take in WoW that isn't that controversial but is sensitive? Like maybe controversial is the wrong word. Make me mad. It won't make you mad because everybody knows that it's true. It's just no. I just don't want to be unkindly rude. Okay, so basically, how do I say this? All right. Just give me a little bit. All right, listen. When people talk about the rewards in WoW, when people talk about the difficulty of WoW, they kind of miss one of the most important elements, which is the fact that people are really, on average, very bad at this game. If you are coming from the perspective of playing with people who are very good at the game, you might not know just how bad people can get. But I don't view that as a terrible thing. And I really do believe in the video I made the other day talking about how you are allowed to suck at World of Warcraft. In fact, the game should be designed to allow you to suck and still have a good time. The difference between a DPS at the higher level of WoW and the difference between the average person in your raid group is so vast that it would be difficult to explain without creating enemies or being rude. But it is a factor that should be considered when it comes to designing the game. It's the truth of the matter is, if you're not good, you should still be able to play. And the people who are genuinely good at games should also be able to play and enjoy it. That's the balance that's really difficult for them to find. But what I have noticed is the conversation seems to lack just how bad people can get. To be honest with you, that is my cook. That's my take. And it's difficult to talk about it without sounding rude, but it's kind of true. Like, the amount of times you can walk into a plus 15 and realize you're like, what is happening right now? Like, actually, like, this is a reasonable key level. It's not exactly a plus 2, but no one knows what's happening. Everyone is very, very, very confused right now. And so it's very difficult to talk about and compare the difficulty of the game, because if you play with very good people, keys are not that hard. If you play with very good people, raiding isn't that hard. But if you play with really bad people, both of those things are incredibly difficult content. But the difficulty doesn't necessarily come from dungeon design, it comes from player design. If that makes sense. Did I talk about that correctly? Do you know what I'm talking about here? Where you don't have to make things very hard in the actual game. You can kind of rely on people to make it hard for you. Yeah, that's basically what I'm saying. And so a lot of times, though, we fundamentally, I think, completely lack that context. And they think that, yeah, it's like a mechanic that involves you not standing in fire is actually a mechanic for a lot of the player base, but is not a mechanic for people in higher keys. And I think that that is important from a game design perspective. If you're going to talk about game design and how they should be maybe thinking about things, you have to realize that the first pull of Algathar Academy is not a tank mechanic for high-level tanks, because you can just call Cauterize and roll Dwarf and understand how to reset the bleed. But it's an impossible mechanic for the average tank, because the average tank isn't going to have that knowledge. And that's kind of what I'm talking about, if that makes sense. And so when you talk about the difficulty in the game, it's difficult because what are you referencing? We didn't stop that, by the way. That's going to be tough. I can probably heal this. If I need to burn Poison Cleansing Totem, I can. You know? And I've stood in fire. Well, of course, everybody has stood in fire at some point. But it implies that fire is a mechanic. But sometimes when people are really good at the game, like, you just have some people who are just never going to stand in fire, cheeky. Like, if you look at Dignitas's MDI run, they took 0 avoidable damage, aside from 1 melee. And you're like, okay. So in order for me to make the game challenging for them, I have to put in extremely punishing, high HPS, high damage intake, high this, high that mechanics, because they're really good. In order for me to make the game challenging for the average player, I need to put in a puddle. Does that make sense? Does that kind of cover what I'm trying to talk about here? That's what I'm trying to say, is just like the difference is astounding, and it's very difficult to cover both of them. But the problem is that people don't realize that, or maybe aren't willing to have that conversation with a little bit of context. And so you have some people who are a little bit more similar to the higher end of the play who go, but you don't understand. The game is boring and it's so easy. It's so easy. And I'm like, well, I just don't think that's the reality for a lot of people. I think that actually the game is, especially like this last season, there have been a lot of checks that are substantial. Holy fuck. My dwarf racial is off. We let that go off. I think I just reincarnate here, actually, and maybe try to save this. Whoa. If I had dwarf racial there, I would have lived. I just need to put it over here. Oh, I have no dispel for him. I have no dispel. I have no cap totem. Oh, I gotta make my UI a little better here. Cap totem should be here. Windrush totem is there. Kick is there. That one is so you have to stop evolve from going off, but also that pack just hurts. It's a CC or son. If the unavoidable damage is high, and there are pools, the casual player is probably going to host. Exactly, Exilin. And for what it is worth, though, it's that is a tough thing to talk about because I am of the opinion, I love the fact that this game is access. I enjoy this game. I ultimately don't want to be elitist or gate things behind a mentality of, but everything should be super hard. Like I don't appreciate that mentality at all. I very much think that you don't want the game to be boring, but you don't need to make the game that hard in order for it to be entertaining and in order for people to enjoy it. And it's because the average person is actually not of the level of the people who are vocal about changing the game. Like if you think about who has a podcast, the people who tend to have a very loud voice in WoW are the ones who have more pedigree, history, and get to play with DPS players who make certain mechanics seem really boring. But it's kind of like saying, like, Mythic Lura, whenever you hear... That's a pretty bad example, in my opinion, but it's nonetheless an example where when Max says, man, they have Omega Turbo nerfed this last boss. I mean, this boss is a joke. It's not a joke for most people. It's a joke for Liquid or the highest level guilds in the world. But it would be incorrect to say that, you know, does that make sense? That's actually a weird take to think, well, it's actually a joke for everyone. That is simply not true. It is actively very difficult for almost the entire player base. We didn't do the mechanic. So there. Extra action button and run away. It's balancing your focus between a ton of different things. People are just going to stand on fire because they tunnel on something hard. Yes, and that cognitive ability and that cognitive bandwidth is part of what makes it entertaining and also part of what makes it fun, Cheeky. Like, that's not a bad thing that WoW has that friction, but that friction is enjoyable. The part of the friction that isn't enjoyable for most people is when they feel as though they cannot focus on the things they want to focus on because the game is so complicated, because their rotation is so complex, they literally can't focus on what they want to focus on. Like that is actually ends up being anti-fun gameplay instead of fun gameplay, simply because what they really want to be able to do is think, okay, I want to learn the dungeon, I want to do the thing, but actually I can't because I'm playing this, and if I just look away for like 0.2 seconds and lose focus, then it's over for me. Like, I don't think that's fun. Does that make sense? And so that's a design, though. We have to break that really fast. Did I not get far enough? Okay, or do I have to plan healing cooldowns there? I thought I planned healing cooldowns for the intermission, when people are inevitably going to get hit. Still didn't break. Should be break. Should be insta. Near insta. 0.1% NA midnight for. So, well, you can't compare scores between the seasons because that just depends heavily on like what the key levels are and how the keys are structured and stuff like that. But the 1% is certainly higher than I thought it would be. For what it is worth, the 1% is way higher than I thought it would be, Cheeky. Why is it so high? Also, it will get much higher. So one thing that people may not realize, if you're pushing for the 1%, but you have never pushed for the 0.1%, the last 2 weeks of the season is going to go up a lot, especially because 1% is easier to carry your friends. And it's not that people will buy it. Obviously, that is a part of it, and everybody knows that, like, oh, well, some people are just going to end up buying the 1% or whatever it is, like buyers are a thing. That's actually not what creates the real escalation of the score. it's like you're gonna have a lot of people who log in and like they had Resil 15 and then they go, oh, you know what I really want? I want the 1%, but they have friends in WoW, and so they basically just make a decision and they go, hey friend, help? And they go, yeah, 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 of course, because I got Resil 21, I got you. So the Resil system on top of some other systems are gonna make the 1% skyrocket probably by an entire key level, give or take. Like if it's Resil 20 with some 21s 2 weeks before season end, I have a feeling that it is going to be much higher than that by the actual end of the season. Like the 1% is probably going to be way higher than you think it is. Does that make sense? A lot of people are pushing higher. Midnight Season 1 always has better representation than any other season. So first of all, this is a Season 1. It's a Season 1 of an expansion. So that's like a big ups. Like that's like a big deal. But I also think... Let me just make sure I heal this properly. I think I need 2 totems out, and then I just have like a little bit of healing preps. Watch the dots. Unleash life. And then how do I have a... I want to use this button plus this and just instantly break this. Yeah, perfect. That's an instant break. That's how it is. They nerf Resto Shaman health not going up? Oh, no. I haven't committed big cooldowns. I think that big cooldowns are probably better committed here on the intermission because people are going to take a bunch of melees. Yeah. I just didn't commit cooldowns. I feel rest. I just healed. This is my first key I'm healing. People are learning mechanics. I think this is the first time that some people are doing this dungeon, so it's hard to say. And this is the first time I am healing this dungeon on any healer. I decided Resto Shaman was going to be my first test, but I also haven't played Mistweaver or anything yet. So I don't have thoughts currently. I would not be able to answer that question yet. I would like to give you a better fair shake before I answer that question. This is only a 12. It is not a coordinated group. We have done some bigger pulls. I feel as though my totems are not pushing health bars up a ton, especially with the nerf recently, but feels okay. Hard to say. What's up, Blue Yoshi? But also it depends, like, again, avoidable like healers are weird because you have to test them in multiple groups in multiple instances, because one of the weird things about healing is that it is very variable depending on who you're playing with. Like if no one, like this mechanic here, for example, how many melees are people taking? Do I have to commit cooldowns? Like what point of the fight? Like I don't know. Healing is a weird one. So I need to test with many different groups. Some people, I want to test in some pugs that have no idea what they're doing. And I want to test in some groups where everybody knows exactly what they're doing, because both of those will give me a better interpretation of what healing is actually like, if that makes sense. A lot of players also don't check logs in 20s. You see some DPS players that are accidentally boosted. Easier to get boosted as a DPS than it is to get boosted as a tank or a healer. And you can fight me on that. I will gladly fight you on this. I think a lot of people are still of the opinion that DPS is somehow way, like, competitively difficult with tanking and healing. It is not. Some people really think that. I can't understand that take. There's a lot of takes where I feel like we can have a conversation, but how DPS comparatively to like what tanks and healers have to deal with is not very comparable, I think. DPS and healers, so when you're actually healing. So healing is variable. If I am playing with a Giga comp who takes no avoidable damage and gets kicks, yes. If I am playing with an average pug, no. It's very interesting. Like healing is one of those things where if I just want to be slamming my DPS buttons, but I'm playing with Omega players, yeah, it's not that hard to heal. If I am playing with like an average pug, it's impossible to heal because I don't know who's taking damage. Does my tank need me? Is he going to be okay? What pulls are we doing? Are we going to be going like there's so many factors that go into it. An example being this next mini boss is really tough in the new dungeon, but it might not be tough for coordinated groups who just know what they're doing and don't actually take a bunch of extra damage. Did we get that stop, or do I now have to commit big cooldowns to get through it? Like, yeah, it's healing is very, 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 very variable. It can actually be frustrating how variable it is because This season, M9 as an example, several weeks ago, I was on my Mistweaver. I joined a pug. They took me because they recognized my name, not because I had enough IO. And I did a 21 Algathar Academy. One shot it, not that hard, felt pretty chill. I don't have Litany on my Mistweaver. I healed the 21 Algathar. Was chilling. Didn't seem that bad, to be honest with you. Then I walk into the my friend asks, can you come help me with this 17? Sure. So the 17 should be much easier because 17 compared to 21, I mean, you know, they're not even comparable. But it was impossible. We sat there chain wiping. I couldn't heal it for the life of me. I was working so hard. It was just like, it was not going to happen. And then we called it. It was a result. Is that my fault? Am I a bad healer? Was I not playing well? Or was I playing with people who didn't use defenses, among other things? Oh yeah, this guy sucks, by the way. If we don't know how to do this, we're probably dead right now. So this is another example. We're supposed to be kiting this. People aren't supposed to be really taking like as much fixate damage. This is impossible. This is going to be impossible for some groups, but then you also have people who are timing this on like a plus 19 and you say, how are they doing it on a plus 19? This is like an impossible mini boss, but actually we're just not doing the mechanic properly right now. So I'm trying my best to heal. Could I have coordinated better? Absolutely. But like we're supposed to be moving to the corners and positioning this a little better, and then this, and I made it through. So I was a good healer there because we are actually alive right now, even though maybe we shouldn't be. The first time that you heal it, you might not. I've seen the mechanic before, so I knew that I was going to get fixated by ads and run away. Did I take those melees? If so, like there's so many factors that go into just being a successful healer. These ads right here explode when they die, but if my team doesn't know that and they kill all of them at the same time without defensives, you know, maybe I was being lazy. Maybe we don't know that. It's actually one of the things that makes healing fun is the fact that it is so variable, but also one thing that makes it very frustrating because it's so like right now, like I'm just working overtime because I've still got these ads on me and I'm trying to move, but I should be trying to get toward the tank here. And then you see how we killed all the ads at the same time. That's one of those situations where, is that our fault? Ads explode when they die. On top of some other things, could I have coordinated better? Absolutely. You know what I mean? All good? All good? I'm enjoying. Chilling. So, hey, what's up, Mr. Nick Novak? How it be? How it be? Nick Dummy here. Haha. Well, it's a good... No, hold up. That was a bad joke. I was going to say a joke, but it wasn't that good. Dumped is a strong word. It is a strong word. How you doing, Mr. Nick Novak? Mr. Nick Novak. I know... My memory ain't what it used to be. Like, I'm a lot older than I used to be. I feel like I used to be younger and stuff. You're just gearing your shaman. How does it feel? Have you played PTR? Are you going to test PTR? Have you ever tried testing one of the new PTR cycles? We're talking about how healing is a very interesting role because your group makes it super variable in understanding whether it's easy or hard. So sometimes you can have a thing, you just raw dog it, that's fair. I like to raw dog cans of tuna. It's something that it brings a lot of criticism when anybody ever sees me raw dog a can of tuna because they're like, don't you need some like seasoning or like, isn't it dry? And I'm like, yes. But the thing is that sometimes if you're willing enough, you'll make it through the raw dogging, even if it's a little... This is a tough one. I'm going to stop while I'm ahead. I feel like there was no way forward with that joke. I feel like anything I said past that point was going to end up creating a situation that I didn't want to actually be in. So I'm going to stop while I'm ahead, but those who understand. The joke was there. So anyways, so like this pack right here is really tough to pull on top of everything. But we're going to figure it out. I'm going to dispel this. I have my big healing cooldowns and everything, though. But yeah, like, I think that it is a big factor in just understanding healers. And when you are learning to heal, that the variability of your run is heavily determined by how things pull, there's so many factors, and ultimately, sometimes it is your fault. Sometimes you could play better, and other times there is literally just only so much you could do. Is this a good key for Prez? Prez is still going to be a healer where if you really like playing it, you can probably get by. But it is going to be a lot of work. And that's going to be a you decision. If you always, just like a Blood DK or a different tank that might not be meta, if you really enjoy it, you can absolutely play it, but it's not going to be meta. Look at Awoo throwing the key. Right. I also tested Farseer in beta, and it sucks. Farseer, yeah. I had a Shaman play Farseer, and it was rough. Totemic, I still think, is the way. No, you're fine. Absolutely fine. You're fine. You're fine. So in this poll, there's like 4 different sources of AoE damage. Normal. I don't know if you can pull that together or not. Or people just have to press defensives or do more damage. Normally saying all DPS specs have a button they can use to interrupt casts. Yeah. But I think that all healer mains, if you are a healer main, understand the strife and the pain of just sitting there thinking, I plan my cooldowns perfectly, but at some level and some difficulty, I need you to help me. Like, there is a world where I just kind of need people to get the kick. I need people to understand that mechanic and use the defensive to help me out. There is only so much that I could do to compensate for people not doing that, right? And I do think that people normally don't understand what that level is and where it is. So right here, for example, I have Omega healing because we're about to get a bunch of jumps from these. My rogue is in danger, but now we let a cast go off of the Envenom. So that was a cast that wasn't supposed to be there. I have a poison cleansing totem. But since we have no defensives and we're clothies, we're going to be in danger. It's not like I'm healing this very poorly right now. This is just a really tough pull because we have a bunch of clothies. So another variable thing is this damage type here is physical. And if you're playing with DKs and Ret Pallies, they casually take 50% less damage almost compared to the comp we're playing with right now. Holy hard pull. Oh, it's a lot. Yeah, one of the things I want to do is make the videos, Cambria and Ritz. Like, one of the things I'm very interested in doing is making some stuff about why things are meta. Like, I made the Unholy DK video, and I was like, I don't think you guys understand. When I press cooldowns as an Unholy DK, I get a 20% DR for free. On top of the fact that I also have all of these things in my class tree that give me 12% stamina and 6% avoidance and null magic and this, and I also have AMS, and I have IBF, and I have Death Strike, and I have this. I also have this other thing that I can do. I also have better absorb shields. I also, like... And then it's like, well, alternatively, I play mage, and I have almost nothing, right? Like, there's just a strong difference. Healing a comp that is Devour Demon Hunter plus Unholy DK plus another Unholy DK is going to be a fundamentally different healing experience than healing a comp that is a Hunter, Elemental Shaman, and Ogavoger. Like, they're not similar in any way, shape, or form. They're fundamentally different. This is also, again, a cast. Right? Like, that's not the same experience for healing. And so, playing with, like, a very squishy comp makes you heal. You have to heal way more. Soak the beam, soak the beam, soak the beam. Soak the beam. There's only so much I can do. Soak the beam. I wonder if I'm supposed to be dumping some more chain surges, though. And they do less damage and the fight lasts longer. Also true, like, how many overlaps do you get and how many this do you get? Like, there are just so many factors that go into what makes a successful run when it comes to healing. Also tanking, by the way. Tanking has the same kind of issue that you just mentioned, by the way, Mr. Nick Novak, because a lot of understanding tanking is I make my plan, I can live for 55 seconds. And in a normal comp, 55 seconds is enough. But in this pug, it is not. Because actually, unfortunately, right, like the thing that happened was that my DPS stood in a swirly, and now that this thing is lasting for 59 seconds, is Jover. We actually have a res, right? I can spare link this. You can take the res. I'll go get this corner. And then... Oh, that's not good. The spirit link last. The spirit link lie. Recover. So, like, right now, if I were to fail to heal that mechanic, there would be a lot of people who go, healer diff. And it's like, well, the tank also died. But, you're right. I could have healed it better. However, I lost my presence of mind because the tank died. But there are still a lot of people who are like, healer div. If only we invited a different healer. Which is not entirely incorrect. So you gotta be able to keep your cool. Yeah, you gotta be able to actually like keep your focus, keep your cool, among other things though. Beta 12s are late. Well, it's only one dungeon too. Like the thing is, he died again. That's not good. We have another res. It's okay. I have healing tide. Soak. Wait a second. Healer diff. I'm working it. Wait, can't I lust? Oh yeah, we have lust. I lust. Hold up. Wait. Yeah. I got this. Hold up. Wait. Oh, there's another death. It's okay. We got this. Boom. That's the third res. We were good. We good. Yeah, it's kind of like the bicycle meme, right? Like I put the bicycle, I trip over my own bike, and then I say, what happened? Okay, hold up. Oh, I shouldn't have used that totem there. That is a healer diff. I actually just healer diff myself because I used my totem, and I shouldn't have used it there. All right, Earth Lily. Here we go. I got this. We're going to win. We're going to win. I got this. Here it is. Also, by the way, if you didn't know this, Vicious, if you have tested PTR or if you've never tested PTR before, fun fact, the scaling still exists from the previous PTR cycle where a plus 12, you are scaled to lower item level. You are 315, but a plus 15 and above, you are 328 as far as I know, which means that sometimes plus 15 is actually easier on PTR because you have 13 more item levels. So arguably, it's actually easier to do plus 15. Plus 19 does not scale higher than that. So, to be fair. That didn't feel too bad. I do want to make an HPS meter and actually sort out my UI just like a little bit. But yeah. Hello. Mr. Nick Novak. Let me give you a follow. I swear I've seen you before. I thought I saw you this morning, literally. I saw you somewhere. No, I did see you in the suggested this morning. It was either that or somewhere. I don't remember where I saw you. But hello. Thanks for coming to say hi. I was distracted slightly. Oh no, my computer's breaking again. What is this? Every time I alt-tab out of WoW, man. Maybe on TikTok or Instagram? Are you social media? You use social media? I use social media too, but I just basically post my cute cat. He's cute. I don't stream too much. You use social media? I have social media, but I just basically post my cat. People like cats. TikTok. You do it full time? Oh, that's cool. I don't know how to do social media full time. I am learning. I have had, since I started social media, do I have it? Yeah. You can find it there. The Instagram, TikTok, and then I got Facebook. You know what's weird, Nick? Across social medias, the social meds, I have had over 100 million views since January. And I don't really know what I'm doing. The secret apparently is cats. Yeah. But I can't access the creator program because I live in Thailand. And so TikTok can't pay me for the millions of views, unfortunately. But Facebook does. I started Facebook like in March. And I have actually made over $1,000 from Facebook. Isn't that cool? They paid me, and I was like, holy shit, what is this? Is this the secret recipe? Like, I just posted a 10-second reel of my cat. This is crazy. From brand deals anyways. I wish I knew how that works. I feel like, yeah, I wish I understood. I've had some things that have gone the virals, but I don't actually know how to do it. You know what I mean? Oh, what's up, Arson? I'm glad I caught you for a PTR key. I have not healed this dungeon before. I feel like I did okay, but it was cool to play with you. I hope that Affliction feels good. It seems to be good, but I hope it's having only your second time running it. Yeah, I'm excited to just continue testing stuff. I love PTR because I can play like a Resto Shaman, even though I actually have no idea. It is so. Oh, you don't like Affliction right now? It's not good, even though numbers wise it looks good. You just spam speed. Oh, that's not good. So playstyle wise, it's not fun. I see. Affliction is bugged. Hopefully they address the bug instead of nerfing it. So many things are bugged. Do you know about the Guardian Druid bug? Arson, if you have to go, no problem. But I'll tell you this. I don't know how Affliction is bugged. I might change healers a little bit. They did fix the bug already. I gotta tell you, this is a good one. I don't know who that is, Gorabeshan. Guardian Druid Apex, currently, when you activate it, it will pull every single mob in a 40-yard radius, ignoring line of sight. So effectively, you cannot, under any circumstance, test it. It is untestable. It is actually unplayable. I wanted to test it. I was super excited about testing it, but literally it will actually pull every mob in the dungeon without regard for anything. So, yeah, that's tough. It is not playable. Seed applies UA. It does? That's crazy. That's wild. Yeah, PTR, I think people do need to remember that PTR is always a buggy mess, and you should be careful about saying that anything is going to be meta or not meta. I will tell you, though, if you are curious, people have been asking Arson what the meta tank is going to be, and I can tell you. If I'm not supposed to, right? It's like a super secret point of information, but if you are curious right before you go, I will tell you what the meta tank is going to be. I'm sure people are curious about this. So let me load this screen, make sure my computer doesn't crash, because it has been doing that recently. And I will tell you. Give me just a moment. I don't want to alt-tab out because it's been kind of scary recently. All right. What's up, Fluffy Paws? Thank you for the subscribe to Tier 1 for 3 months in advance. Have a great day. Thank you, Fluffy. I hope you have a great day, too. Your name inspires joy. It's a 5-bear meta. No, listen. First of all, Guardian Druid does have a funny thing with it. But this is how Blizzard decides. Watch this. This is how Blizzard decides what to do with tank meta. So if you take a look behind me, the meta tank is going to be Brewmaster, which, to be fair, I kind of understand and almost agree with in many ways, because Monk was robbed this last season, and for the first half of the season, they finally had their time to shine. Everybody re-rolled Monk. People were playing Brewmaster for the first time in forever, and then bam, they got hoodwinked. They got absolutely hoodwinked. It was taken from them. So, yep, it's going to be a Brewmaster season. That's how they do it. Now, yeah, this is how it is. I mean, I don't make the rules. This is exactly how it is, and it changes every few hours. I wish that I was joking more about that. Like, part of me wishes that it was more humorous, but actually, that's kind of how they do it. Don't you feel like that's what they do? They take Warlock and they're like, which of the Warlock specs will be good, if any? And then they just go, bloop. This one is overtuned by 25% compared to the others. Like, I swear, that's actually how it does. I swear that's how they do it. Is demo. Like, they're just, sometimes it's not demo, sometimes it's destro. They actually hit button, and there's basically like a 5%. It's a little skewed. I would say for Warlock, given the history of Warlock over the last 5 years, it's what? There's like a tiny little sliver, 3% chance that it lands on Affliction, and there's like a 60% chance that it lands on Destro, and a 75% chance that it lands on Demo. And you're like, wait a second, Awoo, that doesn't make sense. That's more than 100%. And it's like, I don't make the rules. That's how it works. I swear their developers notes they put out on patch notes are all AI. I don't want to say that too directly, but it kind of does feel like sometimes it's a little AI. Sometimes. Okay. It does feel like that. Remember, if Affliction does need a buff, the right way to buff Affliction, because like I do think that Affliction needs a buff. Like it could use, especially on single target. So there is a way to balance Affliction. In the upcoming notes, you're probably going to see Affliction Warlock. Auto attack damage increased by 50%. That'll solve it. That's the way. As long as they take a look at buffing the auto attack damage of Affliction, you'll have decent single target without ruining the AoE rotation. Makes sense to me. You laugh, but that's what they did to Prot Pally in the previous season. That's literally what they did. It's not even a joke. It's genuinely like they were like, Prot Pally is paper. We acknowledge they're having a problem with survivability. And then they said auto attack damage buff by 50%. And we were just like, what? That's what they did. They literally did that last season. We were just like, what? What happened? How did this? Wait, what? And then they gave you 1% survivability on one of the talents. That was a choice note. I was just like, wait. Hold on, back. That's not right. Good night, Arson. I'll catch you later. Deco, have you tried Mistweaver on PTR? You told me you did, right? Ancient Teachings was higher than Way of the Crane. Oh, man. Yep. Is anyone here excited? I am Exiliant. Also Exiliant, I will be at BlizzCon. I'm going to be at BlizzCon this year. So I am very excited. I hope that they release some good notes. See if we could find people for 15 here. The hype train has begun. Yo. Sweet. There was a Techno Bean who donated bits for the ice cream fund yesterday, so I can order ice cream today. This is cool. What I'm most excited about is the hearing changes. What hearing changes? The announcements, like in-game? Gearing changes. Ooh. You like the gearing changes, Deco? It's not boring. I have thoughts about the gearing changes. I cannot tell you I am omega positive about them. I understand what they're trying to do with it. I just feel as though the result of them doing what they're doing with gear isn't going to work the way that they intend for it to work. I have a feeling it will create unhealthy friction instead of healthy friction, and it will make people dislike and lose trust in the game and systems versus create more community dopamine and positivity in the community. Because I see what you're saying. You like the actual items. Fair enough. Fair enough. I think that it's interesting that they have items. I don't like the incentive to Mythic Raid being completely tied to item level and a massive item level, right? Cape, you want to come? Windwalker. Sure, of course. Let me tell you this about Windwalker, of course. I think that it is problematic to enforce an item level incentive because item level has implications of access instead of just fun for player power. As in, it's not so much about how much damage you deal with or without the items, and it actually does come down into straight up getting into the group, which you might not be able to do without the items. And that will not be fun. Also, Burn Braid Pidge, yeah. My own symptoms have been flaring up recently. I was super sick for the last little bit. I'm feeling slightly better today. But it's been kind of tough. I'll probably just talk more about it later. I don't like the item level restrictions. The overdoes. I see what you're saying now, Deco. Yes, I think is cool that you're going to have these items, but I also think that as weird as it sounds, they're not going to actually be as cool because you're just going to end up needing all of them. Items used to be feeling exclusive, but not feeling. It felt good when you got them, but not crazy when you didn't have them. If that makes sense. Like, genuinely, it was like a wow, you see somebody with the legendary and you go, that's so cool. I can't wait for me to get that. But right now, if you see somebody with the item level ahead of you, you don't go, wow, that's so cool for them. You just think, that sucks for me. And it's because you know that you can't get into groups, especially when you want to. And it just limits your access. It literally limits your ability to play the game, which is not fun. It does not feel fun to get spam declined from looking for group. Like it actively feels, it feels really bad when you can't actually get into the keys and the rate. I mean, it'll limit everything because there will be a significant disparity instead of a minor disparity. Whereas Mythic Raiders had a crest advantage before, it was very within reason. And now it'll be several item levels. Direction they're taking Prez. Haven't been able to try Prez, so I can't say personally, but I have to see. The Prez needs a group buff, same as Blood DK. It doesn't matter what direction they take it in, it needs a group buff. It like physically needs one. It's not so optional, to be honest with you. You look like the Deep from The Boys. Thank you. I do like Octopus. Not really though. I ate Octopus once. I didn't like it, to be honest. Let me go to the bathroom real quick while we wait for this. Let me just run an ad. I'll be right back. One second. Who this? A mage? Sure. Can heal a mage. Also bio. One second. I'll be right back. Prez and Raid is different. Hold up, I'm back. Hello, Ella Love. And what language is that in the title? Oh, it's Thai. There is a tie in the title because I live in Thailand. Question. Mr. Nick Novak, are you still here? Well, hold on. Let me just ask you if you're here first, because before I out myself for being awkward, I want to ask if you're still here first. I'm assuming you had to go because you came to say hi earlier, and normally I'm very tired after stream, so this would make sense if you were not here. But if you are still here, I had a question. Nope. All right, cool. No need to be awkward then. Fantastic. In the little love, hello. Melisha, you're always excited about Prez. I know it's severely overtuned on PTR. Is it severely overtuned on PTR at the moment? I have not actually seen a Prez, nor have I tried it, so I don't know if it's overtuned currently. Be interesting. Raid healing was. Gotcha. I haven't paid attention to raid healing. I already know I'm not going to raid because I don't like it. To be honest, I actually just don't like it. What is overtuned from PTR, if you don't mind me asking? Bird, you want to be a mod in my chat? For what? For what purpose? But raid was doing 100%. No, that's not a good spot. No, that's actually the worst thing for preservation. No, Melis. No. So I can ban everybody. That is exactly how you don't get mod in my chat. Wait, no, that is the worst possible. No, yeah, that's really bad. So, all right, a lot of people don't know this. Right. So here's the thing. A lot of people misunderstand how PTR and beta cycles work. All right, listen. If you... That's not good. If you are S tier early on in PTR or beta, you are getting nerfed. You want to be solidly A. That's where you want to be just not powerful enough to avoid the nerf bat, but not bad enough to be ignored. You kind of actually just want to be either so dog shit that they have to fix you, or at least just good enough that they don't realize you're broken. This is and Prez struggles because it has no group buff. Like, you need it, and it's also complicated to play. And the way it heals Mythic Plus is not always productive for pugs. So you need Prez to be not where it is. That's bad. If it's good in raid, it is never going to be good in keys. It's literally an entire... You are completely bricked for keys. You do not want it to be good in raid. Hold on a sec. Almost. I know for a fact that Marksman... Yeah, Marksman's getting buffed. I saw a Marksman in this key the other day, and I was like, I couldn't do it. Yeah. They're trying to make everything as close to A as possible. Deathbound, I wouldn't mind that... Listen. Let me start this key in a second. I'm going to take some salt for a second. God, that tastes terrible. Ugh. That doesn't taste like a milkshake. Milkshakes are so much more delicious. All right, listen. Okay. I would not... Do you think... Somebody asked me this earlier, and I will actually respond to it while we do this, okay? Is it possible for them to ever get to a point where specifically tanks and healers, but also DPS, are not gate-kept in keys? The answer is the current design philosophy that they're heading down, no. Because there are 40 specs in WoW, and specifically for tanks, how in the world would you make it so that a Guardian Druid has a similar level of difficulty and tankiness than a Blood DK? They're so different than each other that it might actually be fundamentally impossible. Like, it might not be possible to get them feeling equivalent to each other. And then you say, well, what if you could manage to balance Blood DK and Guardian Druid? Then what about Brewmaster? Brewmaster fundamentally takes damage in such a weirdly different way than both of those things. Okay, then you say, well, how about a Vengeance Demon Hunter? And you say, okay, but if Vengeance Demon Hunter was going to be that good... Oh, let me just make sure I heal this. There's going to be a lot of damage here. Well, I need to check if that was me not healing enough, or I have no idea if it was defenses or not. So I can dispel this. Hold up. He's going to kite out here for a second. I would have to Spirit Link the next mechanic. I don't know if that pull... I think it's just a double of the ritual, guys, right? Maybe do single pull. Maybe don't combine. I don't know if it's a combining sides, though. Healing a PTR Bros add-on list. Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously my UI is not super set up. I think that if people... I can't tell. He actually used both a health potion. No Hellstone, but he did use stuff. I don't know how I'm supposed to deal with double healing absorb if he does that without people helping me. Thank you, Bird. Trying to balance equal power with homogeneous gameplays and smart design to begin with. Yeah, okay. So the idea is use all. Wait, Ritz Bits, who are you? Oh, that's you. That's you, Ritz? Oh, I didn't realize. I think it's just not... I didn't double that when I was doing this earlier. I think you just do that in the corner, not all of it together, personally. Let's see how this goes. I also impressed because I wanted something that wasn't too easy. I don't think Blizz from a business perspective wants everything to be balanced. That's actually true. That's a fair point, Mali, and I will say, it seems to me that they intentionally design things to create drama. I think you might be right about that. Good morning, Spec, or good evening for you. Good night, I suppose. It's actually quite late. Yeah, it's actually, you're not wrong about that, Mali. I think that you're kind of right. In many ways, I think that they do that. Drama sells. Yeah. I don't know if they try to create drama as much as it just happens, but yes. I got your Resil 20. Nice. Congratulations. That should be 1%. And if you need the 1%, if you need any more than that, you'll have it. Damn, we lost a tank. I don't know if you need to double it in this. Yeah. That was tough for me to heal. I could have pre-Apexed a little bit better, or I could have planned Spirit Link better there. But it's not exactly like, this is one of those, we're not exactly playing with a DK. Also, the reason you haven't seen Devour on PTR is because people don't want to play the thing they've already been playing for a while. So you won't see a lot of Guardians, a lot of Devours, a lot of DKs that are unholy, because on PTR, people want to test the things that they haven't actually been playing. Does that make sense? We could do a 12 too. I think 12 is a little better, but also you could just not do big pulls like that. They also do a lot of gating for sub time. That's true. The meta's another level for it. I don't think that's I feel like if they actually made it so that you could not re-roll meta or like whatever, but I have a feeling that you would see more. There's a Havoc. Oh, we missed them. I think 12 would be a lot easier to finish. It's the item level is different, Cape. In a 12, your item level is scaled to 315. In a 15, your item level is 328. So it's not quite 3 levels higher. It's a little harder, but it's not that much harder. We can do 12, though, if we want. And we're the only group. You could do 12. It's fine. We missed the snake cast. I think I also just needed to plan healing cooldowns a little better. But that's like you would need to coordinate defensives and stuff type pull. And I think that anytime you need to coordinate defensives, you might have a problem. A Feral Druid, absolutely. More accurate to the gear we make it early on. That's a tough one. You can't worry about that too much because you actually just fundamentally will have the tuning, and the final dungeon will be different. So I wouldn't worry too much about the application of what we see right now compared to what we'll see on live. You don't want to be you're not practicing this for the sake of getting good at live keys when it comes out. Did I even grab 12, by the way? I don't think I did. What's your favorite healer to play regardless of balance? Prez. Actually, I like Preservation Evoker. Is always going to be my hard healer. In terms of what I want to play on the stream, probably Resto Shaman or Mistweaver because they're easier. Like, Prez had a problem where when I first started streaming, I realized that I wanted to talk to people as I played the game, and then I ran into a significant issue, which is that Prez is hard to play in keys, and if I missed a ramp by 2 seconds, everybody was dead. So there were too many times where I had to basically be like, hold up, guys, gotta lock in. And then I couldn't actually play and stream at the same time, and I made a decision that I wanted to be able to stream, so I had to pick up something that was going to be less punishing and a little bit more accessible for me to split my attention. And Prez wasn't on it. That's tough. Here, a pair of 289 pants. I just spam tier 10 with bonus rolls. Yep. If you want those, if it drops from a specific dungeon, then yes. You just spam the bonus rolls there. Okay, I got the 12. How's the condensation buff? Altura Mama. When you say condensation buff, what do you mean by condensation buff? The compensation buff for what? The compensation, right? Not condensation? Because I am playing Resto Shaman, so you said condensation buff, and I do technically just splash people with water, so I'm actually not sure if you mean... Is there like a Resto Shaman ability that I'm not familiar with that is somehow called condensation? Because I'm looking it up right now, and I can't find it. I have a feeling that you meant compensation buff. The 4-set condensation. Is that the name of the condensation? Is that actually the name of it? Related to the tier set. I haven't noticed it. I've only been able to do one dungeon. Oh, it is called condensation. You're right. It actually, to be fair, you were absolutely right. I didn't know that it was called condensation. Haven't noticed it that much. I've only tested one dungeon thus far. I was going to do a 15, but also the first time we were doing it, people were learning the dungeon. Right. I see. I see what you mean. Nerf condensation. My healer is dripping in sweat right now. Give me your pants are on. Good luck, Inlo. Good luck. I think target farming items is tough. I find target farming to be really obnoxious. I won't do it. But I'm also the type of person who kind of believes I can make it work, even though I have not. I don't think that I compete at a level where I need Omega, Giga, Ultra, Fantastic, BIS setups. So I kind of believe fundamentally that I can sort of just get by. Now that might not be wise. Also, we accomplished the ice cream fund already. So I'm just going to put this here because I'm ordering ice cream right now. So like my UI right now, is it good? No. Can I figure it out? Yes. I kind of believe that. And it's also the same thing of, ooh, a VDH. All right, I want to see a VDH. Come here. Bring the VDH gameplay. I want to see how hard you are to heal. Nice, we got a VDH. Good. I sort of believe that I'm not doing what would be in this one live would be something like a plus 23 or plus 24 that would actually demand me to basically just do everything I can. I think that if I put in 90% or 95%, I'll be just fine. So I sort of don't believe in min-maxing to that degree. Hi again, Shaman. Hello. Who dis? Demon Stress. Do I know you? Who are you? Hello. Hello. Who dis? Wait, he said, uh-oh, this is awkward. He said hi again. I don't know who dis. Wait, I feel bad. I have a bad memory. When people say hello, who is this? I know the name. I've seen this. I've seen him before. I just can't place him right now. New phone, who dis? I don't. He didn't clarify with me. Who dis? He just said, you took too long? Thank you, Mr. Pants. First of all, my party chat didn't even come out right. He just said, uh-oh. Okay, this isn't working. Everything's bugged. He didn't say anything. I said hello, but I was kind of waiting for him to follow up and be like, oh, I played with you before. There was supposed to be a follow-up conversation, but he has said nothing. He was supposed to go, this. What? Hello? Hi, Marcus. Insert socially awkward penguin name. That's me. Do I have any cutting edge? No. Uh, Actually, no. The times that I have mythic rated, no. I always stop any sort of guild stopped before last boss. So no. Oh, the game. Bro, what is this? Did you guys see that? Dude, my computer's been having some issues, man. Does that count? Well, I don't count chimeras. That doesn't count as a cutting edge. That doesn't count. I'm more the raid tier that I was the most serious about was Aberrus and Shadowlands, and then I played Emerald Dream a little bit. But I can't say that that counts because both of them I did not actually. I don't like it. Like Echo of Neltharion Prague was not fun, and then the last two bosses, although I eventually went back and did it, doesn't really count. And then I get no, well, that's not true. Faded Seasons, both Faded Seasons I played, but that doesn't also really count. So actually, that's not true. I got Mythic Frog and Tindril. I progged that. Dude, what is my computer doing? Can you guys see this? Tell me if you can or cannot see this, and if that is happening for everyone. Is it this new dungeon or like what is this? Like my game is. You guys can't see anything flashing on my screen because my game actually just breaks for a second. Okay, where are the flasks that I bought? Let's get a flask here. It looks like your game froze. Camera works, but nothing else. Looks frozen. Is it back? Can you see it now or no? Oh no, the game's still frozen. All right, I'll try to reconnect it. Nothing flashing. You're frozen though. Let's just pray that my computer doesn't have any issues. Okay. World of Warcraft. Open, close. Uh-oh. Maybe your OBS is cooked. Dude, something's been weird. Yesterday, my entire computer crashed, which wasn't good. And then that was obviously bad. All right, here. We will... I have to just reconnect it, maybe. 1 second. Do, 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 do. Capture specific window. Better? Hello? 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 Uh-oh. That's not good. Okay. Capture any full screen application. What about this? What's up, Angel? That's okay. I'm fixing it. Hello? First time doing this dungeon. No problem. Good stream. It was nice while. No, I'm still here. I just have to figure out why this window capture thing isn't working. So there's another option, but I don't want you guys to see what my screen actually looks like. If you think my UI is bad, wait till you see how I read both chats. That would be hilarious. All right. WoW Retail. Okay, so I'm just going to make a new game capture. Game capture. WoW PTR. Create new. Capture specific window. Window. WoW T. Good. Did that work? Why didn't that work? Okay. Here. Did it work now? Oh, that's not good. Okay. So there's another option. It's just not a good one. But we could do it. It's just, okay, so it's like, I can't do screen capture. Dude, I think that something's wrong with PTR. Because yesterday, PTR crashed my stream. And then this happened. But hold up. Okay. I have a plan. What's up, Angel? Blame Blizzard. I can exit the game. I have to restart real quick. I'm having deja vu. Oh, wait. Was he the Pally last time? Option 3. Streamlabs. No. I got this. Hold up. Okay, I'm just going to exit this. I'm just restarting real fast. We pray very much that this is not somehow in my stream. If we crash, we crash. Oh, well. I'm ordering ice cream in the meantime. I want vanilla. It's probably one of the only times in my life that I am into vanilla. Like, I just want plain, regular, no fiber ice cream. Imagine putting fiber into ice cream. Cool. World of Warcraft, Midnight PTR. Press play. Onion milk ice cream? Absolutely not. Manually capture your monitor with your webcam? No. You would be shocked. You would be absolutely stun locked by how little I know about streaming, Cape. Or anyone. You would probably be very surprised. Considering how much I do this, I know extremely little about it. All right, hold up. Food, ice cream, Swenson's. Please don't break. Please don't break. Okay. Are we back? Did this work? Please show gameplay. Did it work? Is this still not working? This is really interesting because I see it here. Oh, there it is. It's back. Okay, good. We're live now. Fantastic. Okay, yes. All right, we good? We look? We good? Are we back? Yay. Do you guys want to see what my screen actually looks like when I play the game? At the end of yesterday's stream, no. I'll show you for a second. Screen capture. Ready? So this is how I do it. I'm like here, and then currently this is the best option I have, where I'm like here, and then you guys are like right here, and then like you guys are over here, and then like so this is the YouTube, and then this is the Twitch. So I play like this. It looks okay though. Yeah, it's helpful. Okay, let me update the IO tracker because actually yesterday at the end of stream, some real OG came in and then just donated the bits so I could order ice cream today. And Kitty was also excited about the ice cream today. It's called Transparent Twitch Chat Overlay. It's helpful. And the other one is called Ghost Chat. All right. Okay. Fixed. Oh, good. Oh, the gap between the group display though. Maybe put an ad there to block your vision. Yeah, maybe. Okay, after this, remind me. I'm getting up. I'm standing up after this key. I'm starting to get that lightheaded feeling. I didn't put on my leggings today. Probably should have done that. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. Plot twist. We're going. 3, 2, 1, go. Activate key. Wait, I didn't order ice cream. Remember to export your Xbox. Yeah. Whoops. Yes, they still have the promotion for the mini quartz. You get 4 mini quartz for $15. Oh, it's the same pally tank. Okay, so we're going to do the same pull, except this pull is one of those pulls where it shouldn't technically be that bad, but it absolutely does require your team to help you. And I'm dead. That's not good. That's less than ideal. So it's not that it's impossible to heal or anything. But without a DK or comp who will actually use defensives, I don't know if it's a good pull. Boom. I don't really need to be casting. All right, we go Cap Totem for my tank. Because that was avoidable damage just now. Like that, there's no way that that was real damage. Yo, this VDH is kind of pumping. I don't want VDH to be meta. They can take another backseat for a bit. Okay. So quick reset. I'm assuming that, so we A, have the cast go off. Okay. Let me just check death logs. I'm assuming that was avoidable damage, right? Let me see. Yeah, Venom Splatter, Piercing Hiss. So without a DK and kicks and stuff, I don't know. Because that was double cast on top of stuff. We can reset fast though. It's not so how do I explain this? Give me a second. First of all, just reset. I wish I could explain this. Watch this. I have a way to explain this. Just because a tank can live a pull does not mean that you should do the pull. Yeah. When somebody says they have never done this dungeon before, I feel like you just reset, and I know that you want to do the pull, but there is a significant difference with respect between doing it with a group that has done this dungeon many times and stuff, and will get kicks and use defensives, compared to a group that doesn't. And it's not actually a fun experience to pull bigger if people will die and fight for their lives. DPS do not like that. You might think they do, but they don't. I thought I waited enough, but that's okay. Let me first of all stand up because I'm just getting lightheaded. I should also lift some weights today, technically speaking. I have to stop making so many controversial videos, Wiz. Many people are upset with me right now because I keep making some controversial videos. And one of the... Thank God for water caps. Listen. One of the controversial things I would like to say is... Stop overpulling. What did you do except for clickbait titles? Yeah, we can reset. It's okay. Toxic. Yeah. Can I order my ice cream first? All right, let's go. Who are familiar? Wait, Handu. We played this week or whatever. But just pull safe. No one. Anything. I'll just tell them. Pull safe. Like, I don't mind testing for reasons of testing, but yeah. No, we're not. No. No one. Don't say I have green triangle. It's a PTR 12. Stop calling kicks. No. Stop. This is the whole. We're messing. Hold up. Listen. No calling kicks on a plus 12 on the PTR. 0 calling kicks. No. Don't do this. Don't do this. No. This is a red flag behavior. Yeah, I seriously think that it's a problem. What does Kitty want for ice cream? She just want like chocolate chip? Ugh. What ice cream desire? What ice cream desire you? It's okay. I might not actually have. No, stop calling kicks. Stop calling kicks is a bad idea. I was doing a coaching call earlier today, Wiz, and No, listen. I was in a coaching call, and I was trying to explain that sometimes as a tank, you will just fail. And if you took best tank in the world, if you, for example, were to take, you could argue who the best tank is, but currently, like if you took Andy on his bear, and you put him into an average plus 20 Mysara Caverns, I would assume, actually, the success rate of that plus 20 would be very low because the expectation simply won't be met. And the way that you should make decisions in that plus 20 is going to be fundamentally different than the way you would make decisions at plus 25. They're not similar. You cannot rely on people in the same way. You can't simply call things. And I think that it's a skill that is very difficult to communicate to tanks and healers and just in general people who play at a high level, is that the game is fundamentally different at different levels of play. Okay. And so you would have significantly more, I'd say people a little more upbeat. Oh, I mean, I'm having fun. I am actually having fun. This is just, I'm using this as an opportunity to have a conversation that probably should be had in the World of Warcraft community. Because I've played at a level, I don't have the mental wherewithal for this right now. All right, basically for the next 5 minutes, I am not going to be Awoo. I'm going to be regular streamer dude. Are you ready? This is the thing. The next 5 minutes, I'm going to be regular ass streamer dude. Okay? So what's my name? You tell me. What's my name? Give me a name. What's a good like regular streamer name? What do you think? Angelo. All right. So I am Angelo, or maybe like I'll have a D'Souza Carlos take. Chet. Chet's a great name. I agree with Chet. All right. So next 5 minutes, I am now just Chet. All right. Why do you pull so small? The fuck? Why is he doing this? The fuck? I stole aggro. Wait, I hit this thing. Like, why didn't the tank get aggro? The fuck? Bad tank. Bro, use a defensive. Bro, use a bro, pull more. Bro, what the fuck is this? Bro. The fuck is this tank doing? Bro, why is he taking so much damage? Do I need to heal him or something? What the fuck? Bro, why is he so bad? Bro. Fuck, you think Chet's toxic? Fuck, you're toxic. You bitch. You're toxic. I'm a little too good at this. Hold on. I'm feeling a little bit. I'm starting to get a little too good at this. This is scary. No, wait, hold on. I said for 5 minutes. That hasn't been 5 minutes yet. Something, your mom. Huh. Bro. Like, pull more. Chain. Bro. Faster. Bro, what is this Feral Druid doing? I'm the healer. Let me do the mechanic. Bro, do more damage. Bro, why is the tank? Why did he pull? I was doing the mechanic over there. How come? Why did he do this? Doesn't he know this is hard to heal? I mean, it's not hard to heal. People just use a fucking defensive, right? Like, holy shit. Why are people so bad at WoW? Bro, I have aggro. Bro, stop. I have aggro. What the fuck? Why we pull this shit? Holy shit, who pulled this? Motherfucker's trolling my key, bro. Bro, how come they're fucking pulling this shit? This is a bad pack. Doesn't he know? This is a terrible pack. Inefficient count. Wait, inefficient is too big of a word. It's too big. Bad pull. Bad tank. Fuck, bro. I would be like title if I didn't have to play with these idiots. If these people were good at the game, I would be like, I feel like I would be race the world first if I wanted to be. Bro, where the fuck is the Feral Druid? Why is he over there? This is literally like, am I even wrong? The thing, okay, now I'm back. But am I even wrong? Let me ask you a genuine question. That didn't sound that wrong to me. That sounded, I swear I've heard everything I just said is actually like pretty stereotypical. I feel like I did a really good job, disturbingly good job. Yes, I'm a little scared of myself right now. I feel like I did too good. Maybe this is my future. Maybe the streamer money that I don't have will corrupt me. And instead of just buying like ice cream for myself and chilling with my cats or something, dude, bro, tank. You know what I mean? Yeah, maybe this is the new me. Because like people keep saying that like streamers make a lot of money, but I haven't figured out how to make this happen yet. So maybe this is the key. Maybe you got to be more divisive. Think of the power jet. There's nobody. I really significantly imagine that was somebody's first impression of me. That would be. I would almost feel awkward and bad about that. You think that's somebody's first impression of me? That'd be rough. Well, unsub. No, obviously this is not the new me. I couldn't do it seriously even if I wanted to. There have been worse first impressions of me. No, I feel like you could defend. Well, okay, I take that back. I was gonna say some shit, and then I immediately decided not to, because that would probably be a bad idea to say that. What did you do this time? How come? What does he mean? What did I do this time? Why did it have to be? What did I do? Why can't it be? What did they do? I did nothing wrong. Me? You want mint chocolate chip today? All right, Val, I'll get you mint chocolate chip. I mean, oh wait, I can't do that. It's like that's a gang sign. I'm like 90% chance you did something. Hold up, wait a second. I've got this. What am I supposed to say in this situation? Because hold on. Let me think about this for a second. Kitty is an attractive female who I would like to bed. If this is the case, I am supposed to express my emotion and desire to. How am I supposed to? What is the normal bro way to do this? I think if I really like her enough, I'm pretty sure the right thing to say in this situation, based on my understanding of bro science, is I can't do it, man. I want to do it. I can't. I'm actually trying. Like really, like I'm actually. There's a real part of my brain right now which is saying, just do it, Awoo. Just say it. And it's like I can't. I can't do it. You know, I feel like it's there's like a. It's much harder than it seems. It's not so easy, man. Yeah, maybe I'm just not cut out for this. I can hear her yelling downstairs. What were you gonna say? Something bad. You're not disrespectful enough? Yeah, that's probably why I don't get no bad bitches. Like, I gotta up my disrespect. That's true. That's a good point. Like, I can't do it. Like, really? Like, part of my brain is I have so many creative things that I could say, but all of them feel wrong. Like, none of them feel. I'm not going to say any of them. Whoop. Oh, the tank died. Do we have a res? I don't think he has it on his bars. I could Spirit Link, and then we could probably save it, but it's okay. Oh, no, we used the res already. That's okay. I was curious to see VDH like single target damage and stuff. Nah, I can't do it. Sorry. You won't get toxic Awoo today. I tried. Chicken? Cheers for Pilaf. To be fair, Pilaf, he is kind of funny. How did the tank die? He turned his back and got meleeed, no? Hydra Strike. Each of Ravi's 3 heads. 3 heads, you say. Strike the current target, inflicting physical damage. That's why. We need Awoo after hours? No, we don't. Okay. I'm getting Kitty 1 midnight mint chocolate chip. For reference sake, don't take dating advice from me, but it is important for you to probably know that that's not actually how you get bad bitches. Real bad bitches respect. 1, 3 vanilla, 1 mint choco chip. Add to basket. Place order. Nice. I was planning on sleeping with your stream, but knowing you're in that toxic, I'll have to find something less toxic to have as background sound. Wait, Stargazer, are you being legit right now? I actually can't tell if you are being legit. I was about to say, hold up, wait a second. No, wait. That seemed a little bit too sincere. Are you getting me or did I get you? Wait a second. Wait. Uh-oh. Are you uploading logs after runs? No, I forgot to log this run. This one is not run. This one's not logged. Okay, let's go. Ready. This is just for fun testing. Wait, that seemed very legit. Uh-oh. Well, I don't think I'm supposed to laugh at this. I have a feeling I'm not supposed to laugh at this, but oh well. I'm gonna go serve myself some baked chicken. Okay. The truth is, I feel like the longer that you're on the internet, the more you have to accept the fact that people will just clip you out of context. And I think it's something that, whoa, that didn't have a visual. That was supposed to have a visual. Yep. Well, the tank gets massively hit after this. Isn't that out of context? Nah, context still needs to be applied. Because I think that it's actually like it's a skill that is just really critical to develop in the modern era, is understanding what you see as a 10-second clip is not representative of the person that you are judging. And if you are going to judge somebody off of a 10-second clip, you are trolling. Like, you're trolling the potential of... You're trolling yourself more than anyone else. It's not just me that has to go through that, of course. But it's any media that you consume, you have to understand at the late stage of 2026, this is cultivated specifically for you. And it is cultivated based off of what you have responded to. So if I am able to rage bait you with a 10-second clip, there is a level of, I think, personal responsibility at some point that you do have to be a problem, though. Starting to talk about it, Stargazer. It was a complete joke. I was being very reasonable, and someone, yeah. There was a specific reason, and I was saying how funny would it be if for the next few minutes I attempted to act like a regular dude streamer. It was a joke. It was a bad joke, but nonetheless it was a joke for context. I would not sincerely believe any of that. I was attempting to cosplay a standard bro, but I was surprisingly good at it. Apparently I did good enough for what it is worth. Yeah, that is the reason that it was so successful, is because it does actually happen. Correct. You're not wrong on that. It is a very real thing. You did good? Thank you. I appreciate your compliment. Yeah, I got you. All right, what was single target there? 48K only? I guess it's hard to compare because this is a 12, right? So we are scaled to 315. We have to actually try on a 15 at some point. Oh, this is going to be a rough pull. All right, preparing for pain. Big cooldowns. Oh, I can't use that many big cooldowns here. I have to kind of save some. I think this area of the dungeon could be tuned down a little bit, or at least... Oh, that's why we're taking so much damage. Okay, so we're super dead right now. We had pulled a caster in the back, and he just got his Empower off. I can kind of save this, like, a little bit, but not really. Nah, we're super dead. If any of your distractions took a moment to watch your stream, they change their tune. The fact they aren't willing to says a lot about their character. I don't think that's actually fair to say because I only have one opinion. My opinion is one of many. What's up, Beluso? And just because, I think you have to be careful with that mentality. Genuinely, I think you have to be very careful about that, Bird. Not good PCT is bugged. No, it's because the cast went off. There's a cast in the background, and if he gets his evolve off, that's happened. No. That's what happened with yourself personally. Oh, okay. Yesterday, somebody came in as an example, and they were like, "Awoo, I think your content sucks, and you have really bad takes about the game." And I was like, "Oh, okay. Could you tell me what, like, which of my takes you disagree with, and would you be willing to have a conversation with me about it?" And they were like, "Yeah, this one." And I said, "Okay." And then we had a conversation about it. And I thought that was a very productive conversation. I don't mind people disagreeing with me. In fact, I welcome it because it's important to understand that part of the complication of World of Warcraft is the fact that there are so many different types of players. You know? What's up, Charcoal? Did they fix the Druid Apex? No. I tested, well, as of yesterday, the answer is no. But it's difficult to say because you could take Guardian Druid as an example where for a lot of people, right? Yeah, sorry, it was, if you had just tuned in at exactly that moment, I was cosplaying as a normal dude. I was sort of attempting to perhaps make fun just a little bit of how many people are super toxic without any understanding of why things are happening in the key and et cetera, et cetera. Like many streamers and content creators rely on inflammatory rage bait based content to fuel their careers. And that's cool for them. I actually won't judge them for that because you know what? It works. And there's a reason they do it. The people demand it. And many times, if you actually just if you listen for a second, and I love listening to WoW podcasts. I'd love to make my own WoW podcast at some point soon. I kind of made like one episode recently. It was a very impromptu episode, but I'd love to continue on with it. But you know, the bench and the Potty C and whatnot, they're giga content, but so many times they start out with, "We need more drama." And I'm like, do we need more drama? Are we sure? Like, I don't think that's I don't think we should be asking for more drama. It's a little weird to me that would be we want, like, please, yes, somebody say something that it creates, fuss in the community because then we'll finally have drama. It's like, I would prefer there to just be more understanding and less drama. So that's my own personal opinion, at least. So this is the PCT right away. Because this pack sucks. It's a very difficult pack. You can do it if you walk in and you have PCT on this. So for what it's worth, though, keep in mind, it works. There is a reason that people pursue that because it does work. Also, hi, Saffron. Charcoal. So with Guardian Druid is an interesting example of this exact point that I'm trying to make. You had a bunch of people who were upset that the no Apex was so powerful because many people found it to be relatively boring gameplay. Yeah. Hi, Vati. Like, I think that it was a general consensus that many people were like, look, I don't like the no Apex. I'm sad that it is this powerful because I want a more active rotation with more to manage, and that's how I enjoy the game. Fair enough. That isn't me. I don't agree with that. I personally really liked the no Apex, and that is something, there's a reason I was playing it well before it was considered powerful, because it fits my playstyle. But I would never and have never said that is the best thing for the game. I think it is a good thing for the game that people have the option to play something that might be easier for them to understand how to engage with. I think that tanking as a role, it is a good idea to make a tank have the option to have a straightforward, simple playstyle like the no Apex. But there are those who would prefer a more complicated, nuanced rotation. Fair enough. Imagine that I was truly inflammatory. What I would say instead was, They're messing Guardian Druid up. They've ruined the spec, brain dead. No one intelligent. You're trolling if you do this and you like this, etc. Whatever. It is okay that these things exist. They're not for me, or maybe they are for me. But there are so many different perspectives in WoW. That's one of the reasons we like this game. Does that make sense? But like that's part of the whole fun of WoW, is that we have so many different perspectives. And we have to be careful, in fact, of pretending like that isn't the case, because we will prevent new players from having the potential to learn and enjoy and figure out that the game is fun. I don't think that's healthy. And so what I don't appreciate is when we yell at people, or are, in fact, very toxic for just somebody expressing their opinion of, I like doing it this way. The only right answer to that, whoops, I should have spare link for the tank. I saw 10 poison stacks there. The only right answer is, I'm glad you had a good time. Who am I to say? But Bird, what you were saying about people coming in here and detractors basically coming in, at least giving me a chance on stream, I also think that that's wrong. Because of course there are going to be people who disagree with me. And you know what? Good. That's the whole point. Like, I'm okay with that. Awoo must eat Dota too. I don't think I do actually want to. That's I'll be mad. I think this might be a reset. But the idea here, oh yeah, we can't break it, right? Because there's not 4 people. It won't count if there's not 4 people, yeah? Oh yeah, it's a reset. Not everybody has to give me the time of day. I am not everybody's cup of tea. And you know what? I'm okay with that. Like, I'm not everybody's cup of tea. I want to provide a conversation and a space where people can have that conversation. VDH in the right path. VDH has problems where you, still have the RNG element of it. The aggro is going to be worse, but I think more importantly, VDH suffers from it's not a good pug tank situation. I genuinely feel as though VDH, its main issue at Pikuros is, even if it is powerful, especially if it's meta, it is a very bad pug tank, because you rely a little bit too much on your DPS killing things on time, even more than prop pally. You can make a plan and live, but if one of your DPS is not pulling their weight and the pull that is very difficult to do is 15 seconds extended, you are in danger. And then your survivability is a lot of RNG. I don't think it's good, even if it is meta. But does that make sense, Bird, in my opinion? And Charcoal, for what is worth. Tanking to me is hard enough managing without pulls, though. I think pre-nerf and EC were fun. I didn't like how Apex played in keys, because my priority was being able to talk to people, have a good time on stream, and whatever, right? Especially with tier set multipliers, if you hold your sigil, someone will die in a pug. It's not just the aggro, but it's specifically because of how their defensives work right now. It's one of those, you have to be super careful about the timing of pulls. Shouldn't do keys, and you do, yeah. That was the D'Souza thing on the bench. I heard that. Obviously, Stargazer. Something that doesn't seem... Okay, how do I say this? There's a lot of people who would be very upset that you might have the opinion that parents should not be joining keys from that conversation, yeah? They're not wrong, but they're also not right. And believe it or not, both sides have an actual say in this, because it isn't as simple as, well, no. And it's actually not as simple as, well, yes. And I think that that is something that we maybe lack on the online discourse nowadays, is for some reason people are you either have to agree with something entirely or disagree with it entirely. And if you are anywhere in between or believe that there might be some just gray area for this, then you are, again, it's that same thing where I start attacking you as a person and saying, well, then you're just stupid, or you're just this, or you're just that, right? And it's actually not either of those things. It is a combination. There's a gray area. Makes sense. If I know that I have work in 30 minutes and the key should take 25 minutes, there's a world where I don't join the key because what if it goes over? Like, what if I'm wrong and it should be like this, but, you know, we have a wipe and then all of a sudden they can't finish the key because I can't stay. I probably just shouldn't do the key. Now, obviously, no one should yell at me for that because that would be toxic and not cool, but it's a gray area. We have to be willing to, I think, have respectful discourse, knowing that people have difference of opinions. And you know what? Those difference of opinions are kind of okay to have. Oh, I have PCT down. I have PCT. It's not enough. Whoa. That's going to be super tough for melee. Just call and say you'll be late. Sometimes. Sometimes you can't, though. What characters do I plan on playing for Season 2? Me? I don't know yet. I might decide to change it up. Probably Guardian. I do like Guardian. But yeah, Charcoal, for what it is worth, it's not... Everybody has different priorities when they play WoW. I think that WoW is in its healthiest state when we respect the fact that there are other ways to play and there are different priorities. I think that that is ultimately a good thing for World of Warcraft. Oh, this is bad. We didn't actually break. Do you think Mistweaver Monk will stay meta? It's been heavily nerfed, and the reason why it was so powerful has been heavily nerfed. I think that could be problematic. Are you always a Guardian main? Actually, no. I have gone off and on Guardian for a long time. Not necessarily. I have played Guardian for an extended period of time, but sometimes no. I have mained Preservation Evoker in a season. I've played Resto Shaman for a season at some point. Sometimes I play Healer. I played Prot Pally. I've played Prot Warrior once, actually. I kind of like to go back and forth, though. No, of course. And if I was in a key with you, Stargazer, I would never, ever, ever be mad at you for being a good parent. Not in a million years. But I can also appreciate and understand why somebody would. For what it's worth. Actually. You know? I can. And yes, Struggle, the Apex is still super bugged. But also, if you thought Guardian Druid was degenerate before, there's going to be a very funny thing that happens. I've been saying this for a little bit. I don't know if you've been following along with the changes to PTR and whatnot. There is going to be an extremely funny thing that happens with Guardian soon. I don't want to tell you what it is, though. Part of me wants to, like, keep it in my back pocket. Part of me wants to basically not tell you what it is because I sort of don't want them to nerf it. People will figure it out. Because before, no Apex was something that it was like, wow, no one was a no Apex believer. But now that it has happened, for what it is worth, I think that more people will be willing to test some of the weirder builds with Guardian. But I also think that PTR in general serves as an opportunity for people to play things that they haven't been playing on live, which is why you don't tend to see a lot of like Devour Demon Hunters. I haven't seen a single Devourer, though. I'm used to them nerfing me. I mean, we'll see. They traditionally don't let the same tank be meta twice in a row, but we'll have to see how it ends up. I mean, Holy Paladin was at least mentioned in the last notes, but if you are a super Giga Holy Paladin enjoyer, it's definitely a bit rough at the moment. I think that HPAL could be in a tough spot. I'm going to use big healing cooldowns here. Have you ever played non-retail? I have, at different points. I can't say it hooked me for too long, but I have enjoyed them at different occasions. It's a Spearlink. No, what's up for? Oh, that tank is almost dead. Single parent, I should never do keys then. I am not saying it's Stargazer. I would never judge you, once again, for being a parent and being a good parent. Would never dream of it. But I can understand, and you have to be able to appreciate the fact that some people who play WoW are not parents, don't have those responsibilities, and are in fact younger, maybe, or maybe a little bit more immature. You could say it that way, but that's not a bad thing. I was once young playing this game and thinking to myself, I can't believe you're breaking my run. That wasn't even that long ago. You can't be upset at gamers for literally just being gamers. Like, it would be kind of like saying, did you just use a bad word? And it's like, well, we might not like that here, because I will tell you that I'm just not a huge fan of that sort of humor. But I would never judge you for I'm not going to judge you for saying a gaming word. We grew up in a specific way. If you've been playing games for 2 decades of your life, I guarantee you've said some things that you would not want anybody to know you said. You know what? That's okay. Are you willing to have a conversation and not say it here? Great, you're welcome here. Then I'd be happy to have a conversation with you. That simple. It is actually just that simple. End of the day, that's that. Well, it depends. It depends a little bit on what type of content. Depends on what type of key. Again, we sometimes have this weird thing where we have a strange opinion that when we talk about this, we have not clarified what level key are you doing. Is this a weekly 10? Is it a 12? Is it a plus 23? Because if it's a world first plus 25 Magister's Terrasvati, and we're almost to the last boss about to make history timing the world first Magister's Terrace, and you say, hold up, I'm getting a phone call. Is that cool? Well, maybe in that context, actually it is, because no one will judge you, because you're the only people who are doing a world first plus 25. Actually, you don't need to prove yourself at all. And they'll be like, haha, we'll get it next time. But what if it's the world third Magister's Terrace and people are feeling slighted and behind and like they really need to catch up, so now they have extra stakes in it, and they say, I can't believe you took that phone call. It's impossible to say. Or what if it's a +2? What about then? Is that more acceptable? What if it's a +10 for Volt? What if it's a +17? What if it's a this? What if it's a that? We're not applying context. We're just pretending like it's hard to have a conversation like this without clarifying what you're referring to. Report and move on? No, not report and move on. If reporting and moving on is exactly what creates this problem in the first place. Like, that does not help anyone to just report and move on, if that makes sense. That doesn't help. Let's see. The Sweat Council has spoken. +10 and under is free for all. Well, I mean, in the podcast episode, Cape DC'd, we're not going to kill this guy. Reset. Can reset. It's all good. Yeah. That's all good. Well, in the podcast episode, when they were having this conversation, they specifically mentioned, they said it's a +17. And they're like, well, I mean, it's only a +17. And it's like, but that is a weird thing, because for some people, a +17 is their push key. You can't judge people for that. Like, for a lot of people, a +17 is a really powerful, like, that's super cool that they're doing a +17. And I don't want to be too callous about it. Well, hold up, that's the thing. Saying they're delusional does not help. It's fighting fire with fire. If you fight fire with fire, you don't help anyone. I hope it's Bear. Your videos got me into tanking. I hope that there are several tanks that feel good to play next season. Got this viral from getting mad at a Keystone. Quava is it as Suso's from. Yeah. But to be fair, like, it's a good point, because Quava, how old are you, if you don't mind me asking? No problem. Chilling. 29? Okay, I'm also 29. I don't have children, but I've got a life. You know, a lot of people who play this game are older than us, right? I think I wouldn't be surprised if the average age of the World of Warcraft players, Queva, starts with a 3 instead of a 2. And I think, personally, that the game should have access. Like, I think we should be okay with people having different opinions about things. And I also think that it's, Seriously though, I don't ever want to say truly that somebody is trolling for whatnot. Because they're not. You're allowed to play the game the way you want. And if you want to play the game in an inflammatory way and basically never play with anyone who will ever troll you, and your whole thing is that you yell at people when they do, okay. A lot of people like that. If people didn't like that, J.B wouldn't be where he is today. Like, that's some people's whole shtick. That's okay. DC, it's all good. I don't know. I'm chilling. I don't really mind either way. I'm just testing stuff. I'm back. If they want to finish it, that's fine. I can do this mini boss. So we're supposed to fight this in the corner and then move according to the group. This mini boss is hard. Those players aren't having fun. They are having fun if they make money. I mean, I don't know. Let Grandpa me play. Charcoal. I have problems sometimes with class discords and whatnot because there are people who think they have the moral high ground. Literally, they take an actual moral high ground because they have the more fair take. And it's like, but that's actually discounting some other people's experience. Like, it's incorrect to say, but I have the more... You're just one-upping in the other direction. Imagine saying, yeah, but you're inflammatory. Me? I'm not inflammatory. I'm actually kind and empathetic. And I'm going to display that by judging you for being rude. It's like, wait a second. Hold up. And the thing is that a lot of times that's not actually... That's the prevailing theory and prevailing mindset by many, many, many arguments in class discords and places that I can't say I'm the biggest fan of. Like, I will never basically probably, I don't know, not never, but I won't go back into the Guardian Druid Discord. Like, I just won't talk in there. It's not worth it for me because no one actually wants to have a conversation, and it's just a giant echo chamber of a prevailing perspective and mentality. And if you disagree with that, you're trolling. And it's like, but I don't think that's true. And you know what? But I can respect your perspective. And if you believe that the no Apex build is trolling and it's not for you, that's fair. Seriously. If you don't like it, cool. Telling other people that they suck and are terrible human beings for enjoying the game the way they want to enjoy the game is not cool with me. Don't like that mentality. Not my thing. Please let me heal, or she top people up for this. Nice. Okay, good job. Ouch. Yeah. I had a feeling that would happen. It has been a while since I played Resto Shaman, so I could be healing slightly better with timing and stuff on these totems. The mods of those are like hardened war vets. It's because through 5 years of those daily questions, when do I press Iron Fur? I will sit through 5 years of it, no problem. You can ask me that question as much as you want, Bird. I stream. If I stream for 5 hours a day, I guarantee you I get asked the same question, sometimes silly questions, for 5 hours. Great. That's literally my job. That is actually physically my job. If I put myself out there on the internet and people want to ask me a stupid question, like, should I press swipe? Okay. Ask me as much as you'd like. Why would I judge you for trying to be better at this game that we all enjoy? I strongly dislike that argument of, yeah, but imagine having to sit through, you're a mod in a class Discord. It's actually and physically, literally your job description to answer people's stupid questions. If you don't like that and you cannot tolerate it or you cannot handle it, don't be a mod in a class Discord. Straight up. That's the aggro, by the way. Even if I really hope that Demon Hunter actually is not the meta tank. It's going to have so many problems in pugs. Dream Bro is weird. There's people who are like super knowledgeable, like in the Resto channel. Quite a few of them are good. So the thing is that being really good rotationally does not actually mean that you are a good teacher. There's a difference between being good at helping people understand how to improve and being really good yourself. Because helping people improve requires a certain level of not just empathy, but you have to be willing to meet them where they are, not pretend that they are where you are. Because what works for them might not work for you. And what works for you might not work for them. And you know what? That makes sense because we're all human beings. And I don't know if you've ever traveled before, but people are a little different. And you know what? That makes sense. This is good. There's some people have said, and I remember when I was having a conversation, because like earlier this season on beta, there was a 3.5 month beta, Charcoal. If you don't know the history of this, there was a 3.5 month beta cycle. Also, Namo, I went into the Resto Drew Discord once. It was many seasons ago. I was in there one time, and I was like, never again. It was an unbelievably bad experience. I was kind of shocked. The situation was I had tried to build, this is kind of I do like trying weird builds, but it was a Theater of Pain. I was playing a Keeper of the, if you're playing Resto Druid, you'll understand this. So I was playing a Keeper of the Grove, Dream of Cenarius, many seasons ago when Wildstalker was not only the prevailing meta, but like no one was trying this. It was not a super high key, but it was for fun. We went into, it was a +17 Theater of Pain. What was it? So the War Within Season 2, right? And we timed the key. We had like one death. We timed the key, and I linked a log in there, and I was like, yo, like I'm really enjoying this build. It's basically the same build that Dorky ended up posting about this last season. And oh my God, like people were so upset. And I was like, oh, sorry, like, and I clarified. I was like, hey guys, not a Resto Druid main. I just wanted to share. I thought this was cool. I had figured this out, and it worked. Like, here's a timed key log. And they were like, get out of here. Why are you alive? Can't believe you were born into this world. And I was like, what? And they literally were like, your mother should never have given birth to you, was one of the comments back in the day. And I was just like, it was something along those lines. And I was just not word for word. And I was just sitting there like, what? Like, again, sorry, I'm not saying this is meta. I mean, nobody has to play it. I was just sharing with you a log that it worked. And they were like, no, it doesn't work. You're not only a terrible Resto Druid, but also a terrible human being, and you should die. I was like, what? I was like, wait. Well, sorry. Once again, my apologies. Let me clarify. We timed the key. I'm not asking for advice. I just wanted to share this log. And I was like, okay, cool. I am never coming back in here again. But the reason I took issue with it is I am an experienced WoW vet who's been playing this game for a very long time. Imagine I was a new player and I came in there with even like an actual question, and that's how they responded to me. like imagine that was the response I got for trying to ask for help in a video game that I want to improve at. What? How? You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. So I have thick skin, but imagine that I was anyone else. Like, imagine I was just a new player, and that was my first introduction to the World of Warcraft community. It's crazy. It's wild that was a real thing that happened. Oh, this is bad. Hold up. Let me make sure I heal this. That was the wrong totem. I have to project this over here, and then this might actually just be a spirit link. When do I spirit link? 3, 2, 1 right now. Cool. Perfect spirit link. I've seen you for your video links are brought up when people ask for help on their AC build. When, Charcoal? I haven't been in there in a while. I can't believe you would thrash Moonfire. This is the when are you referring to? I don't know if they've recommended me recently. At the beginning of the season. You can do this, actually. Charcoal, don't take my word for it. This is, don't take my word for it. You should do your own research. You can do this, by the way. If you go type in, I don't know if they know you can do this, and they probably would just stand by it, but for what it is worth, you can actually look, oh, the tank just DC'd. That's less than ideal. Rough. So, maybe his kid woke up. These damn parents breaking my keys, man. Oh, we win. We win. It's the phase. Go, 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 go. 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 Perfect timing. Easy money. Nice. Really, a 6? That's great. Interesting. Great, great. I'm glad that that's come full circle. Type in my name if you'd like. You could do this. I don't know if you know you could do this. You can actually go and type in the search bar of a class Discord. You can say Awoo. Just type in my name and see and scroll back, and you can see some of the messages. Now, I did want to make a video about a class. I wanted to make a video about class Discords at some point. So I did this around a month ago, like a month and a half ago. I took some screenshots because if you actually look up, most of the comments are, we have some. I can read some for you. You want to read them? It's good. It's pretty good. You want to hear? Should we read them together? I don't want to start needless drama, but I do want to give a big PSA. You know, a lot of people actually go into class Discords as new players. It's actually an understood thing that if you are trying to learn like Guardian Druid in your +2s or +5s or +10s, you will go into the Guardian Druid Discord and ask questions. And if people don't appreciate and meet you where you're at, it could be very toxic and give you a negative opinion about WoW and that class, and that bothers me. So here, we could go to these this part of my phone. We go to screenshots here. Let's find it. I'll read some to you. Okay. You ready? Okay, let's go. Here. Someone was in here earlier promoting Awoo. Don't fucking advertise Awoo in here. Oh, okay. All right. It's an Awoo follower, I guess. Oh, it's weird. I didn't realize I had a cult. I wouldn't listen to Awoo if you're interested in being good. All right, fair enough. You could have a different opinion about it. Awoo is not a good source of information. That makes sense. Yeah, okay. All right, that's fine. You could disagree. That's absolutely fine. But it gets better. Awoo can play dungeons really well. Thank you. But when it comes to playing bear, he's not that good. Interesting. I didn't realize. Okay. All right. He is literally griefing the community by telling people how to play badly and saying it's gospel. I don't remember saying that. That's interesting. How interesting. If you can help it, stop watching Awoo, Squish, or Yoda. Very interesting. Are we a cult? I'm honored. I was compared to Yoda and Squish. I'm in the same sentence as Yoda and Squish. This is crazy. I didn't realize I was that good. What watching Awoo's stream does to a motherfucker. Holy shit. What are we doing? Your brain is rotted. Oh, man, that's crazy. Wow. Interesting. I don't have to read the rest. It is intense. I stopped being in there because it simply was not good for my mental health. Yeah. Remember, I was very honored. I was like, wow, this is super cool. I didn't realize that I was in the same sentence as Squish. I was like, sweet, nice. Exactly. It's the same thing with Blood DK and Kairas. Well, I mean, I'm not as good as Kairas is, but man, I just out here, I'm trying to just help people. Quevo was a very good Feral, by the way. He owned that dungeon. In fact, I want to look at single target damage real quick because I haven't seen a lot of Ferals, and there aren't a lot of Ferals who play the game. It would be really cool if Feral was good. He's using the trinket, but that trinket was nerfed. Can I come play with you on PTR? I don't know what I'm doing next. I kind of am solid on Resto Shaman. I think I've done my testing. I don't feel terrible about it. I don't know if I really like it right now. I still kind of wish that my actual individual healing felt better. I still think that I prefer Mistweaver or something else. It's not terrible, but I would want to play a different healer at this point, though. Bear community being ruined by the best bear players. Not, I mean, it's again, the one thing is that's very important is just there's a lot of druids are mean, and now that you're talking about the Discord, it only confirms it wasn't just me. So the important thing to clarify that I will stop and clarify is my perspective is but one of many. You don't have to agree with me. And if you disagree with me, I will be okay. I'm all right with that. You know what, Spec? I ain't everybody's cup of tea. I'm all right with that. Some people don't like me. Fair enough. But I would not attack them. I understand where they're coming from. I believe that we have to be careful about talking like that in a public forum because many new players are scared to speak up and ask questions in class discords because that's what they see when they go in there, and I don't like that. That's why I'm talking about this. Personally, it don't bother me because most of the people who say that stuff about me, I kind of know their IO. I've actually been a Guardian Druid for many, many years. I know who they are. So it doesn't bother me that much. But it's okay. But what does bother me is how many Guardian Druids have messaged me privately, individually, and said, I'm a little scared to ask this in the class Discord. You mentioned that there might be a simpler way to play. I'm overwhelmed. What's the build? And I would simply say, oh, I got you. You could try playing like this, and you might enjoy it. And they go, thank you so much. This is really going to help my +2. And it's like, no, this is the thing. Even if they didn't tune Apex to be viable, like the no Apex, I still would have played it, and I still would have liked it. It's a playstyle. But again, it's just, I understand wanting more complexity in the game. This makes sense. I also understand wanting more simplicity in the game. This makes sense. Both things can be true. You can have players on this side, Spec, who really want, like, if Sam is the most giga Frosty K as he is, and he, for example, is like, since I'm going to be playing the Spec and I really love it, I want to be able to express the mastery by having 3 additional buttons to manage. That would make perfect sense to me. But I also believe that if you want to try Frosty K for the very first time, it might behoove you to play some of the passive talents. If you technically lose 5%, or they design it to be so punishing that you have to play it in the complicated way, that could be problematic for people who want to get into Frosty K. But you know what else? If Frosty K is simple and only has 3 buttons to manage, Sam will absolutely trash on anyone who tries to play it with him. He'll still do more damage because he's good and has mastery and has played it for a long time. So he will be able to express that mastery. With how simple Guardian Druid currently is, you still have some who do no damage or very little damage. And you think, how is that possible? There's not that many buttons, but there's still nuance. It bothered me when the no Apex was buffed for what it is worth. And then people, like some people made troll guides about it. And they were like, all right, here's what you do. So you press Thrash and then you press Moonfire. And then you press Thrash and then you press Moonfire. But it almost shits on the fact that people actually do want to play the game and want to improve upon their own gameplay, but at their own pace. And that's fine. Like, that's good. That's part of the RPG MMO experience, is that you can improve at your own pace with a play style that you enjoy. You can't make fun of people for wanting to enjoy the simple version of something. Like, that just doesn't make sense to me. And there is still plenty of nuance. And it's also, what really bothered me was that we were coming from Brewmaster Shadowpan meta, where you literally could just walk in and keg smash, blackout kick, keg smash, blackout kick, keg smash. You could just do that, and that was actually the tank that we were coming from. It wasn't even that much more simple. Yeah, I was about to say. And then you plan, and it's like, well, you can, what? It's the same arguments against, like, oh, one button shouldn't exist in WoW, but it's like, why not? If somebody has a good time playing with the one button rotation, what's wrong with that? And they go, well, you know, you can play with the one button, just not in my keys. And it's like, I don't know about you guys, but my personal opinion of how most DPS players actually perform, they should be playing the one button rotation. I'm with you. I think that most DPS players are not so good. But I still don't think that they should be required to play the one button if they're not going to have fun with it, because ultimately it's a game for fun. And if they're not going to have fun playing the one button, don't play it. Even if you would do more damage, because that's not the point. The point is having fun, is a game. I don't know. It really bothers me how sometimes we completely miss this. What's up, The Real? How's it going? This fine day? Well, I've got ice cream, so I'm having a good time. I'm about to get ice cream, actually. It's in the freezer. Warlock is one button. Some specs, if you ask basically, did people enjoy the class pruning of Midnight? Right. And this is a good, I'm going to go get my ice cream from downstairs. There's going to be an ad that runs. Tell me, what spec are you playing? Do you like how your spec plays in Midnight? Every single thing was pruned. Do you like, yes or no? Do you like what you're playing? I'm going to go get ice cream. 1 second. I'll be back and I'll read the comments. Hello. I'm back. I've got ice cream. Charging my phone. Perfect timing. What are you up to today, The Real Rin? I'm being sarcastic. I think Warlock Destro is fun. Doesn't need to be complicated. I'm a casual, not doing Mythic Plus or Prog raids, just farming mostly. Fair enough. This is your first season tanking. Your second season playing WoW. Congratulations. Welcome to WoW. I've tried most specs in the game. I haven't enjoyed anything else compared to how much I enjoyed Guardian currently. Okay. First of all, The Real Ren, if you like Guardian right now, there is at least going to be a viable build, at least, if not a very powerful build, but at least a viable build going into next season that will be okay to play. That is a very similar play style. You will have slightly more to manage, but not by much. So don't worry. If you enjoy the no Apex version of Guardian today, you will still have a good season next season. Even if it is not, even if it's 5% behind in DPS, that's totally fine. Playing too many ults. Am I doing another? I don't really want to try Farseer. My healing was a little bit okay on second boss, but I didn't love how I had to heal the second boss. It's possible that we just had a big melee comp and stuff. I don't know. Resto Shaman, certainly not bad, but I don't think I would enjoy playing it in push content. The way that it has to heal right now, I don't think I would really enjoy it. I think I would want to play something else. If Prez is super overtuned, I don't even want to try it because I don't want to have hope for a second. I'm just stopping in to say thank you. I hope you're well, Vlad. I hope you're doing good. Played all tanks through Legion Remix. The two most interesting were Guardian and Prot Pally. I did not play Legion Remix, so I wouldn't be able to comment. But yeah. We still can't test Guardian because of the changes. Because of the Apex. But don't worry. When they said that they were fixing the Apex and you're almost certainly going to be forced into playing it, I was concerned because, again, I think that is a good... I think it's healthy for the game to have a tank that is very straightforward, very simple, and can play like no Apex Guardian currently plays. So don't worry. It will be something similar. Lost track of time. Thanks for the content. You're welcome, Chris. I have... You know, Chris, first of all, thank you for hanging out with me for a bit. It has been a little rough for me recently. I haven't been feeling my best, so sometimes I do get a little concerned. Maybe I'm not having the best content. It actually is a weird psychological thing of still turning on stream to have conversations with people, even if I don't feel as though I can be mentally present as much as I might want to for them. Hi, Pally. I don't know how I start dying through your buttons and have no more buttons. Prot Pally you have to be more okay with your health dipping a bit more than Guardian, but it's a similar... Actually, Guardian and Prot Pally are not that different in terms of rotating cooldowns. You just have to understand how that feels and how that actually plays out. As in, many people, you can't tank naked on a Prot Pally, but you also can't tank naked on a Guardian. And people misunderstand that a lot. Like, you think that you just have Iron for up, but you're supposed to have something up at all times. But Guardian will have that being changed a little bit next season. You're gonna have to fill better with your incarn and plan it just a little bit more comparatively to others, but comparatively to this season because of the Lunation nerf. But it's still gonna be playable. And I still think that EC is going to be better than DOTC currently. If DOTC is the meta, I hope it's only the meta by 5% and that it is going to be an option, because DOTC turns Guardian into a tank that many people will not enjoy, in my opinion. I know some people really like Druid of the Claw, but it has a lot of friction in its gameplay that I don't find people to... I don't think that people will like it. I think that a lot of people will have the same issues that EC Apex had if Druid of the Claw is meta. There's always something to choose. At every moment, you must make a decision about whether you should hit Mangle, Thrash, Ravage, this, Iron Fur, Raise, or this, and you always have that decision. Technically, it's not complicated. There's only 5 buttons. But now you are pressured into thinking defensive or offensive. Will I live, will I not? 1 stack Iron Fur or 2 stack Iron Fur? Or 0 stack Iron Fur? Or this or that? Do I get proc? Do I not get proc? Track Dreadful Wounds. Not a problem, because again, if you've been playing Guardian for a long time, you just do it. Dreadful Wounds is up most of the time anyways. But the one moment that it drops and you're not paying attention in that exact second, you die. Is that fun? Some people will say yes, they like that pressure. But most Guardian Druids play Guardian, in my opinion, to kind of chill on a straightforward tank that's beefy, strong, and doesn't die. So I don't know about that. The RNG element's a little bit, that you can't plan ahead, that you have to be actually actively tracking and proccing. Some people really like it. I hope that it is more competitive than it currently is, so the people who enjoy it can play it. and it's within 5% of the current build, so that people who enjoy the current build can play that, and it's 5% ahead, 5% behind, that's totally doable. That makes sense. I hope they get that right. Because if DOTC is 5%, I think that DOTC is harder to play, and if you enjoy it, should be, I think, if it's a few percent ahead of the really simple playstyle, makes complete sense to me. Fair enough. That'd be good. I don't want it to be 30% ahead, so you have to play it, or you feel terrible for not playing it. And I don't want it to be 30% behind, so that you feel terrible for playing it, because that would be bad. Why is it actually that much of a take to just say I would rather them have multiple good tanks? And if Prot Warrior has the same issue where Colossus ends up being slightly better, but you have to manage 3 extra things, well, I would hope it's 5% better instead of 30% better, and Mountain Thane would be dead. Because actually, Mountain Thane is a very similar thing where you go in, you clap, you shield slam, you clap, you shield slam, you focus on the tanking, which is good. I want to make an entire video soon at some point. What's up, Civilian? I think I choose Rathion for the rep, so I hope you're not too mad at me. I'm pretty sure I chose Rathion back in the day. I like DOTC for raid. Feels weird in keys, but I'm no bear main, so what do I know? No, you're allowed to have an opinion, Rianzen. Rianzen on YouTube, you said you like DOTC for raid, but you feel weird in keys. You're allowed to have an opinion. You don't have to be a Guardian Druid main to have an opinion on Guardian. Appreciate you clarifying, but believe it or not, I'm not going to yell at you for being an enjoyer of things. You know, for what it's worth, I would not yell at you and be like, ha, you've only played Guardian for 2 seasons? I've played Guardian for 9 seasons, and you don't get to have an opinion. Hair flip. That's not actually my style. You're fine. You can totally have an opinion. You're allowed to say, I played it for a week. Here's my thoughts. That's valid. That makes sense. A lot of people play for a week. I like that your small defensives can be macroed, like Iron Fur, Spike, Shield. I also agree with that. I think that macros are an interesting conversation where top level, sometimes if it's optimal to not do it, fair enough. But Guardian Druid has always been a weird thing where the people who are against macros for Guardian Druid, I will never understand it. As long as you're playing, especially like this version. If you have to play Raze, I understand. But the argument against macroing Iron Fur is really weird. Like, super weird for what it is worth. Very weird. Like, that's not, you know, get Peko in for a key. Dude, I was tanking for him yesterday, and I was not tanking well. I was tanking for him yesterday, but I was really, like, not feeling well, and I didn't do a good job, so I feel bad. I feel like I need to redeem myself. If I get him in for a key, I feel like I need to redeem myself, because I was doing freaking terrible, in fact. I completely missed the mechanic on first boss, etc. Also, it's vanilla ice cream. People don't like an intra B-res? Do you know how long it takes me to build Rage for the B-res if I press 0 buttons with both Blood Frenzy and EC talented? Because GG procs and everything else. You know how many seconds it takes me to build the Rage Charcoal? Try it. Go to Target Dummies right now. If you need to, in the one event, in like the 2 parts of the key where you need a B-res, you just don't press Thrash for 1 global, and you will have enough Rage to B-res. Pretty much guaranteed. That's it. Imagine not macroing your primary mitigation, having to think about it all key, which is not a lot, but still cognitive band load, for the sake of 1 moment where you could save 1 global. That is a weird argument. Think it's good to also macro into Moonfire? No, but I will explain why. I would not macro into Moonfire. There's no group boss. Oh, okay. I can do it. I'm eating ice cream, but sure. Yeah, Cape, tell him I'll come. What does he want me to do? Tank or heal? I'll tank. Okay, I can do it. I'll tank. I'll play my prop pally. Or I could play no Apex Guardian. You want me to play? I play Guardian. I'll just have to play no Apex, to be honest. I don't mind playing Guardian real quick, but I have to play no Apex. So it won't be... I'll play exactly the build we play right now. By the way, Kotas, you were saying, new viewer here. Hello. Just curious how Brewmaster is currently for a newer tank player. I've main Druid for 22 years. Have tanked off and on. I'd like something new. Kotas, are you still here? I'd love to answer that question. Brewmaster is a unique tank, but in Midnight, it is the most accessible version that it has ever been. Absolutely. This, if you were ever going to learn and pick this up, it'd be now. There are crazy nuances to that spec, and being incredibly good at it is difficult. But yes, if you wanted to pick it up, you can. Shadowpan. There is a guide I made, Kotas, if you're curious. I did one with Shaw, who is a very good brewmaster, arguably one of the best, longtime brewmaster made. I would say go to my YouTube channel and just type in brewmaster guide, and I made one with Shaw, and we made a simple one, and then we made another video about improving the brewmaster. And I asked him, I told him specifically before the video started, I said, hey, make this guide for somebody who wants to try it. So he said, okay. I remember the very first one we made, I was like, hey, Shaw, I know that if we get going, there's a lot you want to say. Keep it simple. Keep it real simple. And he goes, okay, I understand. And we did. I thought that guide was perfect. I thought that was exactly right. It's obviously been tuned a little bit since then, but it still applies, and will help you get the basics down. And then if you want to improve, we made an improvement guide. Do both. It's absolutely fine. But yeah, I think that I would watch those videos. I think those are great places to start for Brewmaster. It seems overwhelming, but it's a different experience, and I think it's fun to try new things. And be willing to do something that you might not be as good at, too. I did not ever enjoy playing Brewmaster Monk until Midnight. Same, by the way. I do not like friction. I don't like unhealthy friction, or rather, I just don't like to manage too much if I'm tanking or healing. I tend to prefer the things that are simpler, and Brewmaster has always been nuanced, complicated, and very involved. I did not put the time in to master it. Therefore, it's always been my least good tank. Also, Spec, I want to read what you said about your favorite classes in Midnight. You mentioned a comment. I got distracted. I have been maining DK for 9 seasons. You like the changes. We played Beastmaster Hunter for 5 seasons, and I do prefer the keeping up frenzy gameplay instead of what it is now. I don't actually know what Beastmaster is now, Spec. Every time I've ever played Beastmaster has still been Beast Cleave uptime. Does it not? Are you still doing the thing where you're not playing Beast Cleave? You don't have to think about it at all? Is that actually still... I know that they did that last season, and they had the prio damage build that still did good AoE, but not Beast Cleave uptime. Is that still a thing they do? Also, yeah, let's test the Apex real quick. Are you ready? This is what the Guardian Apex is. Ready? Hold up. So I go in the middle. Let's pull this over here. Let's go to the right, and then we can actually see if this... So we can pull this pack here, and then we'll see if the Apex goes and pulls everything. Ready? 3, 2, 1... Proc Apex. Thrash. Yup. Still pulls everything. It pulls, pulls the whole dungeon still. Yeah, you can't play it. It literally pulled the things from down there, look. These guys are coming from all the way down there. Yeah, you can't play it. All right, noted. No Apex it is. I can tell you that Blizzard is aware of the no Apex bug. Or the Apex bug. I can tell you they are. I don't know when they're going to fix it because I don't know how they're going to fix it. Or when. I really hope that they don't leave it for too long, because we physically cannot play and test Guardian. And they have clearly designed it to kind of be like they want you to play Apex, so the spec will be tuned around it, but you can't. Oh, you don't have frenzy anymore from the barb shot, so no like thrill of the hunt management or anything like that. Like no managing your barb shots. Interesting. I see. What's up, Sir Duder? A Brewmaster had this exact same issue in 12.0 PTR. They fixed it by release. Well, that's the thing. I don't want them to fix it by release. I want them to fix it tomorrow. Oh, wait, no. That's the whole thing I'm trying to avoid. No. I don't want them to fix it by release. I need them to fix it now, like tomorrow, so that I can play Guardian tomorrow in the keys that I want to test tomorrow because all the new dungeons are out tomorrow and I can't play Guardian the way it's supposed to be played at all. Can't test it. That's the point. I'm hoping that they kind of address some of the changes now instead of that's part of the that's part of the problem. Kate, did Pecco still want a group? I don't see him listed right now. I don't even see him online. I don't really mind. What's up, role plays? Oh, I saw you. As of today, my girlfriend has lost 30 kilos. Ooh, all right. Hold up. Congratulations to her. That's a lot of weight. All right. Could get her as a reward gift besides verbal affirmation. I used to cook and bake for her, but given she's on a diet and may not be appreciated as much. Oh, role plays. I love that question. First of all, I'm going to read it again just so people. I love that question. That is a great question. May I read it again? As of today, my girlfriend has lost 30 kilos since March. Any idea what I could get her as a reward / gift besides verbal affirmation? I used to cook and bake for her, but given she's on a diet, this may not be appreciated as much. Or do you think one day of eating delicious treats can be like a cool day, not caring about the diet? So if somebody was significantly overweight and has since lost a bunch of the weight, in general, their relationship with food has been one where food equals good feelings, and they have really had to work on that relationship to lose that much weight. 30 kilos is a lot of weight. So if they have now gotten to a point where they're not overeating, they're not binging as much as they used to, using food as a reward is most likely, as you have already identified, not going to be a good idea because it reinforces the old behaviors instead of the new behaviors, which have increased her health and has been good for her. So what could you do for her instead? Because many people are coded to view, hey, you've had a hard day at work. It's been a long day. Let's get some ice cream. And many people have been kind of taught to identify what I'm eating right here with feeling good and as a reward, right? But everybody has different fun. So there's, first of all, roles. There's a question of how much money you could spend. Because, spa day, she'll love that. But spa days are expensive. So I have a much simpler idea, and it kind of depends on your budget. Could you give me a bit more clarification, first of all, before we say, what does she like to do? We should ask. What does, can you tell me a bit more about her roles? I'd love to have this conversation with you. And Spec, I can confirm, Specky Poo, that's a woman right there. So she is more qualified than me to answer, but I'd love to have this conversation. I think. I'll assume. But as far as I know, what is she like? Tell me more about her. I think I have a simple answer for you. Okay? She likes training, spending time with me and our dog, swimming, riding a bike, hiking, general stuff in nature. So, if she already likes hiking and spending time in nature, I'm assuming she has already, that was already a thought process. Like you do that regularly, so that's not really a treat, yeah? If you go for a hike with her, I'm assuming that's not a treat. Now, he may subscribe to Tier 1. Thank you, Drunk Princess. I don't know if that's actually what your name means. Is it? Because in Thai, Mao means drunk, and Hime in Japanese means princess. So that's how I read your name. I read it as drunk. I don't actually, I bet you that's not what it means, because those are two different languages. And yeah, I'm assuming that's actually not what that means, but that's how I read your name. We do this every weekend, have a little trip hike. Okay, so that's not a reward. Roll. If she likes you and you're already doing a good job, a little extra thought matters a lot. Let me ask you a question. When was the last time you bought her flowers? Thank you, Hima. Last month. Flowers. It's really simple, very cheap, a little effort. You have to go to a shop, get some flowers. Flowers, it's good. I wouldn't use food. I think that if you're trying to get your health in order, again, your relationship with food is very important, and it's very, very, very difficult to change that. So I personally don't think that a day of like binge eating is going to be a good idea. Every Friday she gets flowers. It's a nice thing to do. You can just little flowers is a nice thing to do. Do you or could you craft something with your hands? Rolls? Like, are you good at making anything, or have you ever made something? Anything? Art project, decoupage, you name it. Something. What's up, Wyan? I mentioned you earlier. So, what people really appreciated was the slander, kind of. Temple of South and King's Rest, let's go. Okay, so actually, I'm going to need you to tell me about it for what it's worth, Halo. I didn't get to play Temple of Seth or King's Rest. I am preparing for tomorrow a little bit. Yeah, I didn't get to play BFA, so I don't know how bad those. I've heard stories, but I have not played them myself. So, yeah, I have been told. Blizzard has basically decided it's my birthday, and they want to give me a nice experience. Thought and effort mean more than actual product. Roll, that's the thing to understand about giving her a nice experience and doing something nice. I can already tell you care because you're asking in a stream. So that's very cute, and I like that a lot. But for what it is worth, yeah, okay, crafting something may be a good idea. I'm an electrical engineer. Okay, very organized person. Maybe I can craft a cookbook with recipes, possibly, that are diet-friendly. Could be like that. Like, I can eat oats, whey, nut butter, berries, and every day for breakfast. She wants more variety. I feel you on that. I can eat the same thing. Most people can't. Could. But truthfully, Rolls, I'll roll this back a little bit. It's not about the product, because that sounds like a lot of work. You could put that much work in, but you don't need to. What people want out of a gift in this context is to know that you care and that you went out of your way to do something. Whatever that means. So something a bit different, something that isn't so normal, and something that you went out of your way. She wants effort, but she doesn't care about what the product, like, it's whether the thing is $50, $100, or $500 is not important. Whether you make an entire recipe book for her, not that important comparatively to just doing something. She wants something. But effort matters. And a little bit of something that's not status quo. It could be not food related at all. Like, it doesn't have to be food related whatsoever. It could just be something different. That's why I asked about flowers. So flowers is a good one. Or something, I don't know. You'd have to come up with that. Could be a mountain game. If she plays World of Warcraft, you could just buy her something off the cash shop. It's not about how much money you spend. If you have enough money, then it's definitely not about that. And if you don't have enough money, then sometimes it can feel bad if you spend too much money, because she'll almost feel it might not be the right idea or it might not be applicable. So it's not about how much money you spend, because either way, it's hard to manage that. It's about showing her that you are willing to do something different. Temple of Fine is super bugged. I've heard that it was already fixed in time walking and stuff. We'll have to find out. Iron for a question. Yeah, what's up? I have one of those gaming keypads that allows me to keep a button continuously pressed. Do you think keeping Iron for on cooldown is always a good idea? You could. You can't always turn it off to B-res. You can just macro it. If you ever need to... So let me show you right here. I will solve this. That's a good question, game day. Watch this. So first of all, I can't play Apex. So let me just go no Apex real quick. Put the points back in. Over here, bam. This is how I play. Wait a second. This is still Apex. Looking. It's here. I think you might actually have to drop this. This is one of the changes that you might have to make. But let's say something like this, okay? Do you ever feel bad about the things you've done? Yes. That's something I can work with? You're welcome. As a Fire 1 trick, they're turning to WoW. Am I able to pug up to 15s? 15s? Yes. but it might be hard for you if you're just returning for what it is worth. Game day. My rage bar is going to be hard for you to see because I don't have the right setting on PTR. Okay, so this is my frame right here. Look how much rage I have. If I have macroed my Iron Fur, but I am in the middle of a pull, and I am doing a basic rotation, and I am currently, let's pretend like it's live servers, and I have macroed my Iron Fur, yeah? This is how long it will take me to get rage to B-res if I have completely macroed. So if I spend my entire rage bar here, 1, 2, 3, 4, done. That was the worst case scenario with absolutely zero procs. But if I'm actually just doing a rotation, it's like 1 second. And worst case scenario, I hit a single mangle. So you can just macro it. I wouldn't even keep it pressed. I would just actually macro it. Like worst case scenario, it's like, because it takes a second for you to recognize that you need to be res anyways. If you miss a single global because you need to do that, that is okay. Genuinely, it's all right. So I would just macro it and macro means, if you don't know this, that you can do this though. And so I have maybe a little bit more confidence. Nice. I'm glad, Hasayo. I hope that my guides have helped, and I'm glad they've given you a little bit of confidence. Tank anxiety is a very real thing. You're not the only one who's dealt with it. You should be able to enjoy the game. So if you want to tank, what do you macro with? Thrash. The reason you don't want to macro with Moonfire, mouse over Moonfire is fine, but don't macro your Iron Fur to Moonfire is because you do want enough rage to hit Frenzied Regen. It is something many Guardian Druids are not aware of or don't do in a lot of average content. This is a very powerful talent, and hitting Frenzied Regen when you are already at full health is a good idea. You want to hit it not just reflexively anymore. Good talent. So you want always rage to hit this Frenzied Regen. If you macro into Moonfire, there's never a pause. And so, now, in what context was I mentioned today? We were talking about disagreeing with people on the internet. YN. It was a conversation about disagreeing with people on the internet. You were mentioned. It's just about how somebody said, it was Bird. All right, they're still here. They were saying, we got into a whole conversation about it, about how people who, I don't remember the word that they used. What did you say, Bird? Something about people not liking me. The people who don't like me, if they just bother to come into stream and talk to me for a few minutes, would realize that they're my detractors. There you go. That's the one. That was a good word. Okay. So you said basically, if my detractors had just taken a minute to come into my stream and say hi or something, they would not have a problem with me. And I actually told you, do you remember what I said? I said, Bird, I disagree with that because fundamentally, I have a perspective on the game that not everybody shares. That is okay. There are different ways to play World of Warcraft, and although it would be easy to say, if they don't like me, but they were to get to know me, that they would change their tune. It's actually fundamentally not true, simply because there are some people who really appreciate inflammatory content. They want somebody who's going to yell and scream, and that makes them feel very safe. And they want somebody who will use language that makes them feel comfortable. That makes sense. I would never judge somebody for that, because if they grew up in an environment where that was the norm and people yell at each other, it can actually be a little uncomfortable to be at a place where people don't yell at each other. That's a little nerve-wracking. If you grew up in a gaming environment where you played Halo 2 and Call of Duty, and you, for example, are used to people saying, you beepity 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 beep, and that is how you communicate, and you were to come into my stream and you're like, why did you just beep out all those words? Just say it. That actually might make you uncomfortable, and you might not feel like you belong. You don't have to belong here. That's okay. There is a place for you in someone else's stream where they will say all those beepity beepity things. Then there's me. I am me. I am myself. We might not ever actually see eye to eye. But the one thing I would ask is this. I don't have to see eye to eye with you, and I don't have to understand exactly where you're coming from, but I do have to respect the fact that you are not a bad person. The one thing I cannot do is say you are a bad person and that is why you act like this. When we go to ad hominem attacks, which is attacking someone's character, we have lost the plot. It is possible to disagree with somebody online without feeling and thinking that they are a terrible human being. They're not a terrible human being. They have had a different set of life circumstances than you. And we really have to have that conversation at some point. It's an uncomfortable conversation, but it has to be talked about. How's the weather in Thailand? Hot. Incredibly hot. I went out this morning. I got a foot massage. That's probably why people hate me, because I get foot massages. You can't get feet massages. And as I was walking back home, it was super hot. I think a key in PTR. What key? What level? With who? Maybe. Is there no one online right now? Am I going to Koh Samui? The 7th? What's up? What's happening on the 7th? No. Sure. Shiv, why not? Yeah, I can take a key on PTR. Going to Koh Samui? I don't like Koh Samui. I went there once to do a photo shoot in my underwear at a waterfall, and I got really good homemade chocolate. That's it. Why? I'm not a huge Koh Samui fan. Like I said, I've been there once. Not really my thing. I don't like traveling, and also, not only do I not like traveling, but it's important you understand it was extremely cold that day. Join our key if you want. It's a 16. Yeah, sure. Can I play my bear? Shiv? It's bear or prop heli. I love Thailand, so I have to see it all. Sure, buddy. No, it was. That's the thing. You have to understand. It was really cold. That's why, if you see, like... oh, this is awkward. So, yeah, you were there. And that's why you know that if it was cold, though. Because if you see, like, Lil Awoo trying to say hello, you got to understand that it was very cold. Is, you know, extremely cold in Thailand. And, you know, it was like basically snowing. Like, you know, it gets the freezing temperatures in this very hot, humid, tropical country. And so it was like, you could see there was like ice on the river. I don't know what you're talking about. It was super cold. Yeah. What? Yeah. Yeah, sure. Invite me. If you list it, I'll apply. I'm curious to know what actual No Apex Guardian feels like. I can't play Apex because it's still bugged, but I can play No Apex. It's listed. I don't see it right now, but I might just be bugged. Find a group. Oh, there you are. Yeah, sure. I feel like Prop Heli is better, straight up. I actually do just feel like Prop Heli is better right now, but we'll have to see how this feels. Oh, it's Zog. So can I pull safely, or how do you want me to pull this dungeon? That is a question. Apex is still... oh, yeah, Apex is super bugged. Yeah. Yeah, I tested it just before this. Yep. Apex is still pulling every mob in a 40-yard radius. Absolutely it is. Yeah, you can't test it whatsoever. Yeah. That's tough. I don't know exactly how people are choosing to route this currently. I am not 100%. I haven't watched any of like the plus 19s or the higher level people do this. So we'll have to see how this goes. But that is the context of which you were mentioned, YN. All right. I don't want to play this trinket because it's been nerfed a lot. Oh, wait, they nerfed it again? Oh, no, I'm just scaled weird. Oh, I'd say they nerfed it again? They finally did nerf this trinket, so you don't play it, maybe. Let me see what else I have. Have you healed other 16s yet, Shiv? Wait, Shiv, who are you in this key? Are you the monk? Are you Zert? Let me see what I have available. Yes? Okay. I'm curious to know, I want you to tell me how I feel compared to Prop Pally. Because I've played Pally a lot. It feels really good, but I'm curious to know how my Guardian would compare to that. All right, what's this? Your spells have a chance to give you random secondary stat. Bet. I'll play this. But I'm learning how to draw. I'm still working on my first one, but when I'm done with it, do you want to see it? Ooh. Ooh. River. May I be honest with you? I don't like, may I keep it real, as it were. I will not be able to appreciate your drawing, to be honest with you. I don't understand art that well, and I would not be able to appreciate it. I'm not the right person to ask about that. There might be other people who would want to see it. I'm actually just not going to lie to you, and it'd be one of those situations where I, in the nicest way possible, actually, no. I completely respect the fact that you are learning how to draw, but I hope that you can appreciate where I'm coming from. I don't want to be rude, but I actually don't want to lie to you either. And I would be lying to you if I said yes. That's actually the truth. A little awkward. You're supposed to say, okay, so I'm supposed to say yes to that, but that would not be the truth, actually. Do you want double for start? Or just W testing route? I don't really mind either way. Yes, I would rather just be genuine because that's actually like something I believe in. But I would like to be honest about it, yeah. Let's fire your phone up? Not my thing. You will send it to me and I won't be able to appreciate it. Do you test whatever you want? I can see how the double feels. We have a DK and we might have a comp that actually does enough damage, but we can try. I'll see how it feels. Sure. Why not? Let me try it. Try it, I guess. Try it once. I'm not healing, so should be fine. All right, let's see how actually no Apex Guardian feels in this key. Should be interesting. I don't know how this is. So it's going to be weird, man. This is going to be a strange thing. Let's see. I'm a Prop Pally main. Actually, his gameplay is still the same compared to current retail. There's a slightly different priority, and Prop Pally itself, like the talent tree, has been changed. But ultimately, yeah, it's pretty much the same. I think it would be more similar to say that it is the same. So wait, we're going to pull this totem guy with all of this, yeah? And then my pre-incarn should last a few more seconds, and then I'll drag the rest of these guys later. Let's see how this actually feels. So my incarn gets extended because of the tier set. I don't know, my health seems kind of stable right now. Let's see how it feels once all this happens. Hold up, wait a second, this doesn't feel bad. Okay, wait, it's going to start feeling bad soon, though. I simply Vortex in the middle. Vortex pretty powerful for this mechanic. Nice, nice, nice. I go in. I don't care about my damage because I can't even test my damage. Let's just remember that. It's important that we all understand. I cannot test damage on Guardian. This is not going to be an actual DPS test because I literally cannot test Apex right now. So then you would rotate to Bark, and you would have to pull this in. And I kick the Piercing Hiss. My frames are terrible. My UI is absolutely atrocious. But I don't know. I feel extremely tanky right now, even though I have to change my rotation a bit and get this off my bars. So it's going to be a weird pattern to break. It's going to be so weird not to Moonfire. All right. Well, that felt good. I feel like I took no damage. But it's also impossible to say because I do just have a Mistweaver. So we'll see. Okay. The good news, nothing seemed to butt pull. All right, so we're going to pull this here. Let me just go grab these two and then take this in to the next pull. Also, yeah, we had no damage on that pull. You had like 1 minute. So that was pre-incarn that gets extended. Whoops. I didn't actually want this pack. Okay. Oh, what are those piercing hisses? So part of that route is having a DK. I was not going to pull this side. I was going to pull those guys in. Maybe it chained because I actually dragged the 2. Like I said, I'm not sure exactly what the route is. Okay, I got to stop moonfiring. Dude, this is going to be so weird, man. When was the last time I customized my druid? Can you clarify what you mean by customize my druid? What does that mean? If that makes sense. Whoops. Aggro here. I think we got to have the DK grip this. Ooh. We let the cast go off. Okay. The shaman, I think, is still crashed now. Like, change hair types. Oh, my druid form changes at the all-time, though. Could have been the waking nightmare bug. The waking nightmare bug should only replicate itself if you are targeting the mobs. That is supposed to be what happens. Oh, that guy is just bugged. I couldn't kick him for a second. The waking nightmare bug should only be the shaman is just completely crashed. Let's reset. Let's reset. Reset. Shaman crash. Okay, I felt weirdly good. I don't know. I felt like more stable than my prop pally, but I really have to stop hitting Moonfire. Oh, wait, right. I'm not supposed to show you my breakdown. Charcoal. The Waking Nightmare bug should only be if I actually manually target something, which, to be fair, I can't fucking see. I actually, to be honest with you, I would have no way of knowing. Because my frames are so bad, and I'm not using Platinator because it keeps crashing my UI. I literally and physically don't actually know if I'm targeting something or not. Like, I'm kind of playing, kind of a more YOLO type fashion right now because I would have literally zero knowledge about whether I don't know what I'm targeting. I don't know what I'm hitting. I think that you don't need a lot of add-ons to play this game. I ultimately think that the changes to Midnight genuinely is not even that bad for UI. But, like, they made some good stuff. However, enemy nameplates are so bad. The base enemy nameplates are actually demonically bad. And they've really got to just cook on that a bit more. Like, these base nameplates tell me zero of what I actually need. They are really difficult to see what's happening. And Platinator/Plater are borderline required. Like, I think there's such a gameplay advantage that it's the one thing I would tell you as a new player you should get. I like how they're talking about UI stuff. With base UI and one add-on X-Boss. That's impressive, great. I think that you can heal. These are base frames. Base frames are actually much more improved. Just use base. Don't look at my current UI. Do not look at my current UI. It's so bad. It's actually so bad right now. Okay. Did they fix the Apex? No, I stopped playing no Apex. So, still no Apex right now. Which is a little weird because I have to just break the pattern of moonfiring. The question is, do I take it off my bars? Is this what I should do to break the pattern? Is this what I need to do? Wait a second. I might need to do something else. Technically speaking, it might be time, Malden. I think it could be the right move. Swipe is back. Holy. I think it might be what I need to be. The days of take swipe off your bars are over. It's probably the right button to fill. Crazy. Malden, have you ever seen the joke? I gotta do it at some point. Do you know the joke where I draw you a picture of a chicken, but like a really bad drawing, and then I ask you to point to the different parts of the chicken? Appreciate the lack of Gen AI in your thumbnails. Thank you, Luminaza. I will say something, Luminaza. Interesting you say that. I am not an artiste. I am an artiste with a U, but not an artist without the U. So I have zero clue how to do anything like make thumbnails. For the first 9 months of my YouTube channel, I did not make a single thumbnail because I didn't know how. I genuinely don't even know how to do video editing. You would think that I do because I've been doing this now for a little bit. Like I've had my YouTube for over a year. Genuinely, look at the first 9 months of uploads. Never made a single thumbnail. Then what I did was I decided at some point that I should make thumbnails. So I went into ChatGPT and started asking it to make me thumbnails. And for about a month, I used AI to make thumbnails because I had no idea what to do. No one ever taught me. Some people were like, hey, Awoo, like I don't love the use of AI in your thumbnails. I was like, that's actually very fair. But I don't know what to do. Like I genuinely, I don't know. I have zero clue how to do this. I'd love to learn though. And it wasn't until somebody, Shaw, took the time to say, Awoo, this is how you do it. And I was like, oh, I could do that. So then he taught me how to do it and get like a photo of my character in game and do that and take screenshots and stuff. And then I was like, oh, I could do that. So thumbnails still take me a long time. And they take me longer to actually do the thumbnail normally than it does to take me to do the video. Fixing internet? Internet? Oh, I'm back. Hello? Back? Question? I gotta solve this internet problem. Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Oh, we're back. Okay. My internet glitched for a second, it looks like. Okay, good. Good. Fantastic. I just had to reload some stuff. No problem. Mad Rays, are you still here? You have a good name for Guardian Druid. Mad Rays, are you here? Let me just reload my chats and stuff. 1 second, Zert. I'll be right there. Yes? Okay. It looks like my internet briefly crashed, which means the stream will reset itself. Okay, you are here. Okay, good. So, 2 things, Mad Rays. 1, be very, very hyper cautious about any streamer telling you they know it's meta. The only correct answer, technically speaking, is we don't know. That is like, you have to be aware of this. A lot of streamers are going to be super excited to tell you they know what's going to be meta. We don't. Just to clarify, that's the number 1. I can tell you based only off of 1 dungeon, because we can't test all the dungeons. And it's something very important to understand about tanking, is that what the dungeon demands of me is a huge part. Oh, I pulled this. Okay, I can't do that jump. I straight up, don't pull it. Reset. I swear. Hold on, let me just not jump off the stairs. I was going to stealth ahead to the side, and I didn't realize I went too close. No, hold up. Shh, that didn't happen. So, I think that they've put these packs too close together. Unbelievable. Why did they design it like this? That's on me. I've got you, Meadrin. I can't hear you. That makes sense, go. All right, my bad. Sorry. Am I back on the stream at least? I got distracted from stream. Okay. This chat is not working. Point is, all works, great. The point is, we've only been able to test 1 dungeon. This dungeon is not that hard to tank. So that's a big factor to understand, is it's just not that hard to tank. It's not a fair test. We don't really know how things will feel until I can test like Ruby Life Pools or something that has a different damage intake pattern, because then I'll understand. Then I'll get checked. This dungeon doesn't really check you as a tank. It checks the group. It checks melee. It checks dispels. It checks other things. I could tell you this dungeon seems to want poison dispels. It seems to want tanks that can do this or that or whatever. But ultimately, I can't tell you based off this dungeon. Now, the other thing is that many tanks are still so bugged that we don't even know what's happening. I can't currently test the Guardian Druid Apex because it AoE taunts every single mob in a 40-yard radius. What I can tell you is this. Now that we've gotten all that out of the way, in terms of what's going to be the meta or what's going to be really good, is this. Cool. Okay. What I can tell you is this. They have made the 25% nerf to tanks is concerning, and I worry that they will use it too much as an actual tuning metric instead of what it is meant to be, which is something that is supposed to allow them to balance the game better. I am worried that it actually makes it worse because they have done this before where they have specifically said, we're going to do this whole 25% health increase and nerf to everything. And that is actually going to give us more time and better ability to balance healers and balance tanks, etc., etc. However, the last time that they decided to do this, we had Grim Battle, the War Within Season 1. Like, that was the last real time that they attempted to do this. It was a massive failure. So I hope that we don't see that again. But we have no real way of knowing how it's going to end up. I am positive about the one set of notes I'm very positive about, which is that they acknowledge for the first time basically ever that there was too much pressure on tanks and healers. They made a blue notes about this, where they specifically said, we want DPS to have more of a role in the success of the dungeon, which is great. That's excellent. That's like good to hear, right? I want them. That's really, really good to hear. So that's very motivating for me that they have at least acknowledged the fact that there is like an unfair expectation on tanks and healers comparatively to everyone else. Okay. Did I pull that or did someone else pull that? I think someone else pulled that. Does that make sense? So that actually gives me a lot of hope. That was a good change. In terms of their actual balancing and the execution, I don't know. I would have no way of telling you because we'll have to wait and see, which is concerning. I really hope they don't get it wrong. You know, I really, really hope they don't get it wrong. I don't think this game is good when tanks and healers have to be fighting for their life all the time. I think it actively is harmful for the game. All right, hold up. So basically, we have no DPS. Like, the Shaman is not able to play at the moment. He said his UI crashed, and then he hasn't been able to fix it. I also don't know, now that this pack is living forever, I'm not sure exactly where I'm supposed to tank it. Because I want to tank it over here. It's a good knock. And then I'm going to have to kite this out again. I don't know. Bear feels actually really good in this dungeon because so much of the damage is melee that I'm kind of immortal. And I'm not exactly doing bad damage. I'm just not doing great damage either. I'll go get this. I don't know. I feel really strong. Like, I only had to kite that once and reset only once. And keep in mind, this build will be fairly tanky, but I won't be able to do this. Prot Warrior would be okay here too? Technically, yes. I already tested Prot Warrior here, although it was in a kind of a learning group. It's a big factor actually for this dungeon. And whoops, wrong litter beam. Now where clickbait content is pushed. So to be fair, I also make content now, and I can tell you that there is a reason why people will clickbait the content. Like, I can tell you that that is a real thing, and people have mentioned it on a few of my YouTube shorts or this or that or the other, where they've been like, "Awoo, you know, stop with the clickbait thumb titles, etc." Like, I made one yesterday, a short that just was like, "Hey, season 2 has been announced," like not officially, and then it basically was like, you know, season 2 announced. And then in the video itself, I said, hey, While not officially announced, the Turbulent Timeways has been confirmed to end on August 11th, so it seems likely that that's when Season 2 will come out. I was pretty reasonable with it. It wasn't like I was telling you I knew exactly. And I got a comment that just said, "Stop with the clickbait." And I was like, I hear you, but I don't think it's fair to judge based off of like one 10-second YouTube short, because obviously it's going to be clickbait. Like, I have to make it clickbait. What else am I going to say? Blizzard soft, maybe, kinda, sorta, potentially Season 2 starts on August 11th. Nobody clicks on that. So you kind of have to get people to click, but what I like to try and do, to the best of my ability, is get it so that you have a system. There should only be one that's pulled here. I was going to pull one earlier with the other pull. So what I try to make sure that I do is this, right? If you click on my video that has a clickbait title, I want to make sure that you get value out of it. And as long as I accomplish that, I'm actually okay with getting you to click on the video. That's kind of my rule in general is, do you regret clicking on my video? And if the answer is no, I'm okay. Then I don't mind basically just getting you to click. But I don't ever want you to feel like trolled, like you're like, what? And then you click and you're like, wow, this content sucks. On top of that, then I feel bad. You know what I mean? So it's not really clickbait. Maybe. I don't know. I guess we might have different definitions of it. But yes, like I think that is fair. I meant to pull this with the previous pull, but I didn't quite aggro it properly. I think this is okay. I guess I just pull leeches with here for a bit of funnel and then we move around. Bait title with good information is just good marketing. I kind of agree with you. Like I would tend to agree actually. Can we do this? I don't know. I feel really tanky. I'll have to ask the healer how he feels healing me, but I feel like extremely tanky right now. Just no damage without Apex. Well, not no damage, but same thing as how I felt before. This is like the same sort of deal. I don't know why I hit Sundering Roar there. Oh yeah, the leeches are really bad for area denial, but I figured we might as well pull some funnel. And we get totems, and we're here. I spent 10 minutes, and the hook still isn't answering. Yeah, that's fair. Thank you, by the way, for commenting, Luminaza, that you've noticed an increase in the thumbnail quality, or just video quality. I like being able to talk about the game. Most of the time, I think it's also important to realize that although I enjoy being able to talk about the game, I have a full-time job. Like, I have a real job. This is not my real job, and videos don't make you... Like, streamer money is a myth. Where is my cat form? Here. Oh, that crazy bug still happens. Okay. So my single target will be kind of trash. This is the right altar. There's no meat here. People are too... well, I mean, hold up. I don't really like that terminology, Mr. Salty. Are we playing with or without Apex? You will be playing Apex, but there's a funny thing about playing the Apex, which is that it's basically no Apex while playing Apex. It's interesting. It's kind of funny. There's going to be a weird interaction that happens, I'll tell you that. I don't really want to tell you about it currently. Part of me doesn't want to mention anything about it because... Well, I can't test with Apex currently. Just know that either way, I'm not currently and physically able to test with it. The thing is bugging everything. Well, because like other people are going to figure this out. It's not like I can't tell you because it's not going to spoil much. Like other people can figure this out. They will. But there is a funny thing when the Apex does get fixed. If you like current Guardian Druid right now, you will not hate the version that is coming next season. Don't worry. If you like how Guardian Druid currently plays, you'll be all right. What is my day job? I work in health and fitness, but I get to work online, which is why I can stream all day. So I have the unique privilege of getting to work from my living room and make a living. Which is why basically I can work my mornings and my night, and then I get to stream in my daytime. Fresh meat. This way. Don't feel bad at all. Thank you, Gaw. I appreciate it. I've always felt like more of a Steve, personally speaking. Ducks on Flame. Hi, Ducks. Long time no see. Long time no see, Ducks. How's it going? He just disconnected. I think you should just not play the UI if it's going to crash you like this. Hi, Ducks. How it be? Let's see what my single target is on the 16. I see you on YouTube all the time. What's your name on YouTube? I don't know your YouTube name. People have different names and they forget sometimes that they have different names because I actually don't know how to keep track of people. Somebody joined a group of mine earlier and they were like, yo, it's you again. And I was like, uh-oh, I don't know who you are. But I pretended for a second. Oh, no, this guy. He might kill prop alleys, but he's not going to kill me. I'm in like shorts and stuff though. Still no new tomorrow. Tomorrow is new dungeon day object. Not today. Also, my internet's been bugging out like crazy. So I've been crashing a lot. Was the pally from your run with Arson and the other lock? Today you are EU, I think. I'm not so neither. The PTR is both NA and EU. I think it was too. I think it's this guy. Isn't this the pally? Is that not the same pally? That's Zog right there. That's his name. All right, 60k single target. Well, again, I can't actually test my damage because it won't work. Also, 16 without Shaman DPS is gonna be tough. Ziva, how does my bear feel to heal compared to the prop pallies you've healed so far? Obviously, my damage is not. I can't test proper damage talents. It's so unfortunate. Like, I'm not able to actually test the talent setup I would really play. But tanky wise, I feel fine. Like my bear just feels solid. I mean, this would be a good dungeon for bear. To be fair, this would be a good one. Guys, one day all Twitch go to YouTube and all. Let's see how fast we could recognize us. Not very much. Vanilla, yeah, just vanilla. How do you like the new dungeon? I don't mind it. I think that it's too melee anti-unfriendly. I don't mind the design of it. Like, they're clearly trying to make a system where they prioritize DPS having a bit more responsibility. I feel that patch notes that they put out. I feel it in this dungeon. But I don't know if they've been successful at it without it feeling bad because the straight up melee anti-unfriendliness of this dungeon is quite intense. And I think with like 3 fixes, it'll be a good dungeon. It needs 3 fixes. It's short. That's solid, but yeah, I think that like 3 main fixes would go a long way here. Boom. How does my druid feel to heal? At least I can't test Apex, but how does it feel? I feel really tanky, but I can't tell how much of it is just playing with a Mistweaver. Mistweaver spoils tanks still, I think. Pretty similar to Pally. Fair. What item level are you testing on? So if you're testing on a 12, you'll get scaled to 315. If you are testing on a 15 or above, you get scaled to 328. So max item level. Yeah, I feel fine. I was chilling mostly. Certain things live too long, but certain things, otherwise I felt pretty fine. And a normal dungeon scales you quite low, yeah. What? Hello. I should walk on a treadmill. How is the difficulty? For who? For what role, Ducks? Like, this dungeon does not challenge tanks very much, which is problematic because people keep asking, how are tanks? And it's like hard to say because this dungeon, technically, not so bad. The tank mechanic here is fair. It's reasonable. So feels chill. But remember that we're going to get Ruby Life Pools and some other dungeons which really challenge tanks. Then we'll know. But right now, in terms of tanking, Everything feels good. So whatever does the most damage is going to feel really good, and you don't really have to live that much. Closer to closer to the current season. This dungeon. Closer to, but remember, we can only test one dungeon, so it's very hard to say, like, is this the easiest dungeon in the pool? We don't know. Is this the hardest dungeon in the pool? No idea. We wouldn't be able to say, to be fair. What to do, man? What to do about the internet? I got 6 drums. Do I have any drums? I don't think I have any drums on this character. I'd have to make some. Yeah, it's super hard to say. I could tell you this. If you are curious, though, and you want to know what the meta tank is, we can just pull up the super secret sauce. If you really want to know and you understand that we might not have the full picture, but you are curious, here. I give you this. Dux, because your name is so good, and also, like Mason, I don't know if you're still here from earlier, but Mad Rays, if you're here, right? This is going to be the meta tank. If you are curious about it, this is what you need to know. Yep. So we just go like this, and then if you are curious, the actual meta tank is going to be, whoops, not this, this. Brewmaster. You might as well re-roll right now. You cannot play the game if you do not play Brewmaster. Yeah. It's very unfortunate because it feels bad for Mistweavers when Brewmaster is so good, right? But, I mean, hey, Resto Druids, right? You're going to get to experience that again. Mistweaver can take a back seat. Brewmaster, it's going to be meta tank. That's how it is. That's how it is, man. I don't make the rules. Gotta re-roll. Right now. You like your Mistweaver? Are you happy with the Mistweaver changes? What was your single target there? Like half a season of being the Mythic Plus tank? Yeah, they were robbed. I believe that. I think it's fair, actually. They were not meta for a long time, and then all of a sudden, yeah. You don't have to spin all the time. Do you like that? I feel like Mistweaver being so approachable was actually not a bad thing, to be fair. VDH is going to be meta for sure, trust me. Not saying this just because you want to play VDH or something. Could be. Problem with VDH is, and also the YouTube stream is still live, which is good. Problem with VDH is that VDH is going to be a very fucking terrible pug tank. Like, I hope pretty much with all of my heart that VDH is not meta. The current iteration of VDH is going to be so toxic for pug tanking that I really hope it isn't. It's the gather, but also even if you solve the gather, that's not actually the worst part by far. Even if you solve the gather, it relies on packs dying on time. Anytime a tank has to rely on the mobs dying at a specific interval is toxic. Because sometimes you get DPS that do no damage. And if a DPS does no damage, and the pack lives 10 seconds longer than it's supposed to, that's a toxic thing. As in, at the highest level, you know, anyone can play. You can say, for example, you could say VDH, well, I can live this for 43 seconds because you have double Fiery Brand, then meta, then rotate to this, and you're fine. Kite once, boom. But in a pug, if it lives for a minute, you're dead. Let alone the aggro problems. So I can't say I'm a huge fan. I hope that it's not meta. In fact, I should make a healing meter. I am kind of curious to see what his breakdown is. The new Mistweaver changes. Pre-incarn first. Whee! All right, let's see. Let's see what his HPS looks like on these pulls. This is 100% VDH. It's also just it's very unfriendly to tank on VDH. Like, in general, for pugs, it feels tough to be a VDH main. And a lot of times, if you are pugging and your main and the tank is a VDH, like, you will actually kind of frequently just see them walk in and die, even when they were actually supreme. Like, there was a season where they were genuinely the best tank by so much. It was the most unfair, oppressive thing that we've literally ever had. There has never been a more oppressive tank meta than when VDH has had double sigils. Oh, sorry. I should have kited this a little earlier. Like, actually, though, in this game, that was the most egregious tank meta I think we've ever seen. Even more than Shadowlands Blood Decay. I forgot to reset the meters, so this looks a little bit off. Wait a second. Did I reset the meters? I might have reset the meters. That is current, actually. Uh-oh. Why are people exploding? It's actually a tough pull. That's just actually a tough pull if you do it like that. Look at the healing. The healer was at this much, and I was at this much. It just hurts. That's not really how it works for VDH. Their defensive uptime is random. It's not that random. To be fair, I don't think that considering Voidfall Meteor to be part of your defensive rotation, I think that's not exactly true. Like, technically speaking, it's a huge part of your offensive capabilities, but there are ways to game it, and 35% is still 35%. It's not like it's 10%. Now, your Apex talent is fucking RNG, and that sucks. That is a very real RNG. It gives cooldown reduction on meta. Also true. Fair enough. Fair point, actually. But I don't know how much it actually is variable. Still, at a mid-level of keys, people don't play on their meta anyways. I'm gonna think about that for a second. It would be kind of like saying Lunar Beam is variable, but it isn't. Like, it is, but it isn't. On average, sometimes you get unlucky and you get no Flashing Claws proc, so your Lunar Beam is down for 10 seconds instead of 5. But ultimately, it's okay. Granted, VDH doesn't have as much coverage, but yeah, it comes out tomorrow. Or tonight for you, Daddy. But yeah. I don't think the Voidfall Meteor nature of VDH is actually the worst, most egregious thing. I do think the Apex talent needs to be reworked, and I think they should just give Demonic back. Like, they pruned all the tanks, and one of the ways they pruned VDH was getting rid of Demonic. But then you still have, like, full defensive coverage on Bear, and Paladin still has all these buttons. Like, I don't think you needed to do this. And also, I hope Eldrachi is just better anyways. It is. I think when... No. I believe Wiz is correct. It is just a flat 35% chance. So technically speaking, yeah, if you could get very unlucky. I agree. Your survivability should not be tied to it. I don't know. I haven't seen a single Devour, Ruby. This is the first time I've seen a single Devour. Red Wings, I recognize this name. I don't know why I recognize this name, but I've seen him before. I'm with you on that. Give me back Demonic and Eldrachi. I think that'd be good. So I should come over tomorrow. Yeah, okay. Okay. I thought literally every proc in WoW runs off a deck system with or without ICDs. Am I wrong? Yes. It is not dependent on that, YN. As in, this is a pure chance. I have a proc. Flashing Claws is a proc. 20% chance. This actually has a large part to do with my defensive and offensive. This is complete RNG. You can go, and it can proc off itself. So you can thrash into a thrash, into another thrash, into another thrash, into another thrash. They have put an ICD on the, they put an ICD on how much you can get variable cooldown reduction from Lunation with it, but technically you can get 5 thrashes in a row, or you can get 0, and there's no consistency to it, as far as I understand it. I guess I could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure that's how that works. Dude. Yeah. Gah. I will say, I'm gonna be real. Venthyr for everyone was demonic gameplay. Not in a good way. But shit was fun. Holy hell, it was fun. Like, okay. That's a good example. Like, Holy Pal, Ashen Hollow, but also Bear, and also Boomkin, Venthyr, everything. I'm not gonna lie. That's a perfect example. This is the thing. Venthyr is actually the perfect example of how balance does not equal fun. That's the thing. People fondly, it wouldn't work today because the game is too competitive and people would fucking cry if Guardian Druid top damage in every raid because of how Venthyr works. It wouldn't work. In the modern atmosphere of WoW, it wouldn't work. But goddamn, the shit was just fun. Broken as hell, fun. Unfair, fun. Like, it's an example of how sometimes you make something that doesn't technically work for the balance of the game, but genuinely was just fun. You literally hit that and you hit Thrash for 30 seconds. And you were top damage, top healing, immortal, among other. You literally only hit one button for 30 seconds. And it was like, and people were like, you remember Venthyr Guardian Druid? That shit was so fun. Yeah, everybody remembers it fondly. That's the thing. That's like one of the things about WoW. People, I think, and I cooked on this a little bit in the podcast with Artemir, but I was wrong, and I think he was right. I asked him what would happen, and you can tell me what you think about this. Like Winter Raven, Salty, people, if you're listening, tell me what you think. I want to do a little bit of a WoW. I'm ready, by the way. I want to do a WoW podcast, and I have some cooked takes. Okay? One of the cooked takes that I had was would it be a good idea for them to add 2 new, like Shaman. Okay, so they've announced now the last Titan comes out. Shaman tank is now a thing. Evoker tank is now a thing. There is now a Death Knight healer, another priest DPS. There's like 7 new specs in the game. Would that be good or bad? And there are some people who are like, dude, Tinkerer plus this plus that, like that would be super fun. And I agree with you that it would be hype. But there is zero that they would be able to balance it. So if you wanted this, the only way that we would ever get it is if you were willing to let go of balance. You would have to accept the fact that the game would not be balanced. One of those things is going to be broken, and some of them might not be meta. It would be, however, extremely fun and very hype. So the question is the hype worth the lack of balance? And is balance the thing that actually makes the game fun? That's the question. I ultimately agree and do concur with what Artemir said, which is just, it wouldn't be special if they did it too often. I agree. That makes sense. Like when a new champion comes out in a game like League of Legends, you're kind of just like, all right, it's the 173rd champion. That's cool. But it's not like the most special Giga thing. But yeah, like when Season of Discovery came out and you could play Warlock tank, that shit was cool. or mage healer, but it was also broken because those things were not balanced and they were so good that it felt bad when you didn't play them. So that's a problem. And I think that that's what they have to be trying to balance. And that's not so easy, by the way. And so it would be better probably if they just didn't do either of these things. But we're never going to allow them to put new things in the game if we don't actually accept the fact that some of it's just not going to be balanced. Like, we have to accept that some level it's just not going to work for balance. But the reason that balance matters is not because of player power, it's because of access. Because you know that if your thing is not balanced accordingly, like if it's not properly tuned and it's just bad, even by 5% or 10%, which is pretty good balance, you won't be able to play the game. August hard to bounce because it exists in isolation. True. That's actually fair. Flash. You'd be one in the best. That would be so toxic. That would be. Oops, I don't want those leeches. Just go straight through. Dude. For competitive WoW, that's got to be the worst idea ever. I'm kind of okay with it, but for competitive WoW, you would probably have to gear 8 tanks and 8 healers, and most likely be required to play all of them. If that's how they did it, and you actually had it where every single dungeon there was a different meta, people are too attached to their character. It wouldn't work. That wouldn't work. But it's, I see, it's a cook. I appreciate the cook. It's not a good one, but, stop pulling. This corner pack is bad, I think. I think that if Blizzard goes super crazy style for a season, I mean, the thing is, on the surface, it's very easy to assume that crazy style would be bad, but people in general like it when you bounce crazy style on that shit. Like, I think that it's easy to be like, wow, what did you take this morning? But actually, it's a little bit more of a, I'll find out. I think the days of individual classes is over. We need the Final Fantasy system. The thing is, Flash, people have asked me, is there a way that you could solve the crazy gatekeeping in WoW, especially for tanks and healers? I genuinely don't think that you could with the current iteration of World of Warcraft. Because how are you supposed to make it that Guardian Druid, Blood DK, Brewmaster, and VDH are all reasonably balanced? They're so fundamentally different that it would be like impossible for you to somehow figure it out to get those things balanced reasonably instead of unreasonably, right? Like, I just don't think there's a world where you're going to ever get that right. But I also wonder if there's a world where they need to get it right. I think it's an actual question to ask is, what if they just didn't get it right? What if they got it wrong? Would that be so bad? I think it's easy to say yes because of how we are currently attached to the fact that you just won't be able to play because of the meta pressure and all that. But I also am not convinced that that's the only answer here. I think more people dislike the Final Fantasies. I don't know. I haven't played Final Fantasy, so I wouldn't be able to comment on that. I have no idea. I do think that even if they're not willing to do that, like, actually, it's the thought process here that might matter more, because what they actually need to figure out how to do is return World of Warcraft to a game of fun. And this just seems like something that would be fun. I have a feeling that that might be really important. Fun is a good metric for success. Let the cask off, right? Ow. WoW 2.0. Maybe. If they announced at BlizzCon, I'm going to BlizzCon this year. Have you ever been to BlizzCon before? I don't think it's happening either. I think it's kind of bait, but oh, I don't have the current emotional wherewithal to actually have a proper conversation about the potential of a WoW 2.0, but know that I will make a video about it soon, probably, because I actually think I have thoughts about this. And from the recent videos that I have made, I'll tell you, it is a surprisingly it's a mixed feedback. There's a lot of people who are... There's a lot of different perspectives in WoW. I'm just too tired to actually have that proper conversation unless I go downstairs for a bit, which I could do. Azeroth awakens and everything looks different. We need the totems. Just update the game engine. I mean, isn't that the theory of Platinum WoW and a few other people, is that they're trying to make a reboot for that Wiz? I don't know if they're actually going to succeed at it, but as far as I know, they're trying really hard to kind of get new people into it. I would play Classic Plus. If they came out and said tomorrow that Classic Plus is now a thing and they're going to do it, I would play, to be honest with you. I would make that choice. I would say I'm gonna learn and I want to play. But the reason that I want to play is something that I actually think that people could appreciate and relate to. Do you know what I want to play? I've been like this in the past. I want it to be literally and physically different. Bear? No, not what class I would play. The question is, why would I play Classic Plus? Like, what would draw me, for example, as somebody who really likes Mythic Plus, who really likes retail, why would I make the decision to potentially consider playing Classic Plus? What would cause me to make the swap? As in, another way to think about this is, what do I not like about retail? Why wouldn't I stay with retail is another way to think about that question. That's why I go. Correct. At a simple level, it is because every season that retail continues to progress, the strangest thing has happened. And I almost can't explain it. Like, physically, I would have a very hard time giving you an exact answer as to why this is true. But I feel it in my bones, man. Somehow, although Mythic Plus has gotten better in every way, pretty much, I really think that, actually. The design of Mythic Plus, our access to player power, and Mythic Plus is just straight up better. I can play at a level that I've never been able to play before. I think Midnight Season 1 was really good. Yet somehow, the player base, I think, is responsible. I am not having as much fun. I'm good, don't worry. He just triple bites me there. There is less fun. How? It's weird. It's very, very weird. I want to explore it. Is it because we've changed? It should be more fun. And yet somehow it feels a little bit less something. I think that's actually a requirement. Yeah. In this case, you can't, though, Wiz. Is it because I don't have a team? It's because I don't have consistency? I mean, I've only ever had that once, though, to be fair. Dragonflight Season 2 when Bear was really good. Okay, if I do this, am I going to die? Maybe. Still, I want to try to do adequate single target damage. Oh, this could be... Do I need to hit something here? Let's find out. This one I might die, actually. I'm a little between defenses. That's the Lunation nerf I'm about to feel. So he's not going to triple bite me yet. I'm going to have to move back over to this altar. Interesting. The banter and progression with the team, I agree. How does Bear... So also, we can't test it properly. Like, in particular, my damage is going to be the thing I can't test. I should have just hit in card here. No, only this right now, Nayla. Currently, but it's coming out tonight for you or my morning time. I do feel the Lunation nerf on a single target boss that actually checks me. There's no consistency or standards or accountability in pugging. It's just toxic. Like, honestly, yeah, like 8 hours basically. But for me, it's my evening time right now, so it's basically my tomorrow. To be honest with you, you don't even have to justify it. It's actually just straight up because it's toxic. It's not that there's no, you can dive into it. You can attempt to examine it and say because it's this or because it's straight up. People are kind of vicious and mean in a way that did not exist before. We were always, I mean, we're gamers, and that's always been a factor. But it's worse than it was. I think it's actually more that we've changed more than Blizzard has changed. To be honest with you. Yeah, I think because this one's new, it's still fun to play, but yes. I don't know. I feel like they can't win. They have made so many good changes, and yet we are just not satisfied. We're just not happy. I don't know what they could do to appease us at this point, to be honest with you. I don't physically know what else they could reasonably do, actually. There's a world where it's just, like, is it cooked? I don't know if it's actually cooked necessarily. We could pull one caster with this. It's not cooked. That's the wrong way to say it. It's just, I have really felt more demand, more pressure, more this, more of the things I don't like this season than in previous seasons, and it's really killing my enjoyment. Like, the passion just isn't there in the same way that it used to be. I'm so okay stopping at 4K. And also, I agree with that, Zonda. That like that so where I'm at right now, I stopped. I have no desire to push into past 4K IO. Seems like it would be the worst possible decision for me. Given the chance, players will optimize fun out of the game. I agree with you. That seems to be what's happened. But I also think that if you put me in charge of design, I might be able to solve some of that. I don't think it's an impossible thing for them to address. Part of why it feels so toxic, in my opinion, is just because they don't really understand what people want. It's a very strange thing, and I don't want to harp on it too much because they've also made a lot of good choices. But it's a weird thing. It's a very strange thing. But I swear, they don't actually know what we want. They don't know what tanks want. And an example, depending on we don't know what we want. Yeah, a little bit. Do we not know what we want? I guess it depends. I guess there's a world where that's true is. I just think to myself, like, again, if you... Okay, so this is... I don't want to spoil this, actually. This is a really good idea. It's such a good idea that I'm not going to tell you. I'm actually going to keep this one to myself. I thought about it. I'll message it to you, Wiz. I'll message it. You're... You know, since you're an official mod of stream now, I'll just message it to you. I have like a fucking great idea. But I'm not going to tell you what it is. I'm gonna debate you a little bit on this. Yeah. How's Bear doing? We can't test Apex, so this won't be my final form in terms of damage and stuff like that. But technically, I'm very tanky. But this is also a dungeon that would be very good for Bear because so much of the damage is physical. The Apex is still Omega bugged. But this dungeon is not a good test because so much of the damage is actually melee damage that I feel so strong. But actually, I might not be. Like, it's actually hard to say. Because, like, this hit doesn't hit me. But that's not a good test because sometimes Guardian Druid just is very good against this type of damage. Especially because I am playing... You will be even better against melee damage in the upcoming season because you are not going to be filling with Moonfire. You have more rage. Swipes back on my bars, so I guess that's a little weird. Yeah, I don't think it's basically their problem. I think it's us. I think it's an us problem, but I don't know how they solve it. Because it's a oh shit, sorry man. I'm good. I have a dispel for myself, don't I? Okay, it's not bound, but I swear I have it. I just have to put it on my bars. Don't judge me. I'm never set up properly on PTR. It is what it is. I meant to dispel myself. What's up, Yuki? Oh, could you upload more bear ideas or Insta stuff for members? I don't use Patreon, so I don't know if you post that stuff there. Could you upload stuff here? I try to remember. Fair enough. I will. I tell you what. Yeah, upcoming soon though. On the thumbnail, the title is "The Pro Warrior Bricked Your 19 Algathar." I mean, in terms of toxic conversations, we all listen to the bench, yeah? You know the bench? I have a really bad sense of humor. Like, I have a very, very, very dad sense of humor. It's not good. I still, for some reason, think that if I was to start a WoW podcast, bro, how am I supposed to not call it the chair? It's too available. It's too in my face. Like, like part of me really, I just want to call it the chair. I just really want. I think it would be so funny for one episode. You still can't join the Discord. If I do exclamation Discord, you can't join it. If you do exclamation Discord, you can't find it right now. No, because I just want to do. Because I want to do, like, I just think it'd be funny. I just think it would be really funny. Imagine the chair. It's a double entendre. Some people really like the chair. I don't judge. It's a triple entendre, actually. If you think about the first and the initial entendre, so the first layer of the entendre here, the enchilada, is the first one is basically the fact that obviously there's the bench podcast, which is proper, right? Like that's the first joke. The second joke is that some people are into a lifestyle. And the third joke is basically Windwalkers and Blood DKs for the last while in World of Warcraft have gotten the chair in terms of the electric chair. So that also applies. It's like a triple layered entendre. Yo, what's up, Smooth? I'm trying to debate on whether or not it would actually be funny to call a WoW podcast that I make The Chair. Which, honestly, it isn't that funny, but for what it's worth, yeah. Can I go? You can play Fire Mage when you get back. It's not looking great right now, but you can absolutely make it work. If you want to, you can make it work. I am currently testing, and the only thing that we can test right now is the actual Apex here. Why would you not? I have a better name. It's not actually funny. It's one of those, I think it would be funny, but it's not actually funny. I love the new episode with Artemir. It was very entertaining. Good, because that wasn't supposed to be a podcast. I asked him, I sort of debated him, Willow Misted. I told him, I was like, do you want to make a video? And then he said, yes, I'll do a video with you. And I said, sweet. And then 5 minutes before he showed up, I was like, by the way, it's a podcast. And he goes, what? And I was like, yeah, it's just, that's what we're doing. And he said, okay. I didn't even know it was going to be. I decided 5 minutes before my call with him that I was just going to turn it into a podcast. It was a very spur of the moment decision. I had nothing planned. But I do think it would be fun to do a podcast. One more question. I want to run Apex Elune and 18s or higher just because a little more DPS. No, it's not currently more DPS. Ask me your questions here, Yuki, if you want. I can only post so many things to YouTube's for the members and whatnot. And if you don't use Patreon, then I will post a lot of stuff there. Currently, it's very difficult to theorize exactly what's going to happen with Guardian Druid just because we physically cannot test some of the stuff that I really need to be able to test in order to make proper opinions. But I can give or take tell you what's going to happen. I want to say with a certain level of confidence, I'd be able to tell you a lot about the upcoming season. But there are two big question marks that we still have, and they mostly come down to dungeons. I think it's pretty clear what's going to happen once the Apex is released. Like, once the Apex is fixed, then you can play the Apex. I have a feeling... No mini-boss. You can skip the mini-boss? Wait, you can skip this guy? You could just not take him? No way they keep that. They're going to make you play him. You can? You could just skip him? Oh, why would you ever play him? Wait, why would you literally ever play him then? He's actually the worst. He's such a terrible mob. Wait, how much percentage is he? My route is kind of 100%, so I would need to clarify a little bit what I'm supposed to pull, but... Wait, why would you literally ever play him? He's like the worst mob. Haha. There would be no reason to ever play him. You can only skip because the wall is bugged, I think. Interesting. I wonder... I bet you they're just going to somehow... Oh, like you can just... Yeah, that's how they're going to make you do it. So you can just walk through... Yeah, they're going to fix that. There's no way. So you currently can skip him. I mean, that mob is one of the things I think they should change about this dungeon because he does suck. Like, he is the type of mob where I think that is not... He's a little bit overtuned, maybe. We synced them. If we tried not using plater planar, just enabling the nameplate coloring. No. I have Planinator, which is somewhat decent, at least. I have the option to use Planinator here. Oh, we let both go off. Not good. But I have Bug Grabber and everything else. I can't import a setting, and I can't seem to do anything about it, but it's okay. Okay, why are all bears running haste? There is a video I made. It is on YouTube. I would watch it if you want an in-depth breakdown, Yuki. I made like a 15-minute rant about Guardian Druid secondaries. Ultimately, Guardian Druid secondaries are a little bit more for preference. But currently, in the actual modern season, not next season, EC Apex will not give you more damage. It will in Raid. For Raid build, you should play EC Apex. But for Key build, no. You want to play no Apex. And the way to min-max your damage, if you are a member on YouTube, you will find a Guardian Druid min-max video. That will help you with your damage more than your build. There are nuances to this build where you can get more damage out of it, but you have to understand where that comes from. It's not actually secondary stat. He didn't think Bear will be meta next season because no tank spec. Yeah, I mean, that's a very fair point, Mickelson, to be fair. I was covered like, no, of course, you're fine. You're absolutely fine. I thank you for being a member on YouTube and stuff. I appreciate the support. But there's a lot of videos. You have to scroll. Just know that a lot of the testing now is going to be kind of cooking for next season instead of this current season. You have another toxic cook on secondaries. I think that there is a way for them to fix... I'm curious to know your cook, Wiz. I think I know how to fix gearing in WoW. You just won't like it. No one will. But there is a way. If you want to know... I mean... Do you know who's actually right about gearing in WoW? Unfortunately. Oh. Don't say I'm not unfortunately. But there is a content creator who has mentioned this before, and I ultimately believe that he is correct. Mr. Yumi TV, I think, has the right idea about WoW gearing, which is that you can't balance it. That's the one catch for this. You actually need, but you need to make gear feel worth it. Like, you need to make it feel special. And modern WoW has homogenized gearing to the degree where not only does it not feel special, it just feels bad, in fact, when you don't have it. You don't feel rewarded for getting the thing. You just feel bad when you don't have it. It's not a good system. No one, I don't think anyone really likes the gearing in modern WoW, personally speaking. What spec do you think will be good next season from what you have tested? I would be hesitant to answer that, Mikkel. And to be honest with you, anybody who tells you they know what's going to be meta next season, you have to be hyper cautious of. We can't even test something like a Guardian Druid Apex talent. I have to test this entire dungeon with no Apex. So there are 4 talent points that I would spend somewhere else if I could. I literally cannot test because it's bugged. And a lot of tanks have that. There was the very funny bug with Prop Pally where it just casually reduced. You just did 10% less damage to the mobs instead of them doing 10% less damage to you. They fixed that talent. We don't even know what's bugged. And there's also only 1 dungeon at this point. Don't you have to take this for percentage? I didn't know we were going to skip the mini-boss, so I think that this is not percentage. Hard for me to say exactly, but I have a feeling we're going to need one more thing. I didn't plan to skip the mini-boss. Let's see. It's not like we time it anyways. Let's see how it feels. This pack is already dangerous enough without pulling the extra 2 things in here as well. Kick the first. Go here. So, I don't know how to answer it. You know, technically, if I was going to tell you, if I was going to try to answer for what it's worth for DPS, DK. DK looks really good. Can't go wrong with DK. Rep Pallies have consistently done very high damage in all of the keys that I have seen. Does that mean they're going to be good? No. But I can tell you that the highest DPS I've seen in these keys is DK. They're still immortal. They still have grips. Grips seem really good in this dungeon. Poison Dispel seems like it'd be really worth it. So something with a poison cleansing totem would be good, like Shaman. But for tanks and healers, their tuning is so individually based that it's impossible to say. Yeah, we don't have percentage with the mini-boss skip. I needed to pull 1 more thing in the second area or at the start. But I think it's the second area that you would have to pull. Yeah, 1% is very competitive right now. I was kind of surprised by how competitive the 1% ended up being. It's higher than I thought it would be, especially in EU. I'm going to be safe and have to gear up all the tanks. Technically speaking, the only way, swapping from healer to tank, if you want to actually guarantee that you'll have a meta pick, unfortunately, Mr. Daddy is Salty is correct. There is a secret hack, but it's basically banned tech if you're trying to have fun in this game. The actual hack is that you need to level all 6 tanks and have all 6 tanks prepared. That is technically and unfortunately the only actual way to do it. It is what it is. Oh, I'm the res. I don't have res bound. 1 second. Here. Got it. Unfortunately. If you want to gear up all but 1 tank, I meant more for learning. Oh, sorry, for learning tank. Sorry, I misunderstood your question. That is a good question. Guardian Druid doesn't necessarily teach you how to learn tank. Kind of like Mistweaver doesn't necessarily teach you how to learn healer. Like if you told me you're like, I've never healed before, but I also want to learn how to heal. Not just play a healer that's good right now, but I want to like physically learn how to heal because I want to be able to play all the healers. I don't think Mistweaver is a good option because you can ignore too many mechanics. And it's very unique in the way it does things right now for how powerful it is. Guardian Druid is kind of in a similar slot as that. I feel like Prot Warrior does teach you how to tank while having a simple rotation with Mountain Thane. If you want to know tank skills, you're just going to have a not-so-friendly experience. Guardian Druid is the friendliest tank because it's powerful, straightforward, but you can ignore too many mechanics on it. As in, you can get hit in the back, you can be lazy with your gathers, you can, etc. I have Bear, Pally, Warrior, Monk. Mickelson, tell me a little bit more about your history and what you have already played in WoW. There would be a way for me to answer this, but it kind of depends a bit. What have you already played is the question. I could probably relate it like that. Oops, I need to clear. Warrior will punish you heavily, but you will learn how to tank on a warrior. I don't know, but the thing is, in order for you to learn how to tank, you also have to get into it. Like, you have to be willing to invest the time, and if you choose the wrong tank, and you don't like it, you won't, I don't think you'll end up having a good time. And I don't actually think you'll end up sticking with it. What is your favorite ice cream flavor? And are you more of a cat or a dog person? I bet you that's actually kind of correct, Wiz. It just has to do with how much friction you like. Thank you, Geach. I'm excited too. I have a lot of ideas for content coming up. Oh, Wiz, I gotta tell you, I think this would actually be such a fun idea to do with this undisclosed, unnamed content creator that I will do a video with soon. This may take some time, but I recommend leveling a tank from the start. Leveling dungeons don't actually teach you anything, unfortunately. We skipped the mini-boss. We need one more mob. Thank you, Geach. I'm excited too, actually. There is a lot of stuff to cover, and I want to hopefully help people. I think I've learned a lot about making content in general. I've just learned... I think I have my ear to the ground. I think I'm kind of aware of what people want. And what I mean by this is... more people want a simple tank than a complicated tank. More people want less punishing tank mechanics than complicated tank mechanics. More people want straightforward, easy to understand mechanics than hard mechanics. Like straight up raw checks with numbers, people don't enjoy. But also people don't enjoy non-intuitive mechanics. So things that you have to basically watch a YouTube video for. That doesn't leave them with a lot of design space, keep in mind. So that's a tough ask. But in general, people... they have to be... that's their design philosophy. Pure felt fine. My damage is 40k lower than my... and so we'll see how they design this dungeon. Like this dungeon right here is pretty good on that. Teach you that those casters refuse to walk in. I think that there's just such an easy way for them to do the tank. If you want to help people learn how to tank, bro, just make a damn tutorial, make a proving grounds that actually teaches you tank mechanics. I'm not even kidding. Hear me out. You gotta do it. Yeah, at some point you have to bite the bullet and just realize that people need a tutorial. Like, actually make it so that people have a chance to learn about threat, about this, about this. You have to actually give, like, make a 5-minute tutorial, man. Give a literal 5-minute tutorial. That's it. 5-minute tutorial. Can't be that hard. Wait, why can't I add battle tag friends? Oh, because he's not in range. I forgot to add that guy. Yeah, you have to. Like, not just for tanking, but for healing. There's so much that isn't just not explained whatsoever. Threat, this, that, whatever. There's so many things that are not explained. And that are very possible to explain in a simple 5-minute tutorial. Like, this is going to sound really stupid, but you guys want to know one of the most undisclosed tank facts for people getting into tanking? This is going to sound so damn stupid, but I swear to God, it's a real thing that many new tanks who have not played WoW before but try to get into WoW and want to tank have zero idea about. Watch this. Hey, Little Tattoo. Little Tattoo, you could tell me what you think about this if you had to learn how to tank. This is the simplest concept, and it is nowhere in the game is this explained. Okay, you ready for this? Watch this. I want to make one, Wiz. I've been thinking about how to do it. I want to put work into it. Watch this. Are you ready? As a tank player, I cannot just walk past these mobs. If I moonfire this guy and walk past him, I don't have snap threat. And you're like, well, of course. What do you mean, of course? Where do they tell you that? Where is snap threat and aggro explained? There are so many tanks. Well, the key's over now, so you want aggro. But there are actually so many tanks that don't realize, as they get into tanking, they have to hit the thing for you to have threat. It doesn't auto aggro to you. Just because you tag one thing in a pack does not mean that you have threat on that pack. That you have to find a way to do actual DPS, your damage matters, on that mob and that pack And anything you don't hit, you don't have threat. As silly as that sounds, snap threat should be explained. What's the difference between snap threat and aggro? They're interchangeable terms. They're both they both work. Basically, snap threat and aggro, just referring, aggro is like in the middle of a pack, I suppose. Snap threat is very specifically, you have to make a plan as you walk through things. You must somehow tag the things in order for you to obtain aggro, which is snap threat. Yeah. Basically, like, you have to figure out, different tanks have different ways of doing it, but if VDH is meta, if you think it was bad, Guardian Druid is very good at snap threat, by the way. VDH is very bad at snap threat. So if we have a meta for VDH, it's going to be so bad. Because you will have a lot. I mean, this happened before when they had even better threat, and you would just have them, like, you would just leap. No, but there are unspoken rules about threat that are not explained. And one of them is, if you're not in range of the mob, you have less threat. So if I'm here, there's an actual range yard for this. One of the things is, if I'm tagging from range like this, I have less threat than if I'm actually up in their face. There's an additional modifier for being in melee, which means if I tag and run, I'm a little bit too far, but also this applies for healers and tanks, for DPS. So if I'm like a Mistweaver and I'm right in the mobs hitting them, compared to over here just ramping, there's a difference of threat. But there's an exact value for this that I don't actually remember. It's some modifier for this as well. Those things are real. But there's like there just should be something that just says, I see you've swapped to tank specialization. But why? But literally, why not? Who does it harm? Anyone who knows it exits out of the window. But anyone who doesn't, there should be a window, and literally as you go, I see you swapped to healer specialization. Is your dispel bound? Like, I swear, why not? Why aren't there UI elements that basically just account for the fact that not everybody has been playing World of Warcraft for 20 years? I'm seriously going to cash out about this. This is a whole ass rant. Why don't they have awareness about this? Who does it harm to put a little bit of thing, to just say something like, oh, did you know that you're not supposed to target the person and heal them? Like, you can use this thing called click casting. What's that? Well, you can bind things, which you should do, like your B-res, so that you're not supposed to manually target the thing and B-res. Have you changed your party frames to raid-style frames? I don't know. Have you? Because you should. As silly as that sounds, where is that explained? Seriously. Did you know, if you are listening to stream right now, did you know that you are basically not supposed to use the base party frames, and you are supposed to use raid style frames just because they're better? But did you know there's a setting for that? And that's why some frames look different. It's not an add-on. There's actually just a straight up setting. Let me bind my dispel, speaking of which. I'm going to take my own advice here. Actually, I should take my own advice. Wait, let me bind my own dispel. wait, actually, wait. I didn't dispel once that dungeon. You see, why does Blizzard not help me, the new player? why don't they? I don't think I changed to raid frames. It is very helpful. If you go to edit mode and you click on your party frames, there's a check mark, and this is how you get your frames to look like what you see, Kira. There is also an add-on that you can use, but the base party frames don't give you information. They won't show debuffs, they won't show buffs, they won't show any of the things that you actually might want to be aware of. Whereas raid style frames have it included that a lot of this is going to be tracked on the frame. And all you need to do is go to edit mode and click this button. That is it. That's the only thing you need to do. And yet it is not explained anywhere. All it is a single button. The easiest thing in the world. Click that button, save, done. Problem solved. You can edit them, customize them as much as you want. Frame width, frame height, all you. You make your decision. How big you want them. Do you want to show things? That's fine. But just click that button. Why not? Why isn't there something, by the way, that also just says for new players, like you walk in and the very first, I mean, this one I understand because this would actually be telling, right. I would also, for example, just say, when you are a new player and you boot up World of Warcraft and you hit max level, probably when you hit max level, I think this is the right way to do it. Somebody attains max level, they get the achievement. Congratulations, you are now level 90. A pop-up appears and just says, check out these popular add-ons. That one I kind of understand, like why they wouldn't want to encourage you to do that, but god damn it should exist. Every new player, when they hit max level, should just be, there should be like a menu that just says, check out these popular add-ons. Because some of the base stuff is not so good. And you would never know. That's why everybody has to ask, what add-on should I get? Because should just be Platinator, Plater, choose one. Just get it. Unless they make the base frames better, choose one. I'll make a video about this at some point. Like I'll actually cash out properly. I'm too tired to like fully get into this right now. But the idea is there are so many little things. And also, everything in this game assumes you've been playing for 20 years or just a long time. Why doesn't it show me what are dispels? You go, what do you mean what are dispels? Of course, you see something, the frame glows, you dispel. What does that mean? What does the green one mean? What does the blue one mean? What does the purple one mean? What does the red one mean? Well, that's easy. Red one is a bleed. I can't bleed dispel. It's just showing me I can't do anything about it. Okay, what does the green one mean? Well, green is poison. What does the purple one mean? Well, that's curse dispel. What's the blue one mean? That's a magic dispel. Why would you, I know that. How would you know that? There's literally zero UI information about this. But then, watch this. What if there was just a UI element that said, hey, the gargoyle has picked somebody up. You're a paladin. Freedom. Just pops up something on your screen. Just says freedom now. Like they're not freedom now. That's a weak aura. Just, it can't tell you what to do. It should just give you the information. Somewhere on your screen, if it just somehow had something that just gave you an indicator that just said, you can freedom this. And you think to yourself, again, I've made the same argument for like Pit of Sauron. Do you know how many people get to a plus 20 and realize, of course I can freedom the gargoyle, but what do you mean? What's the dot? I mean, you can also freedom the cold wraith dot. And they go, what's that? And I was like, you can also rescue the cold wraith dot. They're like, you can? I'm like, yeah, it's a snare. And it really helps actually, because I'm a healer. I'm healing. I'm like, I don't know if I should heal this or not. Like, are you going to help me? And they go, you can do that? There are and high level keys. I'm not talking about plus 5s or plus 10s. I'm talking plus 20s. People will get there and have zero clue about this because most DPS players don't have to learn. But on top of that, if you think that that is a conversation about hand holding and WoW, the thing to understand is that they already give you the information, but they expect you to know what the frame thing means. Telling me on my screen freedom and showing me a snare effect is the exact same thing, but one of those requires me to understand what a snare effect is, and one of them does not. If they actually just said, you can dispel, like there was an indicator that you can dispel, you would still have to make the executive decision to do that. And if you think to yourself again, and you're like, oh, that's hand-holding, you can't do it. They already, that's what that icon means. Like, that's why you have frames. So I can see that there's an indicator that I can dispel. I don't memorize it. I'm not looking at my screen saying, oh, I'm going to memorize it in 3 seconds. I look, I see information, I hit dispel. Yeah, Like I see, I look, I dispel. And if I don't know what that is, then I wouldn't, I don't know. There's just little things like this. It makes me upset that they don't seem to understand these things. It seems like that it's just missing from the conversation, at least. I don't know why. They can advertise weird authority. Yeah. I also think that they should have just kept, to be honest with you, I kind of thought that they should have just, I'm going to get in trouble for this take. They should have just actually bricked add-ons. Maybe I won't get in trouble for this take. Maybe I'll actually make this a video tonight. Maybe this is the actual YouTube video tonight. I don't know if I have the proper, maybe I need to collect some more data on this. But I think they should have just straight bricked add-ons. Like either they made some of the changes and they were going in that direction, and then all of a sudden they reversed it. And it was like, no, hold your guns, fucking do it. Do it. I dare you. Like when we were initially playing beta, it was fine. And we were thinking, but they're going to fix it. They couldn't fix it, so they decided to effectively let it back. But they should have just actually continued and bricked it. Make frames better. Figure out what are the people installing add-ons for. Give it some access, like in the actual base game. Brick it. No add-ons. I feel like there was some under-the-table hidden cash deal that they got from an add-on. Like, I feel like somebody was like, you know what I mean? I feel like now or some streamer, I don't want to call anybody out individually, but whoever makes, because they make tens of thousands of dollars. I mean, they make a lot of money from selling UI stuff. I feel like they were like, Blizzard, don't do it. Like, I feel somehow I feel like there was some sneaky under the table exchange of like, we see the direction you're going. Stop. And they were like, ooh, money. No, I can't be that much. There's no way they actually kept up. Remember, Blizzard makes a lot more money than we might ever be able to rationalize or fathom. To focus on fun and to remove competitive toxic gamers and add on from the game. Yep, I'll stand by it. If they would put the time and effort to make a working UI that doesn't look like shit, cheese. I don't know how to respond to that. Thank you? Wait, no, I'm not supposed to say that. Yeah, that was the wrong thing to say. At this point, it's not about appearance. People are editing game files for the Lure add-on. Makes me think, what if they didn't? True. I mean, that's fair. They tried to design a raid tier for what it's worth. Why do I need a UI add-on just to mouse over cast on boss frames and raids? Simple things can replace add-ons. I agree, and it seems to me like they just couldn't quite finish. Like they couldn't. Look, I have some amounts of sympathy for not. You can do all the work. You can have the best of intentions, but sometimes you don't quite cross the finish line. And you know what? That's fair. Again, a lot of sympathy. I've lived a full life. I know I'm still kind of young, but I'm also getting older, so me, you, most people, not everybody who plays WoW, but a lot of people can relate to that. So we have sympathy, but I feel like if you have to be willing to kind of stand up, stand tall, or lack thereof, and be honest about it. You know, there are other ways to make people happy. But the decision that they made is, I feel like they could have gone a little better. I feel like there was another way. More of a players will find a way. The top players are using borderline cheat add-ons. It's better than it used to be. I mean, Ritzbits, do you know what some of the top players used to use? Have you seen it? I was about to say, but also, I mean, I guess they still have a lot of it, but I mean, even for high-level keys, like title-level keys last season, before midnight, have you seen some of the stuff that they used to use? Like, you just didn't even know they existed. There were weak auras that were unbelievably fucking powerful that actually did play the game for you. To be fair, I mean, you really had, like, you had the mage weak aura or whatever class was meta, and it actually just said 3 seconds into priory, it literally just goes defensive. Press this button exactly right now. You don't even have to, like, it actually just said mirror image, ice cold, this, that, whatever it is. And you can program it to do so. So at the highest level of keys, it was like, kick this now. Go do this thing right now. And it was just like, you could program it to just have that sort of gameplay information, and then they tried to remove that, which was fair, but it seems like they didn't quite win the war. I don't feel like anybody really thinks they won the war on that, right? But Xbox isn't anywhere near as powerful as it used to be. It does work, but I mean, it is limited compared to what we used to have. But to be fair, I don't think that the extent to which they failed is interesting. That's a conversation, but I don't think that maybe there are people who think that they at least did. The base frame is better, the base game is better, but is there a subset of the WoW player base who thinks they won the war on add-ons? Like people who are doing a +5, or do housing mains think they did a good job? Like, is there an actual subset of the player base who thinks, nah, they nailed it with the add-on changes? Do you think that percentage of the player base exists? I don't. I'm trying to think if I've ever heard anybody say, like, what the arguments have been of, no, but they've done a great job. Like, the best argument is that we have certain things that do function better than they used to, and they might not have added that to begin with if we don't. Like, I use base frames now, and I couldn't use base frames before. Base frames were really bad before, and they're at least a little better now. Oh, it was Omni CD. So we have Mini CC, which is just Omni cooldown, but worse, right? Like, we do technically have Mini CC, Basuna. It's just not as accurate and worse, and you can't program it, and it's also it's literally worse in every way. It's like we have Omni CC at home. There is a small win. The healer's no longer, I did not add a buff to my whitelist each season. That's fair. I mean, it's not all bad, but I don't know. I do think, I just wish that I guess part of me still thinks that there's a lot of pride in the company. They should have pride. They've made a great product. But also, let it go, man. Just give us what we want. Actually, we don't know what we want. Never mind. I take it back. Don't give us what we want. Wiz, you said something earlier that is interesting. But I might just go downstairs and talk for a bit, because I'm getting tired, and I don't really want to do more of these. We'll have the new keys tomorrow, which will be exciting. But can they please fix the Guardian Druid Apex? I can confirm to you, by the way, I have inside information. I'm not supposed to tell you this, but I will. You want to hear? I mean, I can tell you this. I just can't tell you exactly what it is. But this is not even the wheel of fate that will determine the meta tank for next season. I am actually a WoW partner now. And so one of the cool things is I know that they are aware that the Guardian Druid Apex is bugged. And the criticisms, I will talk about this in a second as I go downstairs. I know that they're aware of it, because I am not the only one who has reported it in the official thing. But I just don't know when they'll fix it. It was actually very cool to see who else reported. I was like, oh my God, it's you. I was like, oh, look at that. I was like, I know you. I can't tell you who it is. Blizzard gutting the tools that made tanking and healing easier. Does Groove have defensives? How is Guardian looking in Season 2? Dr. Conso, good. That I did a 16, not a 19, but I did a 16. Tanky, but I can't test it properly because the Apex is still super bugged. We are going to be playing this. When you activate the new version of the Apex, they changed the Apex. When you activate this, it AoE taunts every single enemy in a 40-yard radius. It's bad. You can't test it. It will ninja pull the entire dungeon, and so it is actually just unplayable right now, which is sad, because it will, I think, make Guardian actually feel better. And ultimately, it'll be interesting when they fix that. I might just go downstairs and chat for a bit before work. It's raining, though. I like these parts of streams. The charging bear is not a bug, it's a feature. Don't touch it. But two things to know. Number one, if I go downstairs and just chat with people for a little bit, A, let's full rant, but also B, I can't see YouTube chat when I go downstairs. I don't know how to fix that yet. So just, you have to come here if I'm going to talk downstairs for a bit. I have been enjoying it. It's probably not a good idea for stream, but I like it. So I'm going to do it anyways because I like it. Boom. What's up, Secret? Also, Cheese. If you're still here, I almost certainly should not engage with you. But my curiosity has been piqued. Why? Wiz, mod me if I should stop. Can you mod me? Can you mute my stream? Like if I start saying some stuff that I'm not supposed to, are you allowed to do that? Is there a way that you can mod me from saying things on my own stream? Is that possible? No, right? Yeah. Fair enough. Unfortunate. Kitty can. That's true. She can. That's a good point, actually. Earlier you said you wanted to ask something and just bring it up anytime. Oh, I am a curious person. I like learning. Smooth, you mentioned yesterday that you worked at a prison. And I just wanted to, I guess, ask you for some stories that you might be able to share. Because I am curious. That was all. That's why. Yes, and the reason I ask is because that's a pretty unique thing, and you don't often get to talk to people who have had real-world experience with that form of thing, you know? That form of thing, you know what I'm trying to say. All right, hopefully I did not leave the fleshlights out downstairs. That is the plan. I left my Supergirl cup at the movie. I didn't take it home with me. Oh, my microphone is plugged in downstairs. All right, be right back. 1 second. While the ad is running. All right, Wiz, I'm going to message you something. I've got this. Watch this. I thought this was a really good idea. Hold up. Let's see. Viz. Ah. That. That's what I was going to say. Or one of those two ideas would be really good. I think that would. Don't repeat that. Don't repeat that. Oh, no. I have to stop opening WoW. Every time I tab back into WoW, that happens. Every time. Oh, my computer almost bricked again. Why is that happening? That's so scary, man. Every single time that actually keeps happening. All right, 1 second. Cool. When was the last time we went over what the meta tank is going to be? Have we gone over this recently? This is the meta tank next season. Let's find out. Here, let's just do this real quick. Ooh, Mountain Thane or Colossus? That is the question. Mountain Thane or Colossus? We don't know. That's yet to be determined. The wheel can only know so much, and the wheel does not know all. The wheel only knows a little bit. Yeah, I should add specs, huh? I'll play Colossus. All right, here's what I need to do. Number 1. I'm going to open my phone for a second. But also number 2. What category should I change to? Because apparently I should do this. I didn't do this before, and apparently I got to learn how to do this. So I'm going to go to this website here, and then I'm gonna alter the category. What should it be? Just chatting? Let's see. Or in real life. Just chatting. Holy. Or hot tubs. Manifest. I will play Colossus. Will you, Wiz? Are you sure? Been tanked with your Guardian, and your guides have helped a lot. I'm glad that my guides have helped. Healer's a one class I've never played or wanted to. I think it's fun to play different things. All right, hold on. Let me just say talking. I don't know. Give me a second. I want to try. I'm going to experiment and just see how this works. So, I'm going to do this. I've got our plan. Dan Mac, do you like cats? Okay, I've got a plan here. There you go. This is a good plan. This is a good plan. Good plan. I got it. I got it. All right. Having exactly 30 seconds. Does it? Because how does it line up with booming voice every time? I actually dropped booming voice when I was playing Colossus earlier. And I don't know if that is a good or a bad thing, but I decided to do it. I'm curious about the friction with Colossus gameplay. I might need to just test it again when I have a better UI, because it felt, I will say, I'm minimalistic when I never played Cat. Oh, no, I meant in real life. So, Dan Mac, you've come at an interesting time. I want to rant about the game a little bit and stuff. However, I also want to talk about this. No booming voice. Hold up. I just need to do one thing real quick, which is turn on a background, unless you just, my screen is dark right now. We have 3 cats in real life. You're about to meet my cats, except that they are so much louder than every other thing they're so loud. It's also very stormy right now. Okay, let me fix the microphone. I need to figure out how to do this better. One day, I will be technologically proficient. Today is not that day. Hold up. Let me figure this out. I got this. I've got this. This is the moment. This is my moment. Why does the microphone sometimes not... He is actually so tall. To the degree... Did you know that as cats get older, male cats can have certain problems? And when I say that male cats can have certain problems, I apparently mean that you need to... Oh, okay, I got the microphone. Nice. All right, perfect. I've got it now. Yeah, all right. Mic test real quick. Hello? Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? He's just cussing. I don't know what he's saying the whole time. You can tell me what you think. You tell me what you think. Are you ready? I'm taking you downstairs with me, Dan Mac, but we can continue to have this conversation down there. Let's go. I'm going to drink some milk, and I want to drink non-lactose-free milk. Define here. That's just a spicy one. Not happening. Let's find out. Define here. I have a microphone here, and I'm just making sure that that works. And then I'll put the music a little lower, and then we'll just play like this or something. I don't know. There's some music in the background. Shouldn't be very loud. This playlist is good. Good. All right. You say lactose-free milk? Yeah. So I bought regular milk, but they sent me lactose-free milk, and I was super pissed because it doesn't taste good. It's worse. It's worse in every way. Ready? All right. Boom. Bam. Whoa, that's wrong. Voila. At some point, I should just actually pay for this app so that I don't have the watermark in the background. All right, I'll be back. Who this? Is me. Woo. Wow, that was so fast. Buddy, I haven't even gotten downstairs yet. Bro, I haven't even... We're still... Buddy, stop. Buddy. Holy... He's actually just that loud. Buddy, you're going to get locked up here. Come on. Come on. Come on. Buddy, come on. Buddy, what are you doing? Come here. Come here. It's storming, buddy. Come here. My partner's on a work call. I have to get downstairs. It's very dark because it's raining now. I got this. Yeah? You are such a menace. You are actually a menace to society, buddy. Alright, hold up. I've got to turn on the lights. Ooh! Out of here. Dude, it's dark. It's storming. Alright, I will show you the cats and the pets momentarily. But you... Wow, somebody is delivering a package in this weather? I always feel bad when they do that. Alright. Yeah, what is he doing? Look at this. Man, Thailand is this cool. So they basically just deliver stuff on bikes. And I think that he is casually delivering a package in this weather. Look at this. He's just chilling. That's crazy. Yeah. He's going to deliver the package. 1 second. Hop him off. Hop. Okay, hop. I don't know what's been delivered. 1 second. I want to turn the other direction so that I don't. There's some weird people on the internet. I'm sure not you guys. Anybody listening to this is definitely normal. Everyone else is weird. All right. I'm going to assume my position on the couch. I'm actually going to open the iPad, which is definitely charged this time. I totally remembered to do that. I'm just going to turn it on, which is I have to use the power button to turn it on. There you go. Nice. All right, cool. And then I'm going to turn on my chandelier, put this here, and we've got the in real life stream setup totally rocking. Okay, so anyways, I got to start with like a ski take. Here, watch this. All right. First of all, it's a little dark, isn't it? It's storming. All right, I'll turn on the big chandelier. Don't be a menace. Cool. Hello. Nice. So, spicy take number 1. Thai chili. Oh, it's at 1%. I did the thing again. Where I forgot to charge it. It's okay. This one will work. That's why I charged the external battery so it'll be charged. All right, I did it. Battery is low. Your device will shut down in 30 seconds. How am I so bad at technology? I don't understand how I'm this bad at it. It doesn't make any sense. I spend so much time online and on devices. I should be way better at all of this. All right, I've got it now. 1 moment. All good. All right, cool. Somebody say something. Ah, there it is. Cool. Awoo, your ping is high. Is it? Wait, can you... Alright, I can see you now. Looks gorgeous. Not you being the reason he's... No. That's lagging. It was probably lagging because I went to the door and there's no Wi-Fi there. Yeah. Alright, it's settling down now. Good. Looks fine to me. A little bit of storm lag. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright. You. Don't be a menace. Alright, cool. I've seen much worse. That's good. You said you have 3 cats? After you turn the lights on? I actually wonder... It might have just been that. Yeah, it's possible. Alright, cool. Oh, I didn't put on my leggings today, but I feel okay. The power already went out twice. Well, the Wi-Fi went out. I feel so bad for this dude. He's actually just walking back now to his bike. I wish I could offer him milk, but I only have lactose-free milk, and so I don't want to do him dirty like that. I paid for regular milk, and they gave me this lactose-free milk. It tastes weird. It doesn't taste good. It's not right. Something strange about it. It's not good. All right, anyways. Dan Mac, you said you have 3 cats? Is that a thing in Thailand, just offering delivery people milk? No, that's absolutely a joke. Actually, most people in Thailand don't drink milk. It's mostly just me, to be honest. Have you seen Viva La Dirt League? Yes, I used to watch them religiously back in the day when they made Epic NPC Man. I don't think I've seen any of their more recent stuff, but I used to. They were always super funny and just had the epic NPC man and the store, the playroom was always really good. To be fair, watch the ping ones. Oh yeah, I would say that something the Playtech ones. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I would say that something a lot of people do is they wait for it to start storming and then they basically hire a minority to deliver them something in the rain. That does happen. That's for sure like a real thing. Not me. They're say hi to the people, buddy. What's that wood? Fashion. Hi, buddy. I know I didn't see you all day. What's this? Nope. I was out this morning too, so we didn't get to play. We haven't played at all. If he starts making too much of a fuss, I will give him dinner early. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. Yeah. Hi, buddy. Fashion? It's not me. I don't do home decor. I basically, yeah, I let her do everything. Like if we move houses, yeah. Wow. How's it going, buddy? We had to take him to the vet yesterday, uh, because he had some swollen glands, which is a thing that happens to older male cats. He's very cute, but he's also extremely loud. And so if he makes too much of a fuss, I'll just kind of give him food. It's cute for like 5 minutes, but if I actually came down here every day, you would hear him every day, and you, like me, after about 6 months of this, would eventually realize that boarding school doesn't sound so bad. I seriously mean this, and no, yeah, well, you can say so clearly that you would just never be that type of parent, but they wear you down. It's going to be very difficult to have any amounts of conversation because he is actually just screaming at full volume in my ear. My cat will meow nonstop. Yeah, but this is the thing. He does just actually do this nonstop. He won't stop. We can count and see if we can even reach 10 seconds without him doing this. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Oh, he heard. Wait a second. Oh, good boy, buddy. It's because you heard mom upstairs, huh? Good boy, buddy. You got to 10 whole seconds without screaming. So proud of you. So proud of you. He's distracted. You can see it. I never do that to my cat. Your kid, maybe. He's trying to get, yeah. Yeah. I'll just give him dinner soon. It's okay. Hi. Okay. As long as you are wearing clothes. Alright. Do you want to give them dinner, like, now? Okay, would you like me to help with it? Yes. Okay. Are you working all night? Okay. Bands? What? She's wearing more clothes than me. I don't even know if I have underwear on today. I mean, I do. Imagine having to wear underwear in your own home. Is that Mrs. Awoo? I mean, we're not married, so it's not Mrs. Awoo. Why wouldn't she be clothed? You're making assumptions, Wiz. Don't do that. It's 2026. We live in a free economy. I think you would make a great whatever it is you decide to do. So, like, there are two big things that I have to understand today. But the major one, and I will tell you, I've gotten myself into a hot bit of trouble. What's their dinner?
It's just going to be 2 packets each.
2 packets each? Okay. So I will say, I've landed myself into a bit of hot water to be honest with you, this is actually a terrible thing. If you're in a relationship, which you play World of Warcraft, so you might not be, but if you are, this is very important, okay? You really have to understand this. If you don't understand this, you will maybe not survive the night. I survived the night, but it's really tough, okay? Listen, married for 16 years, then you understand how bad. Okay, so yesterday we were watching some reels, right, in the room. And Kitty showed me this one reel, and it was, she asked me a question, basically. And she said, would you rather kiss the prettiest girl in the world for $10 million, or would you rather kiss me for $10? And I was like, honestly.
I said, there's only one correct
No, you didn't say this for, because you asked me the question, and I was like, no.
And I gave you a hint. I said there's only one correct answer here.
And I was like, the correct answer is super clearly, that's just a kiss. I'm going to kiss the girl for $10 million, and then we can split it and just have a great life.
And the correct answer was?
She is the prettiest girl in the world.
Yeah, so you kiss me, who is already the world's prettiest girl to you, and we get $10 million.
So, anyways, I am now paying reparations. And will be for the next little bit. Yeah. This was some Yu-Gi-Oh reversal shit. Absolutely. That is correct. I got. Well, because you know why I didn't know the answer to that question? Is because I'm not a player. And that's the thing. That's why she should be honored, actually, because I'm not a player. See, the only people who would know the answer to that question are those who have been asked that question before. You see? All right. Why both you? All of these are so wet. Why is cat food so wet? All right. I know both of you are so excited about this. You will get food. Why do you both act like you have never eaten before in your life? You have both eaten many times today. They always do this. Cats they should be studied for how well. Ooh, why is it so? Oh my god, it looks like soup. Ooh. Bro, what is cat food? What is this? Ew. Kitty, I much prefer the cans. I don't like this. Whatever this is texturally a nightmare. This structurally, if I ate carrots and had a worse digestive system than I currently do right now, and I vomited, it would look identical to what I am eating them right now. But supposedly this is high quality cat food. This is unbelievable. This should be considered a crime. Oh, why is it so liquidy? Oh, I have to feed them 4 more packs of this? Oh my god. Oh my god, it's coming out in chunks. Oh. I should win a Nobel Prize for this. This is... Why is... This is so disgusting. What is this? Why is it coming out? There's gotta be a better way to package this. There's no way this is a real thing. What? Why is this so bad? Oh my god. Alright, so this is why I don't go outside. This is what I imagine. This is actually just soup. There's one more pack here. The audio could be mythic. You can hear how, yeah. Oh. This is the type of shit that hunters eat. Only Beastmaster hunters, though. And the people who tune hunters at Blizzard, they also eat this. Why is this actually just physically repulsive? Okay. All right. I have to squeeze 4 packs out. Not 2, not 1, but 4. 2 each. Oh my god. That was... The things we do for pets. I don't know how they eat it. I mean, I do because I've actually watched them lick their own buttholes before, so it's not like completely out of the question, but it's pretty rough. Oh. You're welcome. I just want you to know that I am psychologically scarred from doing that. And can we please get them the cans of food again, because I never want to do that again. Is your laptop charger down here, Kitty?
Say that again?
Is your laptop... I already washed my hands. Is your...
I can't really hear you over the rain.
Is the microphone on?
It is, but I'm trying not to have this too loud.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Is your laptop charger down here? Because this is apparently already dead. And that is at 5%.
Oh, that's in the bedroom.
Your laptop charger?
Yeah, my laptop charger.
Could I ask you to just bring one down for me? Thank you. I don't know what charger it is. You guys know how I try to be an open-minded person when it comes to World of Warcraft? Just in general, right? Like earlier today, many times, I am of the opinion that if somebody genuinely disagrees with me, if you come in here and you're just like, "Ooh, I hate your content, I don't like your videos, stop uploading, and also you're bad at the game," I'm gonna have a conversation with you, like a genuine conversation. I'm not even gonna be offended. Because I try to be a reasonable person. But to be honest with you, what I just experienced goes beyond the realm of reason. It straight up goes into unreason. Why does that exist? There's no way that that should exist. That food was not, it wasn't even food, it was like something. It's bad. It's really, really, it was chunky, it was liquidy, it was tough. I did it because I had to, but what is really bad. And I gotta say, I try to be a reasonable human being, but there are certain things that push me over the edge. And I'm not gonna lie, one of the things that pushes me over the edge is soup. It's not a bit. It's no, I mean, like, the thing you have to understand is soup is like one of the worst human inventions that we still have today. Because for a long time, we had to do certain things to survive, and I get that. I do. I really understand, right? Like, but we evolved. We changed our ways because we recognized that although we had to do this 500 years ago or 5,000 years ago, we didn't keep doing it because why would we, right? We can improve our quality of life, and ultimately we have improved our quality of life. Our standard of living today is much higher than it used to be. And yet we still have soup. We don't need to boil our food anymore. You have the luxury of shopping at a grocery store. Your food doesn't have parasites. It's not a survival tactic. Now it's a choice. Sometimes people pay extra money for soup. Why? What could possibly drive somebody to go to a Whole Foods and pick up a warm 1 liter jar of buttersquash soup? What could possess a human being to make this decision? Why? You're spending money that you have, that you work for, or somebody in your family worked for, and you are making this choice to choose. You could get anything. It scars me. I don't understand. It doesn't make sense. And it is, at some point we have reached a level of excess that I don't know if it's good for us. I think that maybe we need another something. I don't know. It's a dark place out there. It's a dark place. You got to take care of yourself. You got to protect yourself. There are people who will spend a lot of money on warm, chunky liquids that are basically what I just fed the cats in. They do have a very shiny, bristling coat of fur, so clearly it is effective, but scary, man. It's it's a cold, dark world out there. It's twisted. Malevolence exists, but not in human beings. Just in the form of soup. Ooh. Yeah, it's a tough ask. How do I feel about chili? No, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, it's all... That's like ranking crime, right? Like, technically, there are some crimes that are worse than others, and you can have that conversation, but it's still crime. It's still a crime against humanity. It's a crime against existence. For anyone who has ever wondered about the validity of my autism diagnosis, I just want you to know that that is one of the most passionate rants I have ever been on. And it's not a bit. It's not... I'm kind of spewing my feelings here. You know, I'm being genuine. I really am. Like, it repulses me viscerally, is the thing. Like, it physically damages my soul and my psyche to just know that it exists. I'm serious. It's so bad. Soup corpus. Also, hi, Umfi. I forgot to eat 0 carbs, only meat. No, I have carbs. I like carbs. Like, I have a lot of dairy and I like sugar. I just can't do fiber. It's a no fiber diet. So I still have carbs, but I eat a lot of meat, yeah. Most of my calories in the day come from meals if I can. Although recently, Like I said, you won't notice it crazy now, but I already lost a bunch of weight and I'll continue to lose weight because I just still haven't really healed enough from recency, like getting sick recently, and I still haven't been able to eat very much. So almost all of my calories are currently liquid. I can only eat like one meal a day ish right now. I mean, I could probably push some form of dinner tonight, but I really don't want to. Like, I significantly don't want to. I don't feel well when I'm trying to actually eat food right now. It's not, it makes me actively kind of ill. I don't like it. Like, when I get sick and overwhelmed, I don't want to eat. I know it's the opposite, but I don't eat. You know, like meals with sauces? There are some sauces that have certain redeeming qualities. I think that there are two big things to consider when it comes to soup, and there are some caveats. There is nuance to everything, and there are two big things. Number one, texture, right? Single texture better than multiple textures. But number two is the temperature. The temperature is really what drives most of this good or bad. Right? So you have things that are warm, that are supposed to be warm, and then you have things that are cold that are supposed to be cold. When you put the warm and the cold together and then you add chunks on top of that, is problematic. It's problematic. You know, applesauce, there are some, obviously you can always find some nuances, but you got to keep it. There are rules. There are rules, and if you challenge those rules to an extent, you're basically just trying to be the next Dormammu, and Stephen Strange is going to come knocking at your door or window or house that he rearranges. He'll get you. Sorry, just tuned in. What's the TLDR on your health? So I have certain autoimmune conditions and just chronic illness. I have been in mostly remission. Like I healed to an extent that I didn't know I could heal. I really have accomplished so much recovery in the last many years of my life. And then actually at this point, like it's July, about 2 months ago, I got a flu. I don't go out. I don't like going outside, but she went outside. Every single one of her friends got a flu. Every person that we were in contact with immediately got the flu. Then I was like, I'm gonna hold out. And then 5 days later, I got the flu. It wasn't COVID, but it was bad. It was like a proper flu. I was sick for about 2 weeks. Flu passed. Symptoms are not. So my immune system is just recovering now. Bro, you literally just had dinner. Are you unhappy because it was soup? I agree completely. This is the most valid. Ew, it's on your beard. One time, he was constipated and he tried to go to the bathroom and he was walking around after and it was just hanging from his butt. And I watched him bite it off. Physically, that was less repulsive than dinner tonight. That ain't right, but it is still better than that dinner. Because that dinner is worse. Significantly worse. That's why he's so upset. He was like, it's food, I'm going to eat it, but it's not really food. He knows that he has been poisoned, and now it's all over his face. And he knows. I know, too. I feel bad. I can't believe I fed that to him. He didn't seem to mind at the moment, but honestly, he would eat a brick if you told him it was dinner. So, Give him another. Yeah, yeah. It's tough. It's tough. Owning pets is not for the weak. I kid you not. This is the most disgusted that you will ever see. If you were Lie to Me, you know that you ever see that show? A good show. You remember that show from like 15 years ago? Lie to Me. Do you know what I'm talking about? If you were the guy from Lie to Me, you would understand. This would be a genuine. This is a macro expression. This is there's nothing micro about the level of disgust I currently feel. Yeah, is a really good show. Is like there are moments if he was reading me on stream, he would be like, what a very tolerable gentleman. And if he was reading me right now, he would be like, I don't know what horrors that he has just witnessed, but they're real. You can't throw bits at me to taste things. I don't know if there's a word. I mean, the thing is that it looked edible because it's just basically, I mean, it's just, if I was to guess, I didn't look, but if I was to guess at what the recipe was, visually, it's not that hard to identify. It's very clear, actually. I could tell you exactly what was in the dinner. It was three things: uh, human gastric juices, carrots, and chicken, undigested. So, if I was, for example, just going to try to make this homemade for them, I would simply take a few bites of carrots, chop them up, take a few bites, and then I would, for example, eat some chicken. Then I would upheave. I would make sure that nothing else, I've eaten nothing else in the day. So I really get the natural bile. And then I would serve it to them. That's exactly what it was. Identical. Visually, on their exact same thing. Wow. Yeah. It has been a trying day. Another cat. Oh, that's Juju. Yeah. She is cute. She's very cute, but I can't. So how does the flu story end? Oh, here I get Phil. So, anyways, she's like a cat. I can motion my hand toward her if she wants, but basically, I'm not actually allowed to pet her. Yeah, that's as much as we're gonna go. She'll like claw at me. I can wrestle with. He just I'll wrestle with him later. You'll see. I'll let him nap for now. But she, on the other hand, she's like a cat. Goddamn. Whoa. It's visceral. It's bad. It's not good, dude. It's so she has boundaries. He has no boundaries. I mean, Gafil, the flu was tough. I borderline would rather have a flu than have to feed them dinner like that again. It was a tough ask. Hi, honey. Don't fall. So she's older. She's 14. He is 10. Okay. Where was I at the flu? I've been a little distracted. I was recently just encountered some atrocities. All right, listen. All right. So, the flu story is my immune system seems to have responded quite violently to it. I don't know why. It's pretty. I haven't felt this bad in a while, but it triggered like an onset of symptoms that I just haven't dealt with in a long time. And the main one for me is that my stomach has just been hurting a lot. There's a lot of pressure, and I want to be careful because it will pass. I don't want to complain too much. It's always tough, right? I feel like when you talk about your own health problems, and anybody that's listening that's ever struggled with a chronic condition or illness or autoimmune stuff or whatever, you have to be careful because actively complaining about the topic will inevitably make it worse. So I have to caveat it with it will pass, but it's just frustrating at this point because for like a month, I had a good mental about this. For a month, and for a while, I was just really sitting there. I was like, look, I'm not going to let this get me down. I clearly feel miserable, but I have a life now. I'm not as young as I used to be. I have responsibilities. I got to show up to work. And for a little bit, I managed. And then very quickly, it was overwhelming. And I had to, that's why I took off stream. I couldn't stream for over a month. It was really, I mean, everything was going really well. I was really enjoying the game. I was getting my result 21 and WoW, and stream was going super, super good. And then I just, you know, if you've been here long enough, you know, I just vanished. Like the Avatar, except instead of 100 years and a weird Netflix reboot, I actually just vanished for a month and a half. So it seems to me that the flu just triggered a few things. I didn't mess up. And that's, I think, the thing that's most frustrating is now all of a sudden it's like I haven't been to the gym very much at all. Like a few times this last week. But I had to take a month off of my life, but still find a way to function. I still had to show up to work. I couldn't not work at all. So I was just like, my throat felt like glass for a while. My body wasn't recovering. I could barely eat. And I still just have to get as many calories as I can. And I didn't do the wrong thing. Like if I made a mistake, I would be able to rationalize it and justify it so much more. But I didn't. It was just this random thing that happened to me, and therefore the feelings of this is unfair and unjust and all the, like, I have to deal with all the frustration now because I can't be mad at myself. I didn't do anything wrong. There are certain things that I'm not supposed to eat, Gafil. I know that. My body works a little differently than other people. So if I just pigged out at a buffet, right, and then ate a bunch of stuff that I'm either allergic to or just I'm not supposed to have, it's like, you know, like that would, at least I could be frustrated and point that frustration and be like, well, I'm going to do better in the future. But this wasn't a situation like that. There is nothing I can do. Like, what am I supposed to do? I just have to take it. And I guess that feels worse. Do you know what I mean? Like, I actually feel like it would be easier if I had someone to blame, but I don't have anyone to blame. Apparently, it's just how my body is. And now I have to deal with all these symptoms that are frustrating. You know, just curious because I had influenza like 3 months ago. It spiraled into chronic sinusitis and bronchitis. And just this week, it's getting normal. First of all, I'm glad you're feeling normal. But that's what it feels like to me, is it feels something similar to that, where it's just, I'm here, my body temperature dysregulation is all off, my symptoms. I've had these conditions my whole life. For most of my life, I was sick. I felt terrible. And then I got better. But the problem is that maybe I got spoiled because I felt better now for a few years. And I felt sick again. I was like, God damn it. Like I haven't had to be this emotionally present and aware for a long time. So the older cat is currently knocking a box of treats off the table. That's what she's doing right now. So to be honest with you, you will hear just a lot of frustration in my voice when I talk about it, and I'm not going to pretend that I'm not frustrated. But it's, I guess at the end of the day, it's no one's fault. There's not much I can do. I just sort of have to accept it, you know. I'm struggling with that a little bit because I don't want to accept it. Uh, it's I worked so hard to not view myself as being somebody that's ill. For my entire life, I saw myself that way. And I would not have obtained anywhere near what I have today if I kept seeing myself as a victim. So I both simultaneously don't want to see myself like that today, but also, that's how I feel. You know? This is, I don't have an answer. I'm not trying to lecture to you. At this point, I'm just having a conversation, you know. Tuning back in. How's Thailand helping you on your journey? Generally better food quality? You mean of the health stuff? I mean, I've lived in Thailand for 8.5 years now. When my health stuff got really bad, I was in Thailand and I had no family here to help. I called my mom and my dad a lot. Am I accepting boyfriend applications? No. Currently taken. But like I had, when my stomach shut down, I was 23 and I was in Thailand. I had been here for a few years and I almost had to leave. I almost had to basically go back to LA where my family lives because it was tough. Yeah. It's the not wanting to eat. The problem is, Angel, it's like I have a certain level of fitness that I like to hold myself to and my strength has diminished rapidly. I don't feel secure, you know. I don't feel like my fitness was at its all-time highest. I was running wind sprints and doing all these really cool things and my body felt fantastic. Then all of a sudden, bloop. And I know because I had to learn how to live with this. I lived with it before, where you're doing really well and then you stop and you go up and 2 steps forward, 5 steps back, 1 step forward, 3 steps back, etc., etc. And I know, but also I don't want to accept it. Like I don't want. I feel like I've taken more steps back. I was very much. I was determined this time to not take. I was like 1 step back. That's it. No more than 1 step. But it feels like it spiraled into several steps. So now I have to still wait to feel better. Because like even right now, I should eat dinner, but no. I ate breakfast and I'll drink milk. And that'll be a lot of my calories. So I have a close support group you can rely on outside of stream. I'm actually really close with my parents. They just don't live here. So in terms of who I see in the day, just her and the cats. To be honest, they're bad. They're not a good support group. They're absolute menaces. They're they give me more anxiety than they help with. To be fair. What's up, Saffron? Yo, what's up, Saffron? Better get some milk then. That's true. Hi, Saffron. Do you like cats? He's being quiet right now, so I feel like I just want to leave him be until he starts making a fuss again. He's taking a nap now. They keep you distracted. They're helping. Maybe I don't know. I feel like if it was in terms if I got animals for my mental health, it would not be him. He challenges my mental health on a regular basis. He's extremely cute, but I cannot say with good conscience that he supports my mental health. You know what I mean? It's like that old meme of, wow, the parents seem to be doing really well. Should I A, have explosive diarrhea, B, eat something I'm not supposed to eat, C, start coughing or limping, D, all of the above? And he consistently chooses D, all of the above. That's what I feel like. I feel like he does it on purpose too. I'm looking after the cats, and I would say she's good for mental health. She's so bossy, and I would not say yeah. So we have 2 cats. The bossy one is upstairs now. The sassy one is here. She's bossy and sassy like a normal cat. He is just super loud. I'm gonna go get some milk. 1 second. Do you like milk, Saffron? I'm going to start asking this question. This should be the new opening question. Whenever somebody comes to say hi on stream, I should just open and end with, do you like milk? There are some people that don't like milk. Milk is pretty good. Yeah. Well, if you want to make, if you have any cute pictures of your pets and you want to share them, you can do exclamation Discord, and there's a part of my Discord. And I do love seeing people's pets. I like it when people post their pets in there. It is pretty cute. To be honest, strawberry milk is pretty good. That's true. But I can do flavorings. As long as it has no fiber, I can have it. I actually have. When I used to be more sick, I thought I was allergic to all sorts of foods. Turns out I'm not. I'm only allergic to one thing. You can soothe ravenous and alter. I actually don't know if it's an enrage because there's multiple of them. I just straight up moved. Why would I use a glass? It's my house. I did not survive all of the things that I survived. I did not go through colonoscopy, endoscopy, these things, that surgery, this procedure. I did not have water balloons shoved up of my rectum, measured responses for how fast I could push it out of my rectum to drink milk from a glass in my own home. This is called victory. I stand by it. I stand by it. I do. Yep, this is a good take. It's a good take. Yeah, well, you just have to remind me after I've been sitting here for 20 minutes to put the milk back in the fridge because it did get a little weird before. Yeah. And also, for what it is worth, right? I'm pretty sure that exclamation clip no longer works, and you might actually have to manually clip something. You probably wouldn't manually clip that. I would just you could manually clip when the cat does something funny. Probably not what I just said, but yeah. It's a real thing, man. This is an actual test. Yeah. So I think the exclamation clip won't work because I had to redo some stream settings. You have chronic illness? You know, it's actually interesting, Road. When people used to ask me that question, I would respond with a laundry list of items. Actually, technically, there's one, and everything else is under that umbrella. But I have a connective tissue disorder called EDS, Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. And all the other things that I deal with, like the fact that my intestines don't work the way that your stomach works and all that stuff, I'm extra bendy, is because the connective tissue in my body simply doesn't work the way that yours does. Doesn't sound that bad. It's a little worse when you realize that you have connective tissue on your insides too. So like my digestion's a little bit messed up. And my pretty much every joint in my body can just dislocate pretty actively and frequently if I'm not careful. I move in weird ways when I'm not paying attention. Does everything bend? Yeah. I can put both my feet behind my head, but I technically do so by subluxing both my hips. So I try not to. Behind the neck shoulder press is very easy for me, but not productive. It makes me naturally very good at yoga, except that it hurts. And it, like I said, it would be easy, HEDS, not vascular, to be fair. But the major impact that it has had on me, believe it or not, is not my active joints. It is specifically the eating. When I was in my early 20s, I just moved to Thailand and I was modeling. I cared a lot about my aesthetics at that time. I, for the first time in my life, got into incredibly good shape. First time in my life I ever had abs because I grew up, I was a very overweight kid, actually. I had a lot of health problems as a child, so I ate. And for the first time in forever, I was like really doing a good job. I just moved, my whole life had transformed, moved to Thailand, didn't know anyone, figured out how to get into shape. I don't know. I think that moving here and changing, I ate pretty unhealthy at the time, but for whatever reason, my calorics, I don't know, actually. I genuinely think there's just a difference in food quality. So I was eating pretty shit. For whatever reason, when I got here, I got abs. And I had a lot of physical pain. But you know what's interesting? The thing that ended up hurting the most, and the thing that was the most complicated to solve, and what actually ended up basically halting my life's progression, was that my stomach shut down. That was the worst. Like, I could deal with physical pain. I mean, to be fair, I was heavily addicted to pretty strong painkillers that you can get over the counter here, and I took way too many, and that was a problem. But that was to deal with physical pain and challenges. The hardest part was the digestion. We didn't know what was happening because I was 20. I was in my early 20s. Didn't drink, didn't smoke, didn't do drugs, cared about my health a lot, was in good shape, and yet I was just failing like every metric of strength, health, and everything. They couldn't figure it out. Went to one doctor, went over here. Am I in pain now? I mean, I've learned so much over, I'm 29. I've had 6 years to learn. Last few years, no, not really. Recently, I've had a flare up that has made me remember just how much it sucks to be in pain. And so, kind of, yeah, a little bit right now. I would say yes. A reasonable amount currently. I was in more pain a few weeks ago, even. The flu seems to have triggered a bunch of stuff. So, yeah, not nearly as bad as it used to be, but still bad enough that it bothers me. I can't say no. But for a long time, it was no. I actually solved, like, my joints don't sublux anymore. I figured out how I need to eat. It's just weird. The only reason that I have any amount of strength and definition is because A, I've been working out even throughout all of this for 12 years. Like, longevity with fitness is a massive thing. But also, my diet is basically just meat. I mean, I have sugar and carbs, but it's pretty difficult to not have a significant amount of muscle mass, and it's almost impossible for me to overeat. I wish I could, actually. Trust me, my struggle is that I don't get enough calories, so I just need to sometimes do ice cream and drink whole milk from the carton. What's up, Demonic Corn? Point is, the HEDS. Do you know something about it, by the way? Triza, you asked a good question. Not many people even know what EDS is to begin with. Do you have EDS, or do you know somebody with EDS? Because you asked what classification, which is a good clarification. I do not have vascular EDS, it's just HEDS. When I was diagnosed, the statistic in America was that on average it took, I think it takes 15 years to get diagnosed in America, just because you normally have to go to this specialist who sends you over here, they diagnose you with this, then you get this, then you figure out you have that hormonal problem, but you don't know why, then you have this issue, you go over here, and then over like a decade of symptoms that are effectively unexplained or classified as all these other things, eventually you see a rheumatologist who sends you to a geneticist, and the geneticist goes, oh, we should test you for EDS, basically. Like, let's see your joints. And you go, oh my God. It all makes sense. Yeah, exactly, Vati. Although it's interesting how that works. So we kind of know, right? My father has clear symptoms of vascular EDS. Vascular EDS is obviously a bit more concerning. Whereas I have to contend with a lot of symptoms, I don't really have to worry so much about, obviously, like an emergency stroke or something like this. I just wish, if there's one thing that I get frustrated about, and I do wish often, I just wish I could eat like a normal person. I do what I have to do. It's easier for me to do the right things for my health when I feel good. But it's so hard to do the right things when I feel bad, because I just get frustrated. When I'm 3 months ago, before I got sick, I was like, it's no problem. Watching Kitty have cake or cheesecake or just eat whatever she wants doesn't bother me, because I'm like, well, I'm strong and fit and I feel good about eating what I eat. But recently, since I felt so bad and I can barely eat at all, and I'm sitting here basically drinking whole milk because it's the only way for me to get calories, and then watching her eat the Krispy Kreme donut challenge, where you take a Krispy Kreme donut and you fry it in butter, is tough. It's a lot harder for me to It's a lot harder for me to sit here and be like, yeah, I'm totally fine. with this and don't have any sort of envy whatsoever. A little tougher. But you learn, Vati, you simultaneously learn how to manage pain if you've been in pain for a long time. But I don't think it makes it easy. Like, you have to learn how to live with it because you have it. He's sleeping, actually. He's right here. He's next to me. He's being very, very polite after dinner. He's taking a nap, so he's right there. He knows I looked at him. I'm not bothering him right now. Oops. I don't have my gimbal, so I'm on the tripod. I'll get it back soon. I wonder, by the way, and I am curious about this. I asked this question a bunch. It was just, this is like an experiment, because this is not exactly normal for me. Demonicorn. Question, if you're here and you were listening to this. Or anybody. Is there anyone new to my stream right now? I might ask this a few times over the next little bit. Let's call it an experiment. I don't think so. Twitch normally hates it when you change categories randomly. But I thought it would be an interesting experiment. And I would like to do some more stuff. Don't do it, Angel. I'll do it. Anybody? I literally just clicked in and you've been lurking. Very interesting. Thank you for letting me know. Just curious. I normally play a game online. I haven't been streaming for like too crazy long, but I don't do just chatting streams. However, well, I have a lot to say and not much of a filter, Bulbasaur. Is stream lagging a bit for anyone else? Oh, stream's lagging. I might have adjusted a setting. It could be that, or it's storming in Thailand, one or the other. Internet could just be bricked. The chatting streams are cool. Thank you. I'm curious. I would be curious to know just how many people actually click in. For me too, it's just a slight stuttering. It might just be the Wi-Fi. I think that it's where I'm sitting in the house. This is the weirdest thing, and I don't actually know how Wi-Fi signals. Oh my god. I don't know how it works. I think they explained this once, but I don't actually know how it works. So, some places in this house have Wi-Fi, and some don't. The spot I'm sitting on right now, when I'm here, right? And I have a phone and I'm playing Hearthstone, I will disconnect if I'm sitting exactly in this spot, but if I'm sitting on that couch, I will not disconnect. It's very annoying. I went to YouTube and you were the first live channel on the main page. Very interesting. Do you play World of Warcraft, Bulbasaur? If you don't mind me asking. Do you play WoW? I love you being unfiltered. You would even watch a podcast with me just being unfiltered with someone else. Very interesting. Who should I do a podcast with? Don't do it, buddy. Don't do it. All right, is it time? All right, come here. The people want to see you. You've woken up. I'll say I just started to play WoW. That makes sense. Ooh, weird. Look at this. Do you like cats, Bulbasaur? Or are you only like a Pokemon fan? Ooh. Ooh. You have one dog and one cat, but the cat is more like a dog. He's kind of more like a dog, except that he sounds like a cat. He's just very vocal. And this is my first experience living with cats. I've always been a dog person my whole life. Hi, buddy. Oh, no. But he's kind of a cuddler. He's just very vocal. He doesn't bark. He sounds like a cat, but he's super loud. Hi, buddy. How about Dratnos or Eon? That'd be cool. Bulbasaur, you've been playing WoW for 2 weeks. What got you into it? I am curious about this. I want to know what people... I want to know how people get into World of Warcraft nowadays. Because I find the game to be very overwhelming. It's you, the cat dude Instagram who keeps throwing it in your face. Oh yeah, that's me. Yeah, that's him. This is the infamous cat. My cat never meowed. You accidentally locked him out overnight, dude. There are two cats. She on the stairs right now. She's just like the silent guardian. She doesn't make any noise. He, on the other hand, makes all the noise. Yeah, that's me. And for what it is worth, to clarify, he does actually like the wrestling. He does. What are their names? So this is Cookie. Cookie is the boy cat who likes wrestling. And that is Juju. Her full name apparently is Ju On Meow, but we just call her Juju. My friend planted a seed. Games are stale. I said, why not give WoW a chance? So I'm trying tanking and going slow because I don't know polls. I hope that you have a good experience, Bulbasaur. Starting WoW and tanking as the first role can be very overwhelming. There's so much to learn about tanking, but I really hope that you have a good experience with it. There's a lot that the game doesn't teach you about it, and if you ever have any questions, feel free to ask. It's much better to ask and know that certain communities won't judge you for asking, even stupid questions, because the game is just not very good at explaining the mechanics of tanking, healing, etc. I wish that there was a better, actually a tutorial in game or something, because it can be very overwhelming. And people can be actually kind of mean about it too. It bothers me that that's true, but it is. WoW peaked in 2010. Technically, yes. You're not wrong. But I still love the game. I think that Classic has, I think that something has magic that maybe retail doesn't have today. And I have been exploring it. I've been thinking about what it is that has changed so much. Trying out Brewmaster Monk. If you like it, people will tell you that there's a right way to play and a wrong way to play. They're straight up wrong. Ultimately, the only thing that matters is that you have fun playing the game. At the end of the day, though, to improve upon the game, you can learn the skills. You can technically play the right spec or the right stats or whatever it is. The truth is, WoW is played by so many different people that you should not try strategies highest level that you do in the lowest level. The lowest level is a little different than this. You know, we are not professional players. At least I'm not. I feel like a pianist when I'm playing. Kind of, yeah. I tried to learn how to play the piano once. I think it's a cool instrument. I want to play Feral. TBC Classic Anniversary did not let Ferals into heroic dungeons. I just went back to retail. You know, if you want to play Feral, Foggy, do you know what the new Feral rotation is going to be? It's very interesting. Also, Winter Raven, how's the weather in Thailand? Hot. Currently it's storming. It's hot and storming. It's not the why. There's a lot of great things about Thailand. The weather is not why you move here. Many, many, many good things about this country. Weather, I would not describe as being one of them. Yeah. Yeah, and it's a good point, actually. If you ever have something go wrong in one of your dungeons, Bulbasaur, if you're tanking, Wiz is completely correct. If there's one thing you can learn from the modern world, it's never your fault. Use a scapegoat. You can use me as a scapegoat. I don't take offense to it. Just say, Awoo told me to do this. Totally fine. I give you permission. Right? I love the power shifting as a mechanic. Well, he can't power shift, but Foggy, I'll tell you this. So if you're curious at all, this is one of the new Feral rotations here, right? So you're basically going to be like swipe, swipe, right, left, brutal slash, over here, up top, under the bottom, hook left, hook right, bite, ferocious bite, apex predators procs, another ferocious bite, lunge, power shift, swipe, left, swipe, swipe, up, swipe again, over here, bite, bite, bite. You get a proc of the apex, boom, boom, brutal slash, wah, wah, brutal slash has been removed from the game, you just swipe instead. And then from here, you're gonna back kick, and then over here, you're gonna basically flip around like this, And then you're going to hit convoke and you're going to go like this. And then basically you're going to make sure after all of that that you just take a nice little nap. Yeah. That's one of the keys for playing Pharaoh right now. It can be a little bit of a complicated rotation, but if you get this right, you'll do a lot of damage. Isn't that right, buddy? Yeah. Isn't that right? You can't exclamation clip. You have to manually clip. Also, I think it's time to put the milk back in the fridge. Yeah. Winter Raven, do you live in Southeast Asia? Is it meowing mandatory? It helps. I feel like a professional now. That's how you do it. I will say, there are two things that help you to play Pharaoh Druid if you want extra additional tips. Number one is meowing as you do your rotation, and number two is wearing thigh-high socks. The second one is surprisingly impactful. Buddy, I know I riled you up, but you already had dinner. General tip, World of Warcraft. There's like a few specs that really benefit from thigh socks. Feral is one of them. Holy Priest is another good one. If you're a Holy Priest player and you're not wearing thigh-high socks, you're missing out on a lot of potential IOG. How do we fix the exclamation clip? I don't actually know. Yeah. I think you might just have to manually clip it. I don't know. I have to like go redo it. I used to, born in the Philippines, and then you immigrated to become Canadian. Gotcha. Yeah. Well, I didn't fix some stream. I had to redo stream settings because there was like a big thing that happened. Okay, they're not actually thigh-high socks. I have compression leggings. It's been kind of an ongoing joke because when I came back to stream about a week ago, I didn't stream for a while because I was sick. But I have POTS. It's not the end of the world, but it's called postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. And to prevent the blood from pooling in my legs, I have compression leggings. And they're just very thigh-high. So I wasn't wearing them today. But the idea is that as of this here, if I put these on, they're just very, very legging coated. So it's been kind of a joke recently because they do help. They're medical. But see how interesting it is? Look, you didn't even notice I was wearing shorts. 0% of you even realize that I'm wearing shorts. Look at this. See? I'm just sitting here and I'm just wearing shorts. You don't know. I'm just serious. They're normal shorts. I have underwear on. I'm wearing shorts. I look like a normal dude, right? The second I put these on, it's weird. The second that I actually try to actually put these on, look at this. My thigh, look, right now, normal dude. I'm just sitting here. I'm just sitting here like a normal, regular ass guy. And then all of a sudden, you just slap these bad boys on, and now it's weird. Now all of a sudden it's weird. It's the same exact pose, but this is a weird thing. Now it's, yeah. The only thing I'm missing is fox ears. Now the thing is, they do help. It's not meant to be. They're very tight though. Do you need to wear them daily? It's mostly that I'm just kind of sick right now. Like, I'm dealing with symptoms that I haven't dealt with in a long time. So currently, they help. I don't need to wear them. I haven't traditionally had to wear them, but currently, I am wearing them. I can't actually redeem that. They're upstairs. Yeah. So, but they're very tight. Look at this. You have to pull on them to actually get them up. I admire anyone who does this on a daily basis. Like, it takes a lot of strength to actually put these on and take them off too. There you go. So the whole purpose of them being this tight is that they prevent blood from pooling in your lower legs, which helps with some symptoms. Yeah. Like this. There you go. That is where the joke comes from, though. If you're going to do something, you might as well make a joke about it. Good question, Angel. Go to bed. Sleep is important. This is your space in Thailand? Thank you. Cool. I agree. I like this house. It's not, we don't own the house, we rent it. But it does have 2 chandeliers. And if I show you the chandeliers and I tell you that there's a chandelier in the house, 2 of them, in fact, I'll never beat the streamer money allegations. It is true. Yeah. I'll never ever beat the streamer money allegations. So actually, if we move, we're considering moving up north in a little bit. Yeah. So the problem is stream doesn't make that much. Bits and subs help. Donations are cool. But the actual money from stream is not much. Not enough to actually do the big things yet. Supposedly, when she says that when I obtain this mythical streamer money, we're buying goats. So apparently that's just what we're gonna do is we're buying goats apparently. Yep. Now I have leggings on. Have you ever been back to the Philippines, by the way, Winter? Also, Bulbasaur, seriously, if you need, don't be afraid to ask questions. Most of the house income actually comes from Cookie. You know. I have made money from him now. The Reels, so Instagram doesn't pay you anything. Even if you get like 10 million views on a Reel on Instagram, nothing. 0 money. Instagram does not pay you. TikTok, I cannot access the creator fund. So TikTok also doesn't pay you. But Facebook does. And I've made like $1,000 because he's cute. That's pretty cool. Yeah. What's the number one... Thank you, Ryan. What's the number one thing with chronic illness? That's a good question, actually. Okay, let me read that out loud. What is the number one thing someone with chronic illness doesn't understand about people who deal with chronic illness? As someone who doesn't know anyone personally, it feels pretty hopeless. The number one thing... Okay. Let me think about that for a second. I'll show you the cats in a second, Latine. That's a really good question, Cole. Thank you for asking. I want to answer that sincerely. I think it's a really good question. What is the number one thing somebody without chronic illness would not be able to understand about somebody that does deal with chronic illness? The number one thing, and there are many ways that I could answer this question, in my opinion, the number one thing is that the prevailing emotion is frustration, not sadness. It's anger at not being able to simply feel normal. The anxiety, the depression, it's actually just anger. You develop such a significant amount of frustration because you see everyone else and they're able to just do things that you cannot seem to do. And the frustration gets amplified tenfold when people who don't understand keep asking you if you feel better. You hear it all the time. Do you feel better today? No, I don't. Do you feel better today? No, I don't. I understand where it comes from, and I would never judge somebody for coming. They're trying to care, but it's this lack of understanding that I'm simply not going to feel better tomorrow or the day after that. And I don't want you to ask me if I feel better. I want you to treat me like a normal person because I don't feel like one. I feel like I have challenges that I could not begin to explain to you. At the end of the day, I don't have to be able to explain it to you. But I wish that people stopped asking me if I just felt better all the time. If I could feel better, I would. I don't want to feel bad. And that frustration is difficult to deal with because I already have to dedicate all these resources to just getting through my day. And I think the thing I wish that other people understood is if you could help me manage that frustration by not reminding me I'm sick all the time, I might just have an easier time. That is probably one of the most unspoken things I wish people understood. There are many other things, but at the end of the day, chronic illness is actually quite a wide umbrella. It's not about me explaining my exact symptoms to you. It's not about you understanding what I go through because you can't. I just wish people knew that if I could feel better tomorrow, I would. That's what I wish people understood. Yeah. It's actually so easy to just start saying, I'm fine, which makes it worse, not better. I don't want to keep complaining, but when people keep asking me if I'm feeling better, I feel like I have to complain because I have to tell you, I don't want to lie. But either I tell you yes, or I tell you no, I feel like shit. But if I choose option B, you'll start asking me tomorrow if I still feel like that. Because you want me to feel better, and I get that. And I really strongly, at this point in my life, I know it's coming from a good place, which makes it frustrating because I can't yell at you. You know, I can't be mad at you for being nice. But I kind of wish I could be, because I'm mad at life, not at you. I'm mad at myself for no reason. You know. Thank you for the bits. I will get some ice creams. I got a bunch today. I'll get some tomorrow. Thank you. Show us the cats? Absolutely. Here. Hi, buddy. Emmy. Here. Yeah. He's actually kind of long. He's kind of a big boy, actually. Look at him. He's like an old clock. Oh, there's a car outside. He was totally good, relax, and take a nap. But all of a sudden, there's a car outside, and now he is very alert. What is our favorite flavor of ice cream? I have an answer to that question, and I have a proper answer, but truthfully, the actual answer is just vanilla. Since these days, for the last few years, one of the ways that I help myself feel better, and this is not a recommendation, not health advice by any means, but one of the things that I have done is I don't eat fiber. After when I was 23, kind of the end result was I found myself at a specialized clinic. I got very lucky, actually, because a lot of people don't even get the diagnosis or the help with the care, because there's a lot of standard tests which help many people but didn't help me, and I had to go to like this very specialized clinic, and they had I basically got to learn that my stomach doesn't digest things properly, like not the way that it's very slow. It's kind of like in a way, not exactly, but it's sort of like a permanent Ozempic, except times 10. So to the degree where if I'm stressed, I just don't want to eat. Like it's painful to eat. It just sits here, and when I'm not feeling well, I could eat breakfast and then by dinner time and it would be like still not digested. Lagging again? Oh, sorry. I think it's just a storm outside. So I think that it's just vanilla, because these days I can't have fiber. That was the compromise. After I learned all that, I effectively just don't eat fiber. Cutting fiber completely from my diet has been the only thing that has ever actually helped me more than any of the. I took prokinetics for a while. I took this, I did all these treatments, and the only other option was for them to do surgery and remove part of my intestines to improve transit time. But I was too young to really consider that as a real option. So effectively, I just adjusted diet. And no fiber was the thing that helped me. What are the consequences of not getting any fiber? Long term, that's why I would never recommend it. I don't know. Good question. Short term, like in right now, only thing that has ever made me feel better. And the difference is so vast, so astounding, so dramatic that I don't miss it. Because the fear and how bad I used to feel is significantly more overwhelming and oppressive than my sadness of not being able to eat the thing I want to eat. Like I said, it's harder when I already feel bad. Like right now, watching somebody eat the thing, and I'm like, oh man, look, I really miss being able to eat that because I remember it. That does suck. But I mean, the body that I have today would be impossible. The pain and this is an interesting one, but the pressure in my stomach when I used to eat, try to eat more normal food or healthy food, was so significant that I just relied heavily on pain meds to get through my day, and it would affect all of my joints, everything. So no fiber was actually the only thing that ever made a real difference. And it allowed me to get off medications that I took my whole life. It allowed me to have a quality of life that I just never knew I could have. It raised every one of my blood markers to a actually healthy degree. Like I had stage 2 kidney. My EGFR was I mean, it was like they were like, bro, what are you doing? Like, what drugs are you doing? I'm like, I don't do drugs, man. Like, I don't know why my body is this fucked up. And yeah, so that massive relief. These days, after years, I still occasionally experiment. I have, it was about a year ago, I tried to add like some onions back. I really miss, actually, the funniest thing is you miss simple things. Like, I miss onions. I like onions a lot. They're really good. I miss mango. I live in Thailand. I can't even have the tropical fruit. It's like the best mango you've ever had. I miss things like that. And obviously, I miss bread. I think bread is the hardest. I wish I could just have bread. But yeah, nowadays there's just no fiber. The only thing that I'm a little bit, I will have some bites of chocolate sometimes. Chocolate has a bit of soluble fiber, and sometimes I'll push it, but ultimately no. That's the only thing I'll push sometimes. Yo, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Bread is poison. Where and what form of bread? It's a good question, actually, Wiz, to be fair. But I miss it. I miss it a lot. The texture of bread is so visceral, man. Like, it's so good. Because the thing is, I watch now. I watch her just eat. She'll eat anything. She can have cheesecake and cake, and she'll just lavishly eat. The other day, this motherfucker, all right, I'm like dead sick. I'm like a month ago. I haven't streamed in a month. I feel really bad. I'm in pain. I'm sitting here and I'm like, I have work in an hour. Like, I've got to pull myself together. Like, I'm sitting here like this, and she's like, all right. She's just sitting there, and she ordered for dinner. She got fish and chips. Yeah. So she just had like really deep fried like fish and chips. And I'm just sitting here, and I'm on the couch, and I'm just like, fuck my life. Well, that's how I feel. When I look over, she's just sitting there, and she's like, fish and chips. And then for dessert, she wanted to try that was the day she tried the viral TikTok challenge where you take a Krispy Kreme donut, she got a bunch of them, and then you deep fry it in butter. So she's sitting there eating like some of my favorite food, and then the whole house smells like Krispy Kreme cinnamon sugar donut. And I'm just like, today I fucking hate this. But most days is fine. Today, not so much. like, I was like, damn, that looks really good. You have tamarinds? No fiber. Literally like zero fiber. Yeah, deep fried donuts. That's hard to contend with, huh? Yeah. What is the chronic illness we're talking about today? I suppose gastroparesis or EDS. Still, it's the same chronic illness. They don't change. Oh, sorry, Khalifa. You asked me a really good question earlier, and I know of your cousin Mia. Less serious question: is there a food you just can't satisfy your craving from back home or in Thailand, or is there a food you never would have expected to like but love since moving? Khalifa, I can't eat like a normal person, but I would say that the biggest thing that was unexpected for me was a dish called Pad See Ew. From America, I knew about this dish called Pad Thai. Everybody knows Pad Thai. Pad Thai is really good. But there is an even better version of it. Like, Pad Thai is cool, not the best. I think Pad See Ew is the best. If you find a place that makes really good, it's called Pad See Ew. Pad just means fried here. So basically it's like fried noodles, but they're thicker noodles and it's sweeter. Oh, that dish is probably I love that. I used to have that a lot. So Pad See Ew. Yeah, I cannot say in any way, shape, or form. I would not recommend anybody else do the things that I do. Keep in mind, I do them to manage medical symptoms. They are not because I think that it's going to be the healthiest option for everyone. And the long downstream consequences of this, we don't know. It depends on who you ask, actually. There are many trustworthy doctors that have a lot of research that show fiber might not be essential, and there are other people who say fiber is literally the best thing you could possibly do for everything health related. And so it completely depends on who you ask. If you look up Dr. Paul Mason, yeah, you have thoughts about this doctor? You don't like him? You don't like Mr. Mason? Who do you like? What's your favorite doctor, huh? You're more like a mainstream fan now? You're just like a regular doctor? What do you think about this? Yeah? You have strong thoughts about the matter, buddy? Yeah, you do. Yeah. You don't listen to any doctors. You just eat soup for dinner. And then lick your own butthole. That's what you do. Yep. It's a stressful life, little boy. Yep, yep. Basically 3 meals a day and snacks. You live in a nice house, you can run around. But this life is so hard. Life is just so tough, isn't it, buddy? Yep. Yep. Yes, it is. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I have no idea how loud him meowing basically directly into a microphone is. Patsy was really good. Underrated. All right, here. I'll give them some oregano. Come on, buddy. Oops, sorry. I knocked the mic. Come here. Wait. Here. Come on, honey. It's catnip. I'm giving them catnip. He's about to pop in, Karn. He does let me know. I mean, if he's overstimulated, he'll let me know. He does. What's up, Ben Boss? I wonder... Thank you, by the way, walkthrough. And I appreciate getting the chance to talk about it. Fluffy Pausy, I was in the middle of like a really strong... I felt very strongly about the thing I was saying. I appreciate the bits, first of all. I will get more ice cream from it. And also remember, every time I get ice cream, she gets ice cream. She also appreciates ice cream. The thing, my favorite ice cream flavor from back in the day was Cold Stone cake batter. That shit was good. You get Cold Stone cake batter with Reese's. I miss that. That was good. That was my childhood right there. Yep. Cold Stone with cake. Yeah, cake batter ice cream from Cold Stone. Yep, that was the one. You also home make lemon ice cream? Pool of lemon ice cream. See what that guy did in Thailand? I mean, and boss, the problem is when you say that guy in Thailand, there's a lot of guys in Thailand. So I'm actually not sure what you're referring to. But if it's kind of disgusting, you might want to consider not saying it because this is a public space. So beware. If you're like, did you see what I did? It's super disgusting. Definitely don't say it in that case. That would be something that's inside thought and an outside thought. Are you guys having a good time now that you had a bunch of catnip? You had rolled ice cream? I mean, to be fair, yes, I've had all forms of ice cream. Oh, they're really cute when they have catnip. Yeah, no, I mean, in which case, and boss, you know, these things happen. Cats on catnip is pretty funny to watch. I wish I could show you. Have you ever had fried ice cream? Yes, I have, actually. Yes. And then what was the other question that I forgot to respond to? I don't remember. Can we stop frying everything? No. Is there anything positive? Yeah, many things walk through. Is there anything positive that has come out of living with chronic illness? Yeah. I have had to go through things early on in my life that most people have never had to go through or won't have to go through until they are significantly older. I think that the greatest advantage that I have had, and I only get to say this because I actually survived all the things that I went through, It would be a very different story if I was actively suffering as much as I used to. Then I would have a completely different response. But for what it is worth, the best thing that I have gained is the emotional skills of having to navigate being so completely overwhelmed and encountering genuine despair and hopelessness of being told that I would never recover, that I would end up in a wheelchair, that my life was over. Please don't fight while I'm in a serious conversation. Guys, be nice. Be nice. Do not make me come there and break this up. I will. I'm going to give him 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, disengage. Okay. Cat dad. Be nice. Oi. All right. Should be fine. Good. So, by and large, actually, the most productive thing to come out of it is that a lot of times what you'll notice is that people don't go through genuine hardship with their physical health until they're older. And at that point, their life is established. They can't take the time needed to process. And so they completely spiral out of control. You see this happen chronically and all the time with people who get to a certain age. And then at 50, they have their first major health scare. Or at 60 or at 70, they have to deal with things. And they're like, wait a second, can I not trust my body? Is something wrong? I had to deal with all those questions when I was 3. When I was 4, when I was 5. My entire life was basically driven by, can I not trust my body? Am I going to be okay? And the answer prevailing for many, many, many years, the vast majority of my life, was no. So the absolute best thing and the most positive thing to come out of all of the hardship that I had to encounter was that I won. So it's absolutely this thing called survivorship bias. Because I won, I get to sit here and tell you that I have a level of emotional maturity that does not fit my age. I am 29. I feel like I'm 83. I feel like I've lived my life in reverse. My early childhood, I was basically like an 80-year-old. My organs were failing. I was in the hospital. I could barely breathe. I didn't get to go to school like the normal children. I dropped out of 3rd grade. I'm an elementary school dropout, literally. I didn't get to have the childhood that everybody else had. But because of that, I also got to learn things that no one else had to learn. I remember that when I was 15, I started high school. I spent 7 years of my life in different treatment centers, in different programs, and I survived. Which is a miracle. Like, I wasn't supposed to, but I actually made it. I got out of these programs, I started high school, and I could not for the life of me figure out why everybody was so upset. I remember I got there, my first day of high school, I was like, oh my God, I won. I cannot believe this. This is the coolest thing that has ever happened to me. I'm alive. There are no bars on my window. This is crazy. And then the person next to me was like, yeah, but my boyfriend dumped me. And I was like, who the f cares about your boyfriend? We're alive. And she's like, yeah, but my life is over. And I was like, what do you mean your life is over? You'll get another one. You only knew him for a week. And I just could not relate to anyone my age. I felt isolated. I felt alone, but I felt alive. It's impossible to explain those things. It's impossible for me to convey what I had to learn, but I had to go through all that early. And now, all of my life is bonus time. I oftentimes feel like I'm not even supposed to be alive today. But because I am, I get bonus time. I have no sense of pride or even no sense of shame because I'm not even supposed to be here. So I can do anything. I can put myself out there. And I get to experience life in ways that I just never knew that I could. And actually appreciate that. Whereas I swear a lot of people don't until it's too late. That is the best thing that has come out of living with chronic illness. That's the positive, is the lessons you learn from that. I was, yeah. I worked hard in high school because I didn't have a social life. I have the sash, by the way. I have the valedictorian sash from high school, but I also did drop out of third grade. Well, I was kicked out, technically. You don't drop out of third grade. I was kicked out. They basically were like, nope, you can't be here anymore. They were like, no, you cannot be here anymore. No, you cannot be here anymore. He hates this noise. He about to cash out. He about to crash out. He about to crash out. Woo! Simba. Woo. If I could make videos about health, and if I decided to put some videos talking about this type of thing on my YouTube, this is what I talk about. A lot of it would be the anger and the frustration and all that. But a huge part of it would also be the positives that have come out of it, the lessons I've learned. Those are important too, for what it's worth. It's a good question. YouTube algorithm doesn't allow. I know, that's what I was thinking was like, I wish I could post. I wish it was more okay to just somehow post about mental health or about physical health or these types of things. But the truth is, you're right. It probably wouldn't work on the main channel. I wish I could just, I mean, the way I've been feeling recently, I seriously wish I could just make a video and I was like, mental health sucks. Chronic illness sucks. For what it's worth, I wish I could. But I don't want to start a brand new channel for it. That's too much work and I don't even have the effort to barely manage one. Okay, you done. Your editor can take care of that? What editor? My editor can take care of that. I have an editor? Wiz, are you volunteering? I knew you were skilled. I didn't know you had that much free time. Really? My editor? How interesting. How interesting. Are you taking a break from M+? I just think it's healthy for me to be down here for a little bit. Focusing more on content for season 2? Oh, yeah. I have zero desire to push for title this year. I'm done. I finished. I hit Brazil 21. I hit 4K, and I don't want to push for title. It's like a miserable experience. This season is going to be really bad for title, I think. You'll have 1% and the 0.1%, and both of those things are going to be miserable. Mark my words. You'll see many streamers not have a great time with it. For what it is worth, if anybody, at this point, I'm about to go back up. Last time I'll ask this. But if you are brand new to stream, this is your first interpretation of me, could you tell me how you found it? This is an experiment as I take off my very, very tight compression leggings. I don't think that anyone is going to be new here except for Bulbasaur, who mentioned that earlier. But is anyone else actually new to stream? If you are lurking, that's fine, but I am curious. Didn't think so. From the legging femboy ads, that's fair, Jake. Honestly, I too watch legging femboy streams. Normally, they're just VTuber models, though. I just find you through the sidebar recommended streams, so it is there. Thank you, Fresh. Appreciate it. Thank you. I was just curious. So I don't normally do just talking or just chatting streams. I consistently play the same game all the time because I'm chronically addicted to it. But this is like I'm just trying it. It's good for my own health right now, and I am just working on it, basically. From your bear... Okay, so you're at least from... If you're new here, though, you're from the YouTube or you've seen some of my World of Warcraft content. No one is actually here from... Not from World of Warcraft. Okay. Saw a few videos on YouTube and went to find you on Twitch. Got you. Thank you, Bellaham. Can we have a room tour? Normally I have one of the tripods that stabilizes like a chicken head. You know what I'm talking about? Like gimbal. But I had to send it to get repaired at the main office, so I won't have it for like a week. So I'm actually on like a steady tripod arm right now. I can give you a house tour another time probably, because I won't be able to like stand the. It's gonna be very jarring if I'm trying to walk around like this. But yeah, I like these. I like being able to talk to people. It's ultimately why I stream. I like the gameplay stuff, and I do like World of Warcraft. Certainly like talking about WoW. But ultimately, people matter. And I hope I can keep talking about real things for as long as I stream. I think I have had a pretty unique life, and maybe it gives me some interesting perspectives. And my special skill, I only really feel like I have one. I'm terribly uncoordinated. If I tried to go ice skating, it would end up like that one scene from The Boys. It wouldn't go very well. Bad things would happen. I don't have a lot of special talents. But if there is one thing that I've spent my life actually studying or just getting better at, it's communication. I think that I'm good at being able to verbalize or take complicated topics and try to bring them to people's attention. Mental health matters. Physical health matters. And yeah, the house is surprisingly druid coded, even though I'm not the one who designed it, and I am the only druid in the house. I don't know, he might be. No, if you can improve in M+, you can improve in anything. True. After I saw his videos on Instagram, still weird that that is a real thing. Isn't it weird? I just post him. I mean, he's super cute, to be fair. He is an extremely cute cat, but thank you guys for commenting. I don't think anybody... Normally, they really don't like it if you change categories, and currently, we are not even a Warcraft stream. This isn't even a World of Warcraft stream. It's actually a just chatting stream. And the reason I'm doing a just chatting stream is because I'm basically banking on the fact that, you know, if I do this for another 23 days, that I'll get enough money to buy myself a hot tub. Then we can progress to just hot tub streams. And if I get the money to progress to just hot tub streams, then I could progress to just being a millionaire and not having to worry about live streams. Then at that point, we can really, the world's the oyster. So I've got a plan. It's like a step-by-step tutorial, and supposedly this is how it works. So that's kind of where my thought process is at. You think it's gonna work? Is that fish tank on top? It's not a fish tank, it's a lizard tank. Be nice. It's great that you can share your insights as we can all grow from someone else's experience. You think it'd be good content to approach high-end content in WoW from a mental health perspective? I mean, I'm not gonna lie. To be honest with you, 9 out of 10, if you're asking me how to do high-end content in WoW from a mental health perspective, the answer is don't. To be honest with you, the higher end and more competitive that you actually get in WoW, the seemingly less fun it is. As strange as that sounds, there's a bell curve effect where it's like super fun, challenging, you're pushing yourself, you're over here, it's going really well. And then if you actually get to the competitive side of things, where you progress too far, the fun meter starts going down precipitously. It is a massive cliff. It's a drop off. It goes from like super fun, kind of fun. This is a little bit of a chore, and then it goes. It's very strange how that works. But there is absolutely some truth in that. And you will notice that many people are not having a good time when they play this game. As strange as that sounds, it seems as though the more competitive you become, almost inherently, in one single swoop, the more toxic you start to, the more toxicity you can experience. Now, this happens obviously at a +2 and a +5 and other content as well, but really ask yourself like how many Mythic Plus players you see that pug keys to a high end and have fun. Or even raiding. It's like being competitive is a curse sometimes. It kind of is.
But also the game seems to be structured in a way that is really encouraging a certain level of meta competition. I think there's a more nuanced conversation about that. Like some people, we're all just a little better, so there's just naturally more competition, among other things. But it's a conversation for another day about why this has happened. There are some aspects that I evolved a lot, getting CE together, working together, same for keys. If you can find consistent people to play with, the game is much better. If you're pugging, it's tough. Pugging has this weird thing where you just don't know who you're playing with. I think that most of the time, people who do enjoy the competitive and like that push tend to have people they actually like playing with. Not always, but it's almost rare to hear somebody say, I pugged my way to 4,300 IO and Hall of Fame rating and just had a giga time for years. Like it's like one season they have a really good time with it. Jake, if you want to see the house, I'm going to go back upstairs now, but... Or... All right, don't break things. Hello. That house. All right, back upstairs we go. Be nice. The only problem with these kind of live stream things is I really need to go pee. Hi, honey. I need to go pee. I would say you can hold the phone, but the thing is I almost forgot that I have a microphone attached to me, so that would have been bad. They would have heard my battle cry. I'm getting to that age now where every time I go to the bathroom, I'm like, or whatever it is. I don't know. I hear noises. Wiz would know something about this. It's in his name. Oh, look, the meta tank. We're back. What's the meta tank going to be this season? Let's find out. 3, 2, 1. Meta tank for season 2 is going to be Guardian Druid. That's what I like to see. Not rigged whatsoever, completely random. Totally dropped my phone. That's a problem, but it's okay because the meta tank's going to be Guardian Druid, so I'm happy. It's all good. Life is going to end up working out just fine, actually. As long as it's not Druid of the Claw, we're we back. Lagging? Yeah, well, not anymore. Dude, my internet's been tough recently. It's been a tough thing to overcome. I do like those streams, actually. I think I will do more of them. I actually really enjoy just being able to talk to people. Now drink something in bio. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good point. I should do that. I should, actually. It's a good point, Wiz. Wiz, I said I was going to make a video earlier today. Something tonight, and it was a really good one, but I forgot what it was. Do you remember? Do you remember what it was? I don't remember. Wait, why is there no window? There's no game on right now? What's up, Richard? Hope you got better soon. Have you tested VDH at all? No, I haven't tested VDH personally. I've healed VDH today, which was actually more... Sometimes it's actually really helpful to not just be able to actually tank something, but also heal it. Fun, by the way. It's actually very helpful to not just tank on each of the tanks and test them, but also how they feel to heal in a random pug environment can be extremely telling. I think it's actually underrated how cool and impactful that really is. How was a VDH to heal? He died. To first boss on a 12. One was about having fun and how high-level people apply the wrong mindset. The other was triggered of us not knowing what we want. Bro, there was a third one, I swear. There was a really good... I was like, damn, I should really make that video. But I forgot what it was. Unfortunate. I mean, I was gonna make a why Mistweaver is meta,
healer. I was gonna do that, but I don't have enough time now. There's also the tank series. Well, I don't have enough time for that today. I streamed too long. I delved too greedily. I went too far. I have work in exactly 45 minutes, and then I have work all night. But my first call tonight is in 45 minutes, so I have just enough time to basically end stream and then, like, go pee. Takes me a while. I'm getting older. That's the issue. I don't have time anymore. So if I wanted to make a video and post it, I would have to be able to hit start record, probably no thumbnail, and just full send. What do you think? It would have to be a one take, which is what I always do anyways. I have exactly 45 minutes from this point. No pushing it. So I have 5 minutes to make a thumbnail and 15 minutes to hit start record and full send a rant. That's what I got. Thoughts? No thoughts? All right. Well, I guess I'll figure it out next time. Ba-da-ba-bum. Cool. First person on suggested. Oh, actually, easy. There's somebody better to rate. Why would you even go to suggested when one of literally the best streamers is on right now? Actually, though, I'll figure it out. Literally one of the best streamers. Wiz, thank you for resubscribe for 6 months at tier 2. Oh, holy shit. Thank you. I appreciate the resub earlier. And thank you for all the support. I think I should just full rip something. I should make something controversial. We're going to say out of JoJo. Wait a second. Nope, that's the wrong title. I spelled it wrong. That's apparently not their name. Oh, my bad. All right. Literally two of the best streamers ever. Super cool. All right. Bye. See you tomorrow. If you're still watching on YouTube, hi, hello. I can't read YouTube chat properly when I'm actually downstairs streaming. Sorry about that. I should probably pin that next time. I forgot. My bad. But hello.